Marshall Peak, Chapter 4661, Drying Out the Lake to Catch the Fish. That crazy bastard! Qin Fin growled through clenched teeth. Another sixth-order open heaven realm master appeared to be heartbroken. He's basically drying out the lake to catch the fish. Although the fifth-order open heaven realm master didn't say anything, he pressed his lips together with a gloomy expression. At this point, their companions finally realized that something was off. The woman, who helped Qin Fin up earlier, was standing beside him as she asked gently, "Senior Brother Qin, is that person absorbing Spear Dao essence?" With reddened eyes, Qin Fin nodded. The woman let out a sigh. The original owner of this universe cave heaven was a master of the Spear Dao before his death, which was a well-known fact, so the Spear Dao essence in this place was quite abundant. Therefore, be it the open heaven realm masters or the other sentient beings raised in this place, many of them were good at using spears. Ironically, the current owner of Lin Lang Palace, Xiao Lin Lang, knew little about the Spear Dao. In the past, Qin Fin would always cultivate together with the other two open heaven realm masters who were adept at the Spear Dao. They could easily achieve greater heights in the Spear Dao due to the unique environment in this universe cave heaven. If this universe cave heaven was like a pond, the ample Spear Dao essence in this place was like the fish, and the people who were adept at the Spear Dao were like the anglers on the shore. As for how many fish they could catch, it depended on their talent and opportunities. Qin Fin's innate aptitude was excellent, which was why he had built a solid foundation in the Spear Dao. Xiao Lin Lang once said that if Qin Fin could keep achieving greater heights, he would have a chance to receive the inheritance of this universe cave heaven that the previous owner had left behind. It was the inheritance of an eighth-order open heaven realm master, so it was expected that everyone had their eyes on it. Qin Fin had always regarded himself to be the only choice to succeed the inheritance. However, at this moment, someone had brought a giant net with very small holes to this pond that was full of fish. After he was done with catching the fish, there wouldn't be many, if any, left for everyone else. That was the reason Qin Fin was heartbroken, and it was the same case for the other two open heaven realm masters who were experts in the Spear Dao. Inside Lin Lang Palace, Yang Kai, who was seated with his legs crossed in the middle of the grand array, could clearly feel the abstruse aura streaming into his body from all directions, which helped him quickly comprehend the Spear Dao. The sense of enlightenment made him feel ecstatic. The moment he was brought to this place by Xiao Lin Lang, he could feel that the Spear Dao essence in this place was abundant. It was the reason he had improved his comprehension of the Spear Dao by 2 levels in just 10 years. Nevertheless, he wasn't content with just that. His goal had always been to absorb all of the Spear Dao essence in this place. As for whether his actions were considered drying out the lake to catch the fish, he didn't give a damn. Since Xiao Lin Lang was trying to harm him, he certainly had to get his revenge. Although Yang Kai already had this plan a long time ago, he was unable to carry it out. Now that he had refined half of Lin Lang Palace, he had the right to do it now. Other than being a palace artifact, Lin Lang Palace was also the command center of the entire universe cave heaven. Streams of aura around the edge of the grand array were closely connected to the universe cave heaven, and every move made here would have far-reaching implications. The status of Lin Lang Palace in this universe cave heaven was the same as that of Blood Monster Divine Palace in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. The reason Blood Crow wanted to refine Blood Monster Divine Palace back then was to take control of the entire Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Even though Yang Kai had only refined half of Lin Lang Palace, he could do whatever he wanted, seeing as the controller of the other half wasn't around. Streams of existent but faintly discernible Spear Dao essence were being absorbed by Yang Kai, which greatly improved his mastery over the Spear Dao. Although he couldn't comprehend the Dao by blindly drawing it in, he would be able to digest it in the future. The transformation going on in the universe cave heaven was silent. Only the open heaven realm masters who were adept at the Spear Dao could clearly feel its loss. As time passed, the originally ample Spear Dao essence soon became sparse and disappeared. Qin Fin appeared to be devastated. Although Yang Kai had occupied Lin Lang Palace, Xiao Lin Lang could still retrieve it upon her return. Nevertheless, the loss of Dao essence was irreversible. In the grand array of Lin Lang Palace, Yang Kai, who was seated with his legs crossed, belched as though he was full. While he was seated there, his spear intent surged as though he was an invincible spear himself. Certainly, he couldn't digest all the spear Tao essence in a short time, but as long as he could assimilate it into his body, he believed that he could still improve his comprehension of the spear Tao by another 2 levels, which would mean that it would be his second most powerful grand Tao after the Tao of space. He had refined half of Lin Lang Palace and snatched all the spear Tao essence in this universe cave heaven. Although he was forcefully brought to this place, he had gained immense benefits in the end. After what he had done, Yang Kai knew that he couldn't stay here any longer. Certainly, he wouldn't wait for Xiao Lin Lang to return and settle the score with him. Lin Lang Palace couldn't be taken away. In truth, he could forcefully bring it with him, but by doing so it would cause the universe cave heaven to collapse. While those living inside this place would end up in a miserable state, Xiao Lin Lang would also be determined to kill him. As space principles undulated, Yang Kai disappeared from the spot the next moment. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the portal where he previously passed through to enter this place. Xiao Lin Lang's aura also disappeared in this place when she left some time ago. Initially, Yang Kai thought that given his master of the Tao of space, it wouldn't be hard for him to open the portal even though he would need to spend some effort. However, upon arriving at this place, he was shocked to realize that there were no traces of a portal here at all. After searching around for half a day, he still couldn't find it. This caused Yang Kai to frown, but a thought flashed through his mind the next moment. As the half-owner of Lin Lang Palace, he could connect to the entire universe cave heaven and look for the portal. It wouldn't be easy if Xiao Lin Lang was here, but since she wasn't around, he could basically do whatever he wanted. Soon Yang Kai discovered something. His eyes widened in amazement because not only was the portal hidden, but it also kept moving to new spots as time passed. It was then he realized the reason he couldn't find the portal was that it was on the move. He had wasted half a day as he thought that the portal was still in its original spot. Since he had found the portal, he instantly activated his space principles in an attempt to forcefully open it. Half a day later, he wore a livid expression. The portal had been sealed off by Xiao Lin Lang as it was now connected to the entire universe cave heaven. Unless he possessed a power that surpassed the heritage in this place, he could never force it open. Basically, she wouldn't allow him to leave. It was no wonder that despite knowing that Yang Kai was an expert in the Tao of space, she still left the place without worries. It was apparent that she knew he couldn't break open the portal. Although he was a half-owner of this place, his foundation was still weak. On the other hand, Xiao Lin Lang had been managing this place for a long time, so it wasn't surprising that she had left behind some tricks. After a moment of silence, Yang Kai turned around and returned to Lin Lang Palace. Since she wouldn't allow him to leave, he would just stay here then. Previously, he was a captive who was powerless to go against Xiao Lin Lang. However, now, he already had the capital to challenge the Seventh Order woman. In fact, he was not afraid of her return. The reason he wanted to leave was that he didn't want to get into a pointless fight with her. He moved around by using space principles, so Qin Fen and the others, who had been waiting outside of Lin Lang Palace, were not aware he had even left. In the days that followed, Yang Kai stayed inside Lin Lang Palace to cultivate while trying to assimilate the spear Tao essence into his body. Half a month later, he suddenly opened his eyes and appeared on the roof of the palace before looking up. Half a month wasn't enough for him to fully absorb all the Tao essence, but he was now only one step away from the 6th level in his spear Tao. A ray of light was approaching from the distance. Before she even arrived, she already noticed the transformation this place had gone through. Her grim gaze penetrated the void and clashed with that of Yang Kai as her murderous intent surged. In response, Yang Kai flashed a smile at her. After the curvy figure landed outside Lin Lang Palace, Qin Fen and the others, who looked like young kids who had been bullied while the adults were not around, wailed, "Palace Master!" Xiao Lin Lang sported a calm expression and looked up at Yang Kai, who was standing on the palace roof. Beneath her calmness was a volcano of fury that was about to burst. a guilty chieftain said. Palace Master, I'm sorry for disappointing you. Yang Kai barged into Lin Lang Palace and snatched the array jade. He then occupied the palace and forcefully absorbed the spear Dao essence. I'm so sorry! Xiao Lin Lang gently waved her hand without saying a word. Seeing that, Qin Fan felt even more guilty. Standing on the roof, Yang Kai extended his hand with a smile. The next moment, Xiao Lin Lang landed on a spot that was 10 meters beside Yang Kai and stood alongside him. She then snorted. It seems that I've underestimated you. The view here is magnificent, Yang Kai replied, but it had nothing to do with what she had said. Did you hide your true strength previously? Xiao Lin Lang turned to look at him. Although her figure was shorter than Yang Kai's, her gaze was condescending. As a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, she had the right to be haughty. Yang Kai said with a smile. I've never had a chance to show my true strength, so I don't think it could be considered that I've hidden anything. The world spring started settling down in his small universe when Xiao Lin Lang captured him. Since his small universe had been suppressed by it, he was unable to fully use his power. Why did you not run away after doing so many terrible things? Are you waiting for death here? Xiao Lin Lang looked mockingly at him. She then derided him by saying, Oh, I've forgotten that even though you're adept at the Tao of space, you couldn't leave this place without my permission. Like a wise old man, Yang Kai snuck his hands into his sleeves and said sincerely, That's why I've been waiting here to have a discussion with you. Go on. Open the portal and let me leave. After that, we'll have nothing to do with each other anymore. Xiao Lin Lang examined him for a moment before saying, I'll just regard it as you spouting nonsense. She extended her hand. Pass the array jade to me, and I can pretend that nothing has happened. I'll still wait for you to ascend to the 7th Order. Otherwise, I'll kill you even though I might lose the world spring. After your death, the Tao essence you've stolen will return to this place, and even your own Tao essence will stay. In that case, we haven't actually suffered any loss. Yang Kai sighed. When one's strength is weak, their words carry no weight. Martial Peak, Chapter 4662, Pear Flower. Xiao Lin Lang sneered. Do you think you have the capital to haggle with me now? With a frown, Yang Kai gave it a thought for a moment before saying calmly, Don't I? Xiao Lin Lang roared. Brat, don't go too far. My patience is limited. You won't gain anything by offending me. Following a sigh, Yang Kai said, It seems that we have no choice but to fight. He then extended his hand and summoned his spear before pointing it at her. Come on, Grandma! Grandma? Xiao Lin Lang, who had the appearance of a beautiful young woman, felt humiliated as her facial features contorted. Qin Fan and the others, who were waiting outside of Lin Lang Palace, were instantly drenched in cold sweat. The next instant, an intense battle began. Xiao Lin Lang forcefully pushed out her palm towards Yang Kai, who was just 10 meters away. The world force of a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master surged from her petite palm like a tsunami. There was no holding back of her power, as she was seemingly infuriated by what Yang Kai called her. An unperturbed Yang Kai parried the attack with his spear. As their world forces clashed, the air blast turned into a ripple and spread out. Azure Dragon's spear became bent, as though it would break at any moment. Faced with the overwhelming power, Yang Kai made use of the force to fly backwards and open some distance. However, Xiao Lin Lang's attacks were continuous as she landed strikes on him like a storm. Yang Kai kept moving backwards, as though he was powerless to counterattack. 3 breaths later, he was already several 100,000 kilometers away. He couldn't move backwards any longer since there was a mountain behind him. Upon impact, he flew away like a sack and smashed into the mountain. The mountain collapsed and engulfed Yang Kai in it. As the dust rose, Xiao Lin Lang hovered in midair as she looked down in a condescending manner. A moment later, Yang Kai shot out of the rubble. Although he appeared a little battered as blood leaked from his mouth, his aura remained stable. He jabbed his spear into the ground and let out a breath before remarking, The 4 universe pillars live up to their reputation. If he had to directly deal with the ferocious attacks from a 7th-order open heaven realm master before fully refining the world spring, his small universe would have descended into chaos by now. When he fought against Quan Hui previously, he was constantly at a disadvantage and restricted in many ways, mainly due to the instability in his small universe. However, with the presence of the world spring, his small universe remained stable regardless of how powerful Xia Linlang's strikes were. It didn't even shake a little. The presence of the world spring was like sturdy armor covering his small universe. Even when Yang Kai was faced with an opponent with a stronger heritage, he wouldn't be at a disadvantage. Certainly, if the opponent was powerful enough to break that armor, the world spring wouldn't be able to ensure the stability of his small universe any longer. Although Xia Linlang was a 7th-order open heaven realm master though, she didn't have the power to shatter the world spring's protection. It could be said that with the world spring in possession, Yang Kai had reached greater heights in his combat strength, as he now had the capital to battle against opponents that were in higher orders than him. Is that the reason you're so confident? Xia Linlang looked impassively at him. If you think there's nothing I can do just because you have the world spring, you're wrong. Even though he had an impeccable defense, he wouldn't be able to defeat the other party without the power to fight back. Yang Kai wiped away the blood from his mouth and put on a grin. Even though the world spring is amazing, it's just an external aid. If my confidence hinged on any mere tools, I wouldn't have survived till this day. A frown appeared on Xia Linlang's face as she finally saw the boy in front of her in a different light. Yang Kai raised his spear and got ready before speaking, shouting, "Pear flower!" In an instant, Xia Linlang was alarmed because the moment Yang Kai lifted his spear, the entire universe cave heaven seemed to resonate with him. Looking up, she realized that Yang Kai's figure seemed to have turned into a razor-sharp spear. As the half-owner of this universe cave heaven, Xia Linlang snorted while trying to suppress the world's resonance with him. Yang Kai smiled. Both of us are half-owners of this place. However, it seems that this world favors me. There was a grim expression on Xia Linlang's face as she realized that she was unable to suppress the resonance. It wasn't that she, as a half-owner, was inferior to Yang Kai in terms of control. In fact, they were equally matched when it came to their ability to manipulate the universe cave heaven. Therefore, she had never thought about making use of the universe cave heaven's power to deal with him, nor did Yang Kai have this plan, for it was pointless to do that. By doing so they would only deplete the heritage of this universe cave heaven. They were indeed equal when it came to their control over this world, but there was no doubt that this world favored the outsider Yang Kai instead of Xia Linlang, who had been living in this place for a long time. That was because Yang Kai had absorbed all the Spear Dao essence in this place, so he could be considered a successor to the inheritance of its original owner. With a solemn expression, Yang Kai declared, "The title of this universe cave heaven's original owner was Pear Flower Divine Monarch, and that palace's true name is Pear Flower Palace, not Linlang Palace." Xia Linlang snapped. "I can call it whatever I want." "It's none of your business," Yang Kai replied dispassionately. "It was none of my business in the past. However, since I've obtained Senior Pear Flower's inheritance, I have a duty to make things right." He then pointed his spear at her and drew a deep breath. With the resonance of this world, his aura surged massively. "My name is Yang Kai, and I'm eternally grateful for your inheritance, Divine Monarch. Today, I borrow your power, so I do not disappoint your expectations." As he gently pushed out his azure dragon spear, Yang Kai roared once again, "Pear flower!" At that instant, all the pear trees in this world seemed to have blossomed. The shadows of his spear filled the entire world and engulfed Xia Linlang. With the help of the world's power, his strike was horrifyingly strong while world force gushed from his own small universe like a raging tide. As he made a move, the grand hall of the place named Linlang Palace by Xia Linlang, which was supposed to be Pear Flower Palace, radiated a dazzling glow as spear intent filled the world. Qin Fen and the other open heaven realm masters, who were experts in the Spear Dao, were dumbstruck as they looked at the sky of pear flower blossoms. Their eyes were filled with amazement as it was the most beautiful sight they had ever seen. A moment seemed to have passed, but it was also as if 10 million years had gone by. When the spear's shadows dissipated, Xiao Lin Lang's figure appeared battered. Presently, her face was slightly pale. There were some cuts on her clothes, and her hair was a mess. Her twin peaks heaved as she glowered at Yang Kai. While she clenched her teeth, blood streamed out from the corner of her mouth. Yang Kai put on a grin. "I can do this 3 more times." Xiao Lin Lang's face twitched. The attack with the help of Pear Flower Cave Heaven's power was equivalent to the all-out attack of a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. The fact that she could parry it showed that she was truly powerful. Although she wasn't severely wounded, she wasn't completely fine either. She would be badly injured if she had to deal with the same kind of attack 3 more times. Certainly, Yang Kai would also end up in a horrible state by then, but it wasn't worth it for her. At that instant, she was in a dilemma. She was reluctant to let Yang Kai go, but if she made him stay, one of them would have to die today. "What do you say?" Yang Kai demanded, as he didn't intend to give her time to ponder the issue. "Do you want to engage in a life-and-death battle with me? Or do you want both of us to live? The choice is yours." He wisely stopped mocking her as a grandma lest the situation be exacerbated. Seeing that she remained silent, Yang Kai went on to say, "I definitely cannot defeat you, and I might even lose my life here. However, before that happens, half of Pear Flower Cave Heaven will be destroyed, which will be an immense loss for you. If you let me go now, we'll be even. We might even have a chat over a cup of wine when we meet again in the future." A myriad of expressions came over Xiao Lin Lang while Yang Kai stopped urging her, as he fell silent. A moment later, her expression turned milder. She took a deep breath and said, "You can leave, but you have to return the jade to me." Upon hearing that, Yang Kai nodded with ecstasy. "Good. However, you'll have to see me off." Xiao Lin Lang shot him a glare and dashed into the sky. After putting away his azure dragon spear, Yang Kai placed his hands behind his back and calmly followed her. He seemed to have put down his guard, though nothing could be further from the truth. A moment later, they arrived somewhere in the sky, then Xiao Lin Lang turned around to look at him. Yang Kai said, "Since you've decided to let me go, you should stop being doubtful. After I leave, it's pointless for me to keep the jade, and I'll only offend you by doing so. Don't worry. After you open the portal, I'll leave the jade here and go. Don't try to pull any trick on me," Xiao Lin Lang warned. "I've always been a man of my word." Yang Kai appeared solemn. It was only then that Xiao Lin Lang performed the hand seal. A moment later, a portal appeared in the void. Yang Kai used his divine sense, and upon detecting the aura of another world from the other side of the portal, he set his mind at ease. He fished out the jade and showed it to Xiao Lin Lang before flicking it towards her. At the same time, he plunged into the portal without hesitation. Xiao Lin Lang took the jade and didn't seem to have the intention of stopping him. Nevertheless, just as Yang Kai slipped through the portal, she curved her lips into a sneer. After Yang Kai was gone, she scoffed. "You think you're so smart? You've fallen for my trick in the end." Yang Kai arrived at a place where the mountains were covered with trees. While the exotic beasts galloped forward on the ground, the sky was filled with birds. A dumbfounded Yang Kai gazed at the sight before his eyes as a myriad of expressions came over him. A while later he looked up and sighed. "I suppose what goes around comes around." He had fallen into that woman's trap. Xiao Lin Lang had opened up a portal for him earlier. After passing through it, he arrived at this strange place instead of returning to the outside world. He was certain that he was either in Pear Flower Cave Heaven nor the Shattered Heaven. Just then, Xiao Lin Lang abruptly appeared like a ghost as she shot Yang Kai a glance. With a mocking smile, she said, "Isn't this the young man who has almost turned my backyard upside down? What a coincidence. I never expected that we'd meet again so soon." Presently, her skin was glowing without any signs of the paleness it had earlier. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4663, See a visitor off, force a guest to stay. It was apparent that Yang Kai's Pear Flower divine ability hadn't caused any real damage to Xiao Lin Lang, but she acted as if she was badly injured, which went to show how scheming she was. "Hey Grandma, what is this? Don't you know it's inappropriate to see a visitor off only to force them to stay as a guest?" Xiao Lin Lang batted her lashes and just replied lightly. "It's expected that women are erratic creatures. Didn't your mother ever teach you that?" At that moment, Yang Kai was lost for words. After a moment of silence, he said, "If I'm not mistaken, this should be the world in that picture scroll." A calm and collected Xiao Lin Lang gazed at him. "How are you still in the mood to ask me about such frivolous things even facing your imminent death?" It was as though Yang Kai was speaking to himself as he said, "The portal of Pear Flower Cave Heaven was that picture scroll. I already realized that the picture scroll was extraordinary when I first saw it, but now it seems that the picture scroll wasn't just a powerful artifact, but a self-contained world of its own. You acted reluctant to let me go, but you actually used a trick on me to let me jump into a more suited cage than the last one." At this point, Yang Kai muttered in annoyance, "It seems that before your return, even if I was able to force open the portal of Pear Flower Cave Heaven, I would still plunge into this place and become trapped." Xiao Lin Lang gazed at him in an innocuous manner. "So what if you've figured it out? There's no pill in the world for regret. If there was one, I wouldn't mind buying a few thousand of them and letting you have a taste." Yang Kai pressed his hand against his chest. "It feels terrible." With her lips covered, Xiao Lin Lang giggled. "Oh really? I'm very pleased actually." A vexed Yang Kai stared at her and said, "I've treated you with sincerity, but you've gone back on your word instead. That's not righteous at all." Xiao Lin Lang couldn't help but roll her eyes. "What a thick-skinned man! Since you have no more worries, are you ready to make a move now?" Yang Kai gazed at her. Dispassionately, Xiao Lin Lang replied, "I'll never be at ease as long as someone who doesn't know his place like you is still alive. Although the world spring is precious, I don't have the patience to wait for you to make it to the 7th order. Let's just see how lucky I am. If I'm lucky, the world spring might survive after your death. If I'm not, I'll just watch as the world spring goes with you to the Yellow Springs. As a 6th order open heaven realm master, you shouldn't have any regrets since you have such an honor." Yang Kai nodded gently. "You're right. Do you have any last words?" Xiao Lin Lang gaped at him. "There's no need for that." Yang Kai shook his head. Xiao Lin Lang stared fixedly at him. The next moment, she appeared in front of him and pushed out her palm before cursing. "You can die now, then!" Instantaneously, Yang Kai parried the attack with his fist. Following a loud boom, the ground shook violently. A crack appeared beneath Yang Kai as his feet sank into the ground. Without giving him a chance to take a breath, Xiao Lin Lang pushed out her palm again at the speed of lightning. If Yang Kai hadn't personally experienced it, he wouldn't have believed that such a petite woman could unleash such violent attacks. The last time he came across such a situation was when he met Xu Qing, who was from the Dragon Clan, for the first time. Her attacks landed on Yang Kai like a torrent, and 10 strikes later, half of Yang Kai's figure was beneath the ground. "How is a 6th order open heaven realm master like you supposed to fight me without the help of Pear Flower Cave Heaven's power? Regardless of how amazing the world spring is, it can't make up for the gap between us." Xiao Lin Lang snorted while her attacks never stopped. Previously, since Yang Kai had obtained the inheritance of Pear Flower Divine Monarch, he was able to make use of Pear Flower Cave Heaven's power. If they got into an intense battle in Pear Flower Cave Heaven, the place would suffer an immense loss. That was the reason Xiao Lin Lang tricked him into entering the world in the picture scroll instead. The picture scroll outside of Pear Flower Cave Heaven not only served as a portal and a layer of defense, but it was also a cage. Now, Yang Kai was trapped inside this cage, and unless he killed Xiao Lin Lang, he would never be able to get out of it. As Xiao Lin Lang spoke, she attempted to sweep her leg across the man's head. Yang Kai raised his hand to block, but as he was faced with the violent force, he was sent flying away like a carrot that had been plucked out of the ground. While in midair, he sprayed out a mouthful of blood. Although the world spring was able to stabilize his small universe and prevent it from falling into chaos, the attacks from a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master could not be underestimated. After getting struck so many times, Yang Kai was naturally injured. He managed to stabilize himself in midair with difficulty, and wiped the blood from his mouth. As he gazed at the grim-looking Xia Lin Lang, he put on a grin and taunted. "An old bat like you is indeed quite powerful." An incensed Xia Lin Lang snarled. "I'll tear your mouth off." The moment she finished saying the last word, Yang Kai was sent flying away again as though he had been struck by lightning. Although he was in a defensive pose, there was a huge gap between their strengths, so he was unable to disperse her raging attacks. The ground shook and the sky paled. The mountains in the picture scroll crumbled and fell. It was as though the entire world had been turned upside down. Xia Lin Lang didn't hold back at all, leading Yang Kai to be struck like a sandbag, powerless to counterattack. If he hadn't refined the world spring, his small universe would have come apart already. If it weren't because his half-dragon form physique was so sturdy, he wouldn't have persevered. On the other hand, Xia Lin Lang became increasingly unsettled as time passed, for she had a feeling that Yang Kai had some kind of secret plot. After all, he hadn't summoned his spear even up until this moment, and had simply been facing her with his body. However, she felt that Yang Kai wouldn't be able to carry out any secret plot in this world in the picture scroll even if he had any. In this place, she was already invincible as a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Therefore, her doubts soon vanished into thin air as her attacks became even more rapid. With that said, she was amazed at the fact that a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master still hadn't lost his life following her barrage of blows. It was no wonder that after she left, he was able to occupy Lin Lang Palace and kick Qin Fen and the others out so easily. He was indeed significantly more powerful than an average 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. An incense stick later, Yang Kai appeared to be at an absolute disadvantage as he was completely powerless to fight back. In addition to many bruises on his face, his figure was covered in wounds and blood. He looked truly battered. Having lost her patience, Xia Lin Lang stared calmly at the staggering man who was standing not far away from her. A sense of hesitation flashed through her eyes, but it soon dissipated. As she performed a hand seal, she yelled, "I'll end it here!" As her hand seal was formed, her world force surged. She then pointed her finger at Yang Kai's forehead from a distance. Her attack would determine the life or death of this man. Her slender finger seemed to ignore the limits of space and gently landed on Yang Kai's forehead. As if struck by a mountain, he suddenly tipped his head back, but a grin appeared on his blood-covered face at that exact moment as he threw out his fist and bellowed, "Cow punch!" A violent force burst out from his figure. Following the trail of the aura he had spent so much effort chasing, Yang Kai crashed all the force he could muster into the woman's small universe. Xia Lin Lang's expression changed drastically. In an instant she felt the world around her spinning, and a thunderous noise rang out in her ears as her small universe was sent into turmoil. Before she could come to her senses, she saw a spear magnifying before her eyes through her blurred vision, a horrifying murderous intent swirling around its tip. The strength and resilience of a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master could not be underestimated though. At the critical moment, Xia Lin Lang forcefully drew upon her small universe's might and exerted more force with the finger that was on Yang Kai's forehead, knocking him away. Azure Dragon's spear jabbed almost a palm's length into her belly before it was forcefully drawn out, its blade covered in blood. Having just escaped from death's door, Xia Lin Lang rapidly withdrew 1,000 kilometers. Looking down, she realized that blood was streaming out of her belly and dyeing her clothes crimson. Her figure was close to being run through by the weapon just now. If she had suffered such an injury, while she wouldn't have lost her life given her 7th Order cultivation, it would still be considered a critical wound. What was more shocking for her was that there was a dark flame burning around her wound. The black flame was so ferocious that she could only suppress it, but not put it out immediately despite being a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Golden Crow's True Fire! Xia Lin Lang's pupils contracted as she instantly deduced the flame's origin. Golden Crow's True Fire was a high-rank fire element power. Since Yang Kai was able to use this power, it meant that he had refined it for himself. Xiao Lin Lang slowly made it to the 7th order from a lower realm, so she knew full well how hard it must have been to condense a high-rank element power. It was then she realized why Yang Kai was far stronger than cultivators in the same order. In this vast universe, those who could condense high-rank elements and make it to the open heaven realm were all famous figures. Could this guy really be a disciple from Bright King Cave Heaven? But I've never seen him use the immovable Bright King body before. However, just like what's described in the rumors, his physique is extremely robust. While the use of Golden Crow's true fire stunned Xiao Lin Lang, the transformation in her small universe was what really concerned her. At this moment, a force was weltering in her small universe, which made it impossible for her to circulate her strength smoothly. Before she could attempt to suppress it though, Yang Kai came at her with his spear. The mark of a finger on his glabella was conspicuous, and golden blood streamed out of the wound and slid down his face. An unperturbed Yang Kai put on a savage grin, which made his face look even more hideous. "Do you think I can only go against you using Senior's spear Dao? I, Yang Kai, have my own Daos. I'll let you know the consequences of angering me." The reason he held his fury in and never summoned his Azure Dragon Spear despite being wounded all over his face and body was that there was a huge gap between their base strengths. Even if he summoned Azure Dragon Spear, the outcome wouldn't change. However, it was different at this moment. Following his use of Cow Punch secret technique, the situation had been turned around. He now had the capital to oppose her. It had to be said that the aura of a 7th order was extremely difficult to trace. Since he comprehended his Cow Punch secret technique, Yang Kai had only used it to deal with 4 people. Senior Sister Jean was the first, but that was more like a friendly spar rather than a life-and-death battle, and it ended after Yang Kai succeeded. Tan Luo Xing was the second. As a 6th order blood slave, he barely had any sentience left to speak of, so after the trail of his aura was caught by Yang Kai, he was instantly killed. Blood Crow was the third, and he had indeed suffered a big setback because of Yang Kai. However, these 3 were all in the 6th order, while Xiao Lin Lang was in the 7th order. Yang Kai hadn't endured an incense stick's worth of attacks for no reason. As their world forces clashed and their auras entangled, he could finally find the chance to counterattack at the most critical moment. Unaware of Yang Kai's capabilities, Xiao Lin Lang almost had her figure penetrated by his spear. If she were a stronger 7th order open heaven realm master, Yang Kai might not have had the chance to use this secret technique, and he would have fallen into a state of complete powerlessness. Martial Peak, Chapter 4664, Mutual Loss. Yang Kai was playing with fire by enduring the bombardment of attacks for an entire incense stick of time. If he wasn't careful, he would have lost his life. However, if he hadn't done that, he couldn't have obtained the right to fight against Xiao Lin Lang, a 7th order open heaven realm master. As he wielded his Azure Dragon Spear, pear flowers seemed to blossom. Yang Kai had comprehended this divine ability after obtaining the inheritance of Pear Flower Divine Monarch, so it wasn't his own technique. If he were still in Pear Flower Cave Heaven, he could make use of the world's power, and to unleash a blow that was equivalent to a 7th order master's full-powered attack. However, since he had left Pear Flower Cave Heaven, the force of this attack had become less immense, though it was still fairly powerful. Xiao Lin Lang's figure was engulfed in countless spear shadows, but as her world force surged, the phantoms dissipated. With a solemn expression, Yang Kai roared, "Golden Crow casts the sun!" Senior Pear Flower's Dao didn't belong to him. However, the Golden Crow casts the sun did. As a golden crow was heard cawing, a great sun leaped into the sky and illuminated the entire world. Xiao Lin Lang's pupils contracted again as she exclaimed, "A divine manifestation!" Yang Kai guffawed. "You have pretty acute vision. It is indeed a divine manifestation." He then stuck his spear to the great sun and pushed it towards the woman. Xiao Lin Lang's gaze appeared conflicted. She was jealous and envious, but at the same time, she was unresigned and furious. Normally, divine manifestations were exclusive to high-rank masters. Only when a cultivator reached the high-rank open heaven realm could they stand a chance to comprehend their own divine manifestation. However, not every high-rank open heaven realm master had this opportunity. Although it had been a long time since Xiaolin Lang ascended to the 7th order, she still hadn't comprehended her own divine manifestation. There were many 7th order open heaven realm masters who remained hidden in the shattered heaven, but only 10% of them could use divine manifestations. Xiaolin Lang had never expected that one day she would come across a 6th order open heaven realm master who could cast a divine manifestation. At that instant, she felt as though she was dreaming. If this wasn't a dream, why would there be such a ridiculous thing in this world? However, the divine manifestation indeed showcased a high-rank power, so she could not underestimate it. The spear surged forward like a dragon while the great sun rapidly magnified before her eyes. Since her aura was still in chaos, there was no way she could dodge the attack. Left with no other option, Xiaolin Lang unleashed a great shout as the illusory phantom of her small universe flashed behind her back. Ignoring the turmoil in her small universe, she forcefully drew out her world force to meet the great sun head-on. As the moves met, the world fell silent. As the great sun exploded, the world in the picture scroll became blindingly bright. Yang Kai and Xiaolin Lang were both sent flying in opposite directions as they sprayed out mouthfuls of blood. While Yang Kai was soaked in blood, Xiaolin Lang's hair was a mess, and her clothes had become tattered. The chaos in her small universe had also been exacerbated. Before she could take a breather, she was suddenly engulfed in a great sense of danger, one even more intense than when Yang Kai used his divine manifestation just now. Upon stabilizing himself, Yang Kai pushed his power without reserve. A great sun leapt into the sky again, and following that, a cold moon rose into existence. The sun and the moon shone brightly together. As time principles and space principles intertwined, the space-time strength permeated the world. Sun and moon divine wheel. The great sun and moon circled one another in an endless cycle, rotating faster and faster. While carrying an amazing power, the two celestial bodies flew towards Xiaolin Lang, who was still dizzy from the last attack. Space was instantly frozen while time seemed to have stopped flowing. Xiaolin Lang had never come across such an abstruse divine ability. At that instant, she didn't know what to do. Despite that, she innately understood that one great force could suppress even 10 masters. While clenching her teeth, she suppressed the weltering vitality in her heart and madly activated her world force before meeting the rapidly rotating sun and moon head-on. As the surrounding space collapsed, Xiaolin Lang shot forward and landed a palm on Yang Kai's forehead. Yang Kai was sent flying away while gripping his spear. As blood spurted, both of them fell to the ground with a loud thud. While lying on the ground, Yang Kai panted heavily and widened his eyes, but his vision was all blurred. He could feel his aura weltering around his body, as though there were thousands of horses rampaging inside him and tearing his physique apart. He had previously endured Xiaolin Lang's attacks for an entire incense stick, and now he had cast 2 powerful attacks without taking the consumption of energy into consideration. After he was struck by the woman's full-force counterattack, he almost lost his life. At this moment, he didn't even have the strength to move a finger. Although he was badly injured, Xiaolin Lang wasn't in any better shape. She had sequentially been struck by Yang Kai's cow punch, then his golden crow cast the sun, then his sun and moon divine wheel. Despite being a 7th order open heaven realm master, she couldn't possibly keep fighting after suffering so many powerful blows. As he activated his divine sense, Yang Kai realized that the woman was indeed lying in a pit that was a few thousand meters away. She remained unmoving, and her aura was weak. The fierce battle turned out to be a mutual loss. No one would have believed it if they were told. Although there was only a difference of 1 order, a 7th order master should easily be able to defeat 10 6th order masters, so how did Xiaolin Lang end up in such a state? However, that was indeed what had happened. Presently Xiaolin Lang, who was lying in the pit, appeared extremely embarrassed. Her clothes were all tattered, which revealed her underwear. If anyone saw her without knowing what had happened, they would have thought that she had been molested and then thrown away by Yang Kai. On the other hand, she had never expected she could be horribly injured by a sixth-order open heaven realm master one day. She felt so humiliated that she was on the brink of bursting into tears. While clenching her teeth, she managed to spit vehemently. "Just you wait. I'll definitely rip your corpse into 10,000 pieces." Despite her hushed voice, she knew that Yang Kai could hear her. As expected, Yang Kai was then heard snorting. "How do you have the nerve to utter threats now? Neither of us can move, so whoever can recover first will be the winner. Although my cultivation is lower than yours, I have full confidence in my recovery abilities." His confidence came from his half-dragon physique and his wood element power condensed from the immortal tree. Therefore, even though she was one order higher than him, Yang Kai believed that there was no way Xiao Lin Lang could recover before he did. While he was lucky enough to have pushed Xiao Lin Lang over the edge, it was also thanks to his well-thought-out plan. If his cow punch secret technique hadn't been effective, the subsequent sequence of events wouldn't have happened. The turmoil in her small universe gave Yang Kai a chance to hit her with his two trump cards. Otherwise, regardless of how powerful Golden Crow casts the Sun and Moon Divine Will were, a seventh-order open heaven realm master could have resolved his attacks. That was what had happened when he fought against Zuquan Hui. Yang Kai had gotten into several intense battles with Zuquan Hui, but other than the final conflict, which he was lucky enough to have killed him in, Yang Kai was essentially always at a disadvantage. Since he had come to a draw with Xiao Lin Lang, it went to show that his power had increased significantly during this period of time. "How could you oppress a weak woman like me? Are you even a man?" Xiao Lin Lang snapped. Yang Kai sneered. "You're just an old witch. I suppose you hadn't expected this to happen when you oppressed me just because you thought yourself stronger." Xiao Lin Lang was enraged. Perhaps she had rarely argued with anyone, so her vocabulary was rather limited when it came to such a situation, so she just continued snapping. "Damned brat!" Yang Kai retaliated. "Old witch! Smelly man! Hag!" Instead of trying to recuperate, the two of them bickered with each other while lying on the ground. Although they cursed one another, there was no doubt that Yang Kai's calm and collected demeanor had put him in an advantageous position. In just a while, Xiao Lin Lang was so exasperated that she started spraying out a mouthful of blood as her twin peaks heaved. After suffering a small loss, she stopped humiliating herself, as she decided to keep her mouth shut and let Yang Kai's words roll off her back. Yang Kai guffawed in a smug manner, as though he had won another battle. 1 hour later, he suddenly let out a long breath. "We could have parted ways and lived our lives in peace, but you insisted on choosing death instead." Upon finishing his words, he slowly got to his feet and stumbled forward with his azure dragon spear in hand. Although his aura was still weak and unstable, he had restored some of his energy. Despite sensing his movements, Xiao Lin Lang remained unmoving. Yang Kai walked down the pit and stood beside her. Looking down, he asked calmly, "Do you have any last words?" Xiao Lin Lang glared at him, as though she was trying to cut him in half with her gaze. Yang Kai went on to say, "All right, stop pretending. You're a seventh-order open heaven realm master after all. Although you couldn't possibly have restored a lot of your strength in such a short time, I doubt you'd just lie there waiting for death. Since both of us can still make the last move, fate will decide which one of us will have the last laugh." Xiao Lin Lang decided to ignore him and closed her eyes. On the other hand, Yang Kai sported a solemn expression. He wouldn't dare to make a rash move upon seeing her reaction. Just like he had said, both of them had restored a bit of their strength and apparently, she was saving hers to react accordingly. There was only a slim chance of success if he acted hastily now. All of a sudden, Xiao Lin Lang opened her eyes and roared, "I'll dig your eyes out if you keep ogling me." Yang Kai was torn between tears and laughter. "It's not that I want to take advantage of you when you're in such a state, it's just that your clothes are a complete mess and you don't want to get changed. I'm just considering which part of your body to stab my spear into." He paused for a moment, then asked, "Why don't you change into new clothes? You'll look more decent when you die." It wasn't certain what was on Xiao Lin Lang's mind, but she really followed Yang Kai's advice. After sitting up, she fished out new clothes from her space ring and directly put them on. It was apparently a defensive artifact instead of ordinary clothes. Yang Kai didn't stop her. After putting on her clothes, Xiao Lin Lang lay on the ground again and placed her hands on her belly. She was as silent as a corpse. Yang Kai's brow twitched. Just what do you want? Xiao Lin Lang opened her eyes and shot him a faint glance. I'm not going to make a move. I enjoy watching you act all anxious. Yang Kai snapped. I'll make a move then if you're not going to. You can give it a try. Let's see which one of us dies in the end. Do you think I don't dare to? Yang Kai was completely incensed. Do it then. What are you waiting for? While Yang Kai's face twitched, the veins on his forehead also throbbed. Just when he was considering whether he should push out his spear without worrying about the consequences, events took a turn. The world in the picture scroll shook while the sky paled. Yang Kai subconsciously thought that the woman was trying to launch a sneak attack on him, so he instantly moved backwards about 100 meters. While lifting his spear defensively, he went on full alert. On the other hand, Xiao Lin Lang rapidly got to her feet and shot the man a glance before sneering. I thought you were a bold man, but it turns out you're just a coward. She then looked up at the sky with a frown. Yang Kai also came to his senses as he realized that the turmoil wasn't the woman's doing. Instead, it came from the outside world. As he recalled that they were in the world in the picture scroll, which was also a portal that led to Pear Flower Cave Heaven, Yang Kai arched his brow and asked, Someone is attacking the portal, right? Marshall Peak, Chapter 4665, Grasshoppers on the Same Rope. It was because some other group was attacking the portal from outside that the world in the picture scroll was in turmoil, and judging from the violent movements, Yang Kai believed that the attackers were fairly powerful. With that said, Xiao Lin Lang, a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, was in charge of Pear Flower Cave Heaven. The attackers wouldn't have made a scene if they didn't have confidence. Taking pleasure in her misfortune, Yang Kai guffawed. It seems that retribution has come for you. He was still disgruntled about this woman tricking him, so he was more than happy to see her suffer. Xiao Lin Lang coldly retorted. What are you so pleased about? If they manage to shatter the portal, you'll be the first to suffer, not me. Yang Kai's laughter abruptly caught in his throat as he came to his senses. They're here for me? What do you count for? Xiao Lin Lang sneered. They're after the world's spring. It's them? Yang Kai finally figured out who the attackers were, as there were only a small number of people who were aware of the world's spring's existence. Certainly, the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters who attempted to hack each other to death in the now-shattered universe Cave Heaven knew about it though. After Xiao Lin Lang captured Yang Kai, she was intercepted by an old woman. Xiao Lin Lang followed up. They must have tailed me while I was outside some time ago. That's why the location of this place has been exposed, otherwise they couldn't have found this place so soon. Yang Kai snapped. Why were you so careless? Xiao Lin Lang sneered. Didn't you say I deserve retribution? Why are you so anxious? At that instant, Yang Kai was lost for words. If this matter had nothing to do with him, he could have sat on the mountaintop and watched the tigers fight. However, since he was their primary target, it was expected that he was anxious. Although he wasn't certain whether Xiao Lin Lang was lying, he believed that this woman had no reason to mess with him at this point. A myriad of expressions came over him. While staring at him, Xiao Lin Lang suddenly put on a smile. Why don't I open the portal and let you flee? You're an expert in the Tao of space anyway. If you want to flee, those people might not be able to capture you even though they're in the high-rank Open Heaven realm. Yang Kai snarled. Do you think I can flee from multiple high-rank masters when I'm in such a state? What does that have to do with me? Xiao Lin Lang smiled elegantly. Yang Kai was so vexed that he had the urge to kill this woman with his spear right here and now. Just now, he was all ready to watch a good show, but it turned out that he was the one featured in the show instead. Life was truly unpredictable. All of a sudden, Yang Kai fury all faded and he put on a smile. Good, let's do that. After you open the portal, I won't flee since there's no chance of success. There's only one world spring, and those people are obviously not united. Once they're inside, they'll certainly backstab one another. When they start fighting, I'll seize the chance to escape. Moreover, they won't really kill me. Just like you, they'll probably try to make me ascend to the Seventh Order before snatching the world's spring. No matter the outcome, I won't die. While staring at her with a grim expression, he went on to say, On the other hand, your aura is weak and you're clearly injured. I bet those people will take the chance to kill you. All of you have been hiding in the shattered heaven for many years, so some grudges must have formed between you. I believe that the old woman we came across some time ago wouldn't miss the chance to deal a fatal blow to you. Xiao Lin Lang snorted. Do you think they're as easygoing as I am? Do you think they're as patient as I am? There's only one world spring. If none of them can get it, they'll not let it fall into other people's hands. You won't have a chance to survive then. Don't worry, no one will help bury your corpse after you die. Yang Kai waved his hand. Good, neither of us is young and ignorant anymore, so let's stop trying to frighten each other. Are you calling me old? Xiao Lin Lang rolled her eyes, then tucked her hair behind her ear and straightened her back. I'm in my prime years. Yang Kai pursed his lips. In any case, we're now grasshoppers on the same rope, so our fates are tied to one another. After a moment of silence, Xiao Lin Lang nodded. You've finally said something sensible after such a long time. Unwilling to argue with her over this, Yang Kai said, How many high-rank masters are there? Although he was now a half-owner of Pear Flower Cave Heaven, the world in the picture scroll had nothing to do with him. Only Xiao Lin Lang was aware of what was going on in the outside world. There are 4 of them, she replied. You've met them all before. It was just what Yang Kai had expected. While he was outside of the Universe Cave Heaven back then, other than Xiao Lin Lang, he had also come across an old woman with gray hair, a middle-aged man, a woman, and a young boy with a ponytail. The 5 of them all charged into that Universe Cave Heaven and got into a fight, which was why the place fell apart. How powerful are they compared to you? We're equally matched. There's not much difference between us, really. In the 7th Order, none of us are at the top nor at the bottom. Xiao Lin Lang laughed at herself a bit self-deprecatingly. After giving it a thought, Yang Kai asked, If you open the portal now, how likely, do you think, are we to successfully flee while they're off guard? Xiao Lin Lang gazed at him with a weird look. I should be asking you this question instead. Aren't you supposed to be adept at fleeing since you've mastered the Tao of Space? Yang Kai shook his head. It would be possible if I was at full strength. However, given the state I'm in, there's no chance of success. Moreover, since they're aware of my capabilities, they might have made some preparations already. Xiao Lin Lang sighed. This portal can't persist for long. This place was already damaged after our fight earlier. Now that they're bombarding it with their full strength, it'll only take them half a day to break open the portal. As they spoke, the turmoil in the world in the picture scroll intensified like a rising tide. Xiao Lin Lang immediately made a decision. Come with me. Without hesitation, Yang Kai nodded his head. Xiao Lin Lang performed a hand seal and pointed forward. A ripple spread across the void and revealed a portal that led back to Pear Flower Cave Heaven. Following that, the 2 of them passed through the portal. They were initially at each other's throats, and were trying to kill one another, but at this moment, they were forced to become allies, which was quite ironic. However, Yang Kai needed to rely on her 7th Order strength while Xiao Lin Lang had to make use of his mastery of the Tao of Space. Moreover, Yang Kai had showcased incredible power during their battle. By joining forces with him, she would stand a greater chance of survival. Both of them were sensible people. They knew that this kind of temporary union would only bring them benefits, which was why they stopped trying to hack each other to death. Nevertheless, after they escaped this calamity, it didn't mean they wouldn't resume their life-and-death struggle. Upon returning to Pear Flower Cave Heaven, they directly appeared in front of Pear Flower Palace. When Qin Fen and the others, who had been waiting in this place, saw the 2 of them, they quickly flew over. Upon seeing Xiao Lin Lang was battered and her clothes were soaked in blood, they were shocked and glowered at Yang Kai. Yang Kai ignored them. Xiao Lin Lang turned to look at him. The portal on the outside is an artifact, so after they shatter it, they still can't enter this place. They'll also have to break the world barrier here. It will only take them 10 days to half a month to do that. Yang Kai nodded gently. We'll have ample time to restore our strength then. By the time they barge in, we'll be able to deal with them since we're the co-owners of this place. Xiao Lin Lang slowly shook her head. I won't fight with them here. Yang Kai frowned. Why? By fighting against their enemies in Pear Flower Cave Heaven, both of them would have an advantage. After all, they were the co-owners of this place, so they could make use of the world force of this universe Cave Heaven. Xiao Lin Lang explained. More than 10 million people are living here. If we engage in a battle here, regardless of whether we win or lose, this place will be severely damaged. By then, countless people will lose their lives. Therefore, the moment they shatter the world barrier, we'll have to break through the siege. Whether we survive or not will be left up to the heavens then. Yang Kai gazed at her with a shocked expression. In a dispassionate tone, Xiao Lin Lang asked, What's wrong? Do you think I'm too soft-hearted? Fine, I'm indeed such a person. If you don't agree with my decision, you can leave now. I won't stop you. Yang Kai shook his head. That's not what I meant. I was just surprised. He had never expected that this woman would be concerned about the life or death of the millions of residents of Pear Flower Cave Heaven. She was even willing to give up a strategic advantage in a life-and-death fight against her enemies to preserve this place. It had to be noted that this decision was unwise. Anyone who had weighed the pros and cons of this matter wouldn't have made such a decision. All of a sudden, Yang Kai found this woman to be less despicable. Xiao Lin Lang frowned. Why are you looking at me like this? Do you think I'm showing too much womanly compassion just because I'm concerned about the people living in this place? Yang Kai grinned. It is said that we may know a person for a long time without understanding their true nature. Moreover, I'm not familiar with you, so I don't know what kind of a person you really are. However, it's clearly not a bad thing that the people here are ruled over by someone like you, who is concerned about their safety. Xiao Lin Lang snorted. Yang Kai went on to say, If you trust me, I have a way to solve this problem. A doubtful Xiao Lin Lang stared at him. What's your solution? With a smile, Yang Kai shook his head. You'll find out soon enough. But before that, I need the array jade of the Pear Flower Palace. As he spoke, he extended his hand. Xiao Lin Lang furrowed her brows, but she didn't hesitate for long. She soon passed back the array jade she had retrieved from him some time ago. Thanks. Yang Kai put on a smile. I'll go somewhere to restore my energy now, and you should do the same. We'll have a tough battle soon. He then disappeared into the distance. Qin Fen and the others were dumbfounded. They initially thought that their palace master had captured Yang Kai, but they soon realized it wasn't the case upon hearing their conversation. Something serious seemed to have happened while the two of them were not around. What's going on, Palace Master? Qin Fen gazed doubtfully at her. Xiao Lin Lang replied, I was tailed while I was outside some time ago, so the location of this place has been exposed. Some powerful cultivators are trying to invade now. I need to recuperate immediately. You all should enter Lin Lang Palace and prepare yourselves. Yes. Qin Fen and the others replied respectfully. Martial Peak, Chapter 4666, Going All Out. Yang Kai hadn't suffered serious injuries in the battle against Xiao Lin Lang. He was just exhausted, so it only took him a few days before he managed to restore most of his energy. During this period of time, some tremors could be felt taking place in Pear Flower Cave Heaven. It was apparent that the high-rank masters had shattered the portal of the picture scroll, and they were now trying to break through the world barrier of this place. Once they formed a crack, they could pass through it and invade. Since 4 high-rank masters had joined forces, it was a force to be reckoned with. Even though Yang Kai and Xiao Lin Lang had decided to work together, they couldn't possibly defeat these 4. Xiao Lin Lang was concerned about the millions of lives in Pear Flower Cave Heaven, so she wasn't willing to start a fight in this place. Therefore, Yang Kai had to come up with a solution to free her of this concern so that they could make use of Pear Flower Cave Heaven's power to confront their enemies. Apparently, Xiao Lin Lang didn't intend to keep the millions of lives inside her small universe even though she was able to do so. The small universe of a 7th-order open heaven realm master had materialized, so it could easily accommodate millions of ordinary lives. Furthermore, by raising living beings in one small universe, one could strengthen their heritage as living beings would nourish the world and generate world force all on their own. As time passed, it could save a cultivator much time and effort. However, if Xiao Lin Lang really did that, it would be a disaster for those living here. Once she got into a fight with powerful enemies, most of those living here would be killed as a result of the turmoil in her small universe. Yang Kai initially intended to put all those living in Pear Flower Cave Heaven inside his small universe. Although he was just a 6th-order open heaven realm master, his small universe had the protection of the world spring. Therefore, the living beings in his small universe would not be harmed regardless of what happened. Nevertheless, if he really did that, the secret that his small universe had materialized would be exposed. Even though Xiao Lin Lang appeared to be concerned about the living beings in this place, she might not have the same sympathy for Yang Kai. If she found out about his secret, she might develop some ill intentions. After giving it a thought, Yang Kai knew that he had to act secretly. The reason he got the jade back from Xiao Lin Lang some time ago was to make some preparations for this. Once he was done healing, Yang Kai appeared above a certain mountain range. Looking down, he could see that the mountain range spanned several tens of thousands of kilometers, like a long, sleeping dragon. Following that, he fished out the jade and pinched it between the tips of his fingers. As he communicated with the jade, he manipulated the local space principles. The next moment, the world force in Pear Flower Cave Heaven trembled as a region several 100,000 kilometers wide began to shake. Although he was a 6th-order open heaven realm master, it was hard for him to achieve what he was doing by relying only on his own power. However, since he was a co-owner of Pear Flower Cave Heaven, it was now much easier for him. Of course, the other half-owner of this place could detect such violent movements. A moment later, Xiao Lin Lang, who was initially meditating in Pear Flower Palace, appeared before Yang Kai with a dark expression as she bellowed, "Yang Kai, what are you doing?" She could sense that Yang Kai was trying to split off a big piece of territory that spanned several 100,000 kilometers from Pear Flower Cave Heaven. This kind of separation was immensely damaging to Pear Flower Cave Heaven's foundation. Once Yang Kai succeeded, the heritage of Pear Flower Cave Heaven would be reduced by 20 to 30%. That was the reason Xiao Lin Lang was incensed. On the other hand, Yang Kai wasn't surprised by her arrival. Since they were the co-owners of Pear Flower Cave Heaven, they could easily detect the slightest changes happening in this place. However, he wasn't flustered at all. While continuing to split off this chunk of land, he explained, "You're not willing to fight with the enemies in Pear Flower Cave Heaven because you're worried that those living here will be affected, but if we can move them to a safe place, you will no longer have such a concern. Back when I was still young and weak, I obtained a special storage artifact. Just like your picture scroll, it was a sealed world that could accommodate living beings. However, that storage artifact was damaged. Given my current capabilities, though, it's not hard for me to make a similar storage artifact." When he was still in the star boundary in the past, Yang Kai had refined a number of world beads, which were similar to the sealed world bead. During the great battle between the humans and demons, every army commander had a world bead, which was used to easily mobilize their soldiers. Since Yang Kai already had this experience, it wouldn't be hard for him to make something similar to the sealed world bead. Once Xiao Lin Lang realized his intentions, her expression turned milder. "Do you plan to move all those that live here to that new artifact?" "That's right." Yang Kai nodded. "Only by doing so can we go all out against the enemy in this place." A myriad of expressions came over Xiao Lin Lang as she knitted her brows. Yang Kai scoffed. "Why even hesitate? I know you're concerned about the millions of lives in this place, and you're planning to break through the siege when the world barrier is shattered. However, Without your protection, these innocents would still be affected since those high-rank masters would definitely be furious. By then, you won't be able to ensure their safety. In that case, why don't we move them to somewhere safe in advance? Xiao Lin Lang soon stopped hesitating and nodded. Do you need any help? Yang Kai nodded. If you want to help, please gather all those living in this place together now so that I'll have ample time to transfer them to another place. After giving it a thought, Xiao Lin Lang said, I can put them inside my small universe first. When your artifact is ready, I can move them over. Sounds good. Xiao Lin Lang then left. There were people living all over Pear Flower Cave Heaven, so it would take her some time to put all of them inside her small universe. Space principles continued undulating around Yang Kai. With Pear Flower Cave Heaven's support, he spent half a day splitting the territory of several 100,000 kilometers that he had selected. The heritage of Pear Flower Cave Heaven instantly fell by 30%. As a result, the sky paled and the ground shook. It was as though it was the end of the world. Yang Kai activated his divine sense and engulfed the split-off territory with space principles without caring about his consumption of energy. As his world force undulated, he performed different hand seals and cast rays of light through his fingers. 3 days later, the territory of several 100,000 kilometers disappeared and was replaced by a bead the size of a longan. By infusing his divine sense into it, Yang Kai could see that the territory of several 100,000 kilometers he had split from Pear Flower Cave Heaven was now inside the bead. Just like the sealed world bead, the bead was an independent world of its own. Right then, Xiao Lin Lang returned and gazed at the pale Yang Kai as she asked, Is it done? Yang Kai tossed the bead at her. After taking the bead, Xiao Lin Lang inspected it while looking conflicted. A long time later, she said in a quiet voice, Thank you. Following that, Yang Kai sat down on the ground with his legs crossed and swallowed down many open heaven pills. While smiling, he asked, What did you say? I couldn't hear you clearly. Xiao Lin Lang glared at him. Don't reach out for a yard after taking an inch. In response, Yang Kai chuckled. It was apparent that it wasn't that Xiao Lin Lang wanted to thank him. She was only expressing gratitude on behalf of the millions of people living under her rule. It wasn't until this moment that Yang Kai had a feeling that this woman really just wanted to obtain the world's spring without killing him. Given her actions so far, it was apparent she would have waited for him to ascend to the 7th order and then cut off a bit of territory to move the world's spring out of his small universe. For those in the open heaven realm, those below their realm were no different from ants. However, there were some open heaven realm masters in the world who couldn't really regard people as mere insects. Xiao Lin Lang put the bead inside her small universe. When she moved the bead out a moment later, all those within had been moved into the artifact. Certainly, the migration would cause these millions of people to feel uneasy, but it was better than watching them lose their lives. All of a sudden, Xiao Lin Lang tossed the bead back at Yang Kai, who took it and stared at her in confusion. Xiao Lin Lang said, I've witnessed your ability to flee before. Although you're weaker than I am overall, if only one of us survives this, it will definitely be you, not me. Keep the bead for me. You can pass it back to me if both of us survive. I've promised them that I'll give them a safe place to live after all. Yang Kai snorted. After the food is eaten, it'll become something else when it comes out of the body. Will you still want it by then? Xiao Lin Lang snapped. Nothing good will ever come out of your foul mouth. Yang Kai pursed his lips. Then, Xiao Lin Lang looked up at the sky and said, We have 3 days left at most. Get some rest now. Upon finishing her words, she turned around and left. After she was gone, Yang Kai looked down at the bead. As a thought flashed through his mind, he directly put it inside his small universe. In fact, he had always had his eyes on these millions of lives. With the world spring in his possession, he wouldn't have to worry that those living here would be harmed while they inhabited his small universe. He was only in the 6th order, and he wasn't even certain how long it would take him to make it to the 8th order. But with those living beings residing in his small universe, he could shorten the time of achieving his goal. However, he had never expected that he would obtain living beings in such a way. Xiao Lin Lang believed that she was no match for Yang Kai when it came to the ability to flee, which was why she let him keep the bead. Nevertheless, just like Yang Kai had said, once food was eaten, it could not be given away. Since Xiao Lin Lang had passed those people to him, she would never be able to get them back. No place in the world was safer than his small universe right now. Even if he accidentally lost his life, his small universe would still remain intact with the world spring's presence. In just a few days, those living in Pear Flower Cave Heaven had experienced 3 great migrations. First, they were moved into Xiao Lin Lang's small universe from Pear Flower Cave Heaven, then they were moved into the bead. Following that, they were transferred to Yang Kai's small universe. Although they didn't have to exert any effort, the migrations naturally made them feel anxious. When Yang Kai released them from the bead and settled them down in his small universe, those millions of people, regardless of their gender and age, all appeared pale and terrified. Yang Kai had never raised other living beings before, but he knew that they needed houses to live in and food to eat. There were some people who had cultivated before among these living beings, and there were even a dozen or so Emperor Realm Masters. However, none of them were in the open heaven realm. It wasn't hard to raise some Emperor Realm Masters in his body, but Yang Kai would definitely chase the open heaven realm masters out if there were any. As a thought flashed through his mind, he secretly spoke to those Emperor Realm Masters, who were shocked at first, but they soon became at ease. Following that, the most powerful Emperor Realm Master among them placated the crowd and the commotion slowly subsided. Martial Peak, Chapter 4667, A Single Attack. As the ground shook, the world barrier of Pear Flower Cave Heaven was shattered. A huge crack appeared in the sky as 4 figures stood in line. They looked like 4 ferocious dragons that stuck their heads out of the clouds. In the square in front of Pear Flower Palace, Yang Kai looked up and swept a glance over them. He had come into contact with the old woman with gray hair once. Xiao Lin Lang said that the woman called herself Grandma Jiu. She was a ruthless and cruel person. No one knew of her background. In the entire shattered heaven, she was one of the oldest who chose to go into hiding in this place. At the very least, when Xiao Lin Lang came here to live a reclusive life back then, Grandma Jiu was a famous figure. The middle-aged man was named Zongxing. He seemed to have something to do with a particular sect in Green Frost territory, but no one could prove it. The beautiful woman was named Zhu Lingshan, who was a licentious person with countless lovers. She was infamous throughout the entire shattered heaven. However, since she was a 7th-order open heaven realm master, no one would dare to underestimate her. It wasn't certain what kind of evil art that purple night boy, who had a ponytail, had cultivated, but the more profound his cultivation was, the younger he looked. Although he looked as innocent and delicate as a young boy, he apparently loved eating human livers, especially those of women. People who offended him would end up in a horrible state. He had countless ways to make his enemies watch as he ate their livers. In the end, they were in so much pain that they would beg him to kill them. There was no law or order in the shattered heaven. It was all about power. This place was filled with the most ruthless people. It was as though all sorts of thugs in the 3,000 worlds had gathered together in this place. Su Wang, who was from Bright King Cave Heaven, once told Yang Kai that the waters in the shattered heaven were muddier than he imagined. At that time, Yang Kai still didn't understand what he meant, but now he had personally experienced it, and everything he saw was just the tip of the iceberg. What would the whole picture of the shattered heaven look like? Upon barging into Pear Flower Cave Heaven, the 4 high-rank open heaven realm masters instantly locked their gazes on Yang Kai. Their eyes appeared fervent, so it was obvious that they were aware that Yang Kai had refined the world spring. The one who could capture him would stand a chance to be the owner of the world spring. There were rarely any precious treasures in the world that could make high-rank masters feel tempted, and the things that could make them risk their lives were even rarer. One of the 4 universe pillars, the world spring, was definitely one of them though. As long as they could obtain the world spring, they would be at a huge advantage when fighting against their enemies or raising living beings inside their small universe. If it weren't because of the allure of the world spring, the 4 high-rank masters, who were not really united, wouldn't have joined forces and arrived at this place together. Yang Kai stomped his foot on the ground and grinned. We have some guests. Let's send them a gift! A buzzing sound was then heard ringing throughout Pear Flower Palace. Following that, the world force of Pear Flower Cave Heaven madly streamed into the palace. At that instant, Pear Flower Palace, which was a mobile palace artifact, as well as the command center of the entire Pear Flower Cave Heaven, seemed to have turned into a bottomless pit. Inside Pear Flower Cave Heaven, all the plants withered instantly, and the sky turned gray. All the world force in Pear Flower Cave Heaven had streamed into Pear Flower Palace in just 3 breaths, which caused the originally vibrant universe Cave Heaven to turn into a dead place. As spear intent surged, Pear Flower Palace rose into the air and shot towards the 4 unwelcome guests. The 4 of them had just broken the world barrier of Pear Flower Cave Heaven and seen Yang Kai, who was their target, but just when they were excited, this turn of events suddenly took place. Although they were in the high-rank open heaven realm, it was still hard for them to react instantly. The color drained from Zhu Lingshan's face as she exclaimed, "Are you out of your mind, Xiao Lin Lang?" At the same time, the expressions of Grandma Jiao, Zongjing, and Purple Night Boy changed drastically as their pleasant surprise turned into shock and fear. This couldn't be helped. Although they had envisioned what the battle would look like, the scenario before their eyes had never crossed their minds. Xiao Lin Lang had truly gone all out with this attack, which had condensed all the world force in Pear Flower Cave Heaven into a single attack. Pear Flower Cave Heaven was a universe cave heaven left behind by a cultivator who was at least in the 8th order. Given Xiao Lin Lang's capabilities, even though she could mobilize the world force of Pear Flower Cave Heaven, which made it easier for her to deal with her enemies here, she couldn't fully make use of this advantage. That was because she knew nothing about the Spear Dao. The previous owner of Pear Flower Cave Heaven was a master of the Spear Dao, so he had left behind a lot of Spear Dao essence after his death. Since she couldn't comprehend it, Xiao Lin Lang naturally couldn't obtain his inheritance. If Pear Flower Cave Heaven was compared to a sword, Xiao Lin Lang could certainly hold it and wield it like a club to deal with her enemies, but she would be unable to unsheath sword, which would naturally make it less effective. However, things were different with Yang Kai's assistance. Previously, he had fully absorbed the Tao essence of Pear Flower Cave Heaven, and although he hadn't fully digested it yet, he was able to unsheath the blade, which was Pear Flower Palace. The 2 of them had worked together to cast an attack that had condensed all the power from Pear Flower Cave Heaven into one spot. Although the attack was less powerful than what the previous owner could cast, it was definitely more powerful than what a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master could launch. It was the one and only attack that had been infused with all the power of Pear Flower Cave Heaven. They wouldn't be able to launch such an attack again. Yang Kai and Xiao Lin Lang were originally split over this issue. She believed that since they were already at an advantage in this place, they didn't have to bet everything on a single roll of the dice. After all, if the attack proved to be ineffective, their advantage would be gone for good. Therefore, she believed that they should deal with their enemies in Pear Flower Cave Heaven so that they would stand a chance to gain the upper hand and ward off their enemies. Naturally, Yang Kai didn't agree with her. The argument between them was so fierce that they almost broke out into another fight. Qin Fen and the others were horrified as they watched from the side. While they were shocked by Yang Kai's audacity, they were also puzzled by their palace master's concession. Yang Kai's reasoning was that, while Xiao Lin Lang could deal with one enemy and Yang Kai could make use of the advantage of being the co-owner to fight against another 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master with the help of Pear Flower Palace, as well as Qin Fen and the others, since they were faced with 4 enemies, who would deal with the remaining 2? As the battle dragged on, the heritage of Pear Flower Cave Heaven would be depleted if they couldn't defeat their enemies, and once the depletion reached a certain critical point, their advantage would turn into a disadvantage, and they would have no choice but to flee. Hence, he believed that they should bet everything on a single attack. Since Xiao Lin Lang wasn't willing to do this, their enemies would naturally not consider this possibility either, and they would be caught off guard. If the 2 of them were lucky, they could directly kill 1 or 2 of their enemies. Once they succeeded, the rest of the enemies would hesitate to make a move again. Back then, in Pear Flower Palace, Yangkai said in a sincere manner, "I know you're unwilling to let go of this place, but those millions of lives have settled down in a safe place, so there's no more concern for you. Moreover, the location of this place has been exposed. Even if you're able to beat back your enemies this time, more will come knocking on your door in the future. You can't possibly keep this place safe." Certainly, Xiaolin Lang knew that he was right. There were two things that were most important when it came to hiding in the shattered heaven. First, a powerful cultivation, and second, a secure hideout. After she arrived in the shattered heaven in the past, it took her 1,000 years before she was lucky enough to find Pear Flower Cave Heaven and become its owner. Grandma Jiu, Zongjing, Zhu Lingshan, and Purple Night Boy all had their own hideouts, which remained secrets that outsiders could never find out about. The cultivators outside the shattered heaven could never imagine the lengths these people had to go to keep their hideouts hidden. Once their hideouts were exposed, other than their enemies in the shattered heaven, those from the cave heavens and paradises would also hunt them down. It wasn't unprecedented. In the past, some high-rank open heaven realm masters had suffered such a setback. Their hideouts were found out by those from the cave heavens and paradises, and in the end, teams of high-rank masters from the cave heavens and paradises came over and directly shattered the world barriers before capturing these people who had been hiding. Xiaolin Lang believed that she was already careful enough the last time she went out, but she was still tailed by someone, which was why this place was now under siege. Fortunately, she wasn't an inflexible person. Since Yang Kai managed to change her mind, she directly agreed to his plan. Pear Flower Palace radiated a dazzling glow as spear intent filled the entire world. The palace artifact seemed to have turned into an all-conquering spear as it pierced towards the four unsuspecting enemies. They were targeted by the attack that had condensed all the power and aura of Pear Flower Cave Heaven. The expressions of the four of them were transformed by horror as they intended to flee, but were unable to do so. They secretly cursed at Xiaolin Lang while Zongjing bellowed, "Act together if you want to live!" He had never expected that Xiaolin Lang would act so decisively. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have listened to Grandma Jiu and come over to have a hand in this mess. This was a disaster he didn't ask for. As he spoke, he fully activated all his world force and made his move. Grandma Jiu, Zhu Lingshan, and Purple Night Boy also knew that it wasn't the time to hold back. Therefore, after Zongjing spoke, they also activated their powers without hesitation. At that instant, 7 robust defensive artifacts had been summoned as they hovered in front of the group of 4. Behind the artifacts, some defensive secret techniques were also activated. A glow flickered in front of them as though there was a thick layer of wall defending them. There was a long tail of light behind Pear Flower Palace, which made it look like a ferocious dragon. It was a palace artifact that had many powerful functions, and at this moment, it had condensed all the world force of Pear Flower Cave Heaven. Certainly, such an attack could be described as terrifying. Looking down, they could see that Pear Flower Palace had been engulfed in an aura. Presently, Yang Kai was standing on the square in front of the palace. The Spear Dao essence he hadn't managed to fully digest now resonated with the palace. Be it Pear Flower Palace or the Spear Dao essence, they originally belonged to the original owner of Pear Flower Cave Heaven, so it wasn't surprising that they resonated with each other. With a solemn expression, Yang Kai made a grabbing gesture as though he was holding a spear. Even if there were millions of enemies in front of him, he could destroy them with his thrust. An exuberant Yang Kai filled his lungs before roaring, "Kill!" As the attack struck, the 7 artifacts were shredded like paper. The secret techniques behind the artifacts were also instantly shattered. The 4 enemies were sent flying away as they all sprayed out mouthfuls of blood, their auras significantly weakened. Pear Flower Palace directly formed a huge crack in the world barrier and disappeared into the distance. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4668 Escape. The heritage of Pear Flower Cave Heaven had been sucked dry, so the entire place had become dead. Even the command center, Pear Flower Palace, had left. Therefore, following the violent upheaval, the universe cave heaven crumbled and exploded. In the void, shattered spirit provinces of different sizes appeared from out of nowhere, and shot forward in all directions. At the same time, four battered and injured figures emerged. They appeared to still be reeling from the shock. Zongjing was the most severely injured among them, as he was covered in terrible wounds. One could even see his squirming organs through the gashes in his flesh. It wasn't that Zongjing was weaker than the rest of them, he was just unlucky to have borne the brunt of the horrifying attack. It was an attack that had exhausted all of Pear Flower Cave Heaven's power, so although it wasn't as powerful as an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master's strike, the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters couldn't easily parry it. The excruciating pain caused Zongjing's face to contort as he covered his wounds with his power to stop the bleeding. He also fished out lots of precious pills from his small universe and gulped them down. All of a sudden, he felt a sharp pain in his chest as a stream of dangerous world force had locked onto him from behind. He instantly froze on the spot, and when he looked down, he saw a child's hand sticking out of his gut. With widened eyes, he bellowed, "Purple Night, old ghost!" Behind him, Purple Night Boy stuck close to him like a shadow as he grinned. "Since you're so badly injured, you won't stand a chance to survive. I'll send you on your way now, no need to thank me." "You dare?" Zongjing roared. However, he was attacked by Purple Night while he had lowered his guard, and he was now horribly injured, so there was no way he could resist. The next moment, Purple Night Boy surged his world force, which rushed into the other man's body and destroyed his vitality. Purple Night then pulled a bloody liver from Zongjing's body and started gnawing at it. His expression was as casual as someone who was having a cold drink in the hot summer. In a nearby place, Grandma Jiao and Zhu Lingshan watched the incident unfold with impassive expressions. In a place like the Shattered Heaven, people could turn hostile to each other at any moment. If one of them had been badly injured instead of Zongjing, such a calamity would have befallen them as well. Since Zongjing was severely wounded, there was no way he could keep fighting. That was the reason Purple Night Boy seized the chance to kill him. Even if Purple Night hadn't done that, the other two would have developed some ill intentions. A 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was killed just like that. However, unlike a mid-rank master, Zongjing's small universe didn't instantly collapse after his death. Instead, it contracted and sucked the corpse into it before disappearing into the void. Since time immemorial, this was how universe paradises and universe cave heavens had come about after the death of high-rank masters. As long as the small universe didn't suffer from any violent impact or irreversible damage, there was a decent chance of it remaining after the owner's death. There was no doubt that Zongjing had left behind a universe paradise after he passed away. The liver of a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was immensely beneficial to Purple Night Boy, so he rapidly swallowed it down. As he wiped the blood off his mouth, his initially listless aura stabilized. He then turned to look in the direction Pear Flower Palace had disappeared and said, "Even with the help of Lin Lang Palace, Xia Lin Lang must be in a terrible state after forcefully mobilizing the power of the entire universe cave heaven. There won't be such a chance again if we let it slip through our fingers. I'm going after her. What do the two of you think?" Grandma Jiao and Zhu Lingshan exchanged glances before nodding lightly. A moment later, the three of them shot forward. Certainly, the universe paradise left behind by Zongjing was precious as well. By breaking the world barrier, one could obtain all the possessions Zongjing had left behind in his small universe. Nevertheless, regardless how many precious items he had, they paled when compared to the world spring. After weighing the pros and cons, they certainly wanted to obtain the world spring instead of searching the new universe paradise. With that said, they had memorized the location of this universe paradise, so they would come over to loot it when there was a chance in the future. Inside Pear Flower Palace, blood streamed out of Yang Kai's nose and mouth while Xia Lin Lang was pale-faced. Just like Purple Night Boy had said, it was extremely taxing to forcefully activate the power of the entire Pear Flower Cave Heaven. If Xia Lin Lang had done it on her own, she would have lost all power to fight by now. Fortunately, Yang Kai was there to share the burden with her, so she was less exhausted than her pursuers anticipated. Nevertheless, since she had to recuperate, Pear Flower Palace was temporarily controlled by Yang Kai. At this moment, Yang Kai felt fortunate that he had decided to absorb all of the Spear Dao essence in Pear Flower Cave Heaven, otherwise, it would have been wasted by now. After all, Pear Flower Cave Heaven had collapsed and broken apart. Although they had fled from Pear Flower Cave Heaven, they couldn't let their guard down. The World Spring was extremely attractive, so the 4 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters wouldn't easily give up on it. On the other hand, they couldn't stay in the Shattered Heaven forever. While controlling Pear Flower Palace, Yang Kai sat down with his legs crossed to recuperate. He also infused his divine sense into his small universe to check on those living inside it. Although it had only been a few days since the over 10 million people entered the small universe, they had become at ease following the Emperor Realm Masters placating them. They had also been divided into dozens of groups, with some of them remaining in the same place, harvesting wood and stone in order to build houses. Some of them had moved across a long distance to look for suitable places to live. These groups of people ranged from several tens of thousands to several hundreds of thousands, and each one was respectively led by an Emperor Realm Master. This was what Yang Kai had told the Emperor Realm Masters to do. After all, development would be obstructed if more than 10 million people gathered in a single place. Therefore, after putting them inside his small universe, Yang Kai ordered the Emperor Realm Masters to lead the people to live in different places. Now, it seemed that the Emperor Realm Masters had done a great job. The migration was definitely taxing. Many of them were old people and young children. There were also a lot of families. That was the reason they were moving slowly. As a thought flashed through Yang Kai's mind, he swept his world force across them and instantly sent them to suitable places to stay. It was his own small universe, so it wasn't hard for him to do this. After the initial shock, the Emperor Realm Masters soon came to their senses. They looked up at the sky and cupped their fists to express their gratitude, then started settling the people down. Following a moment of observation, Yang Kai was elated. In the future, several dozen cities of different sizes that were filled with people would form in his small universe. When these people settled down, they would certainly bring some transformation to his small universe. Furthermore, his small universe was far more habitable compared to others because he had refined the immortal tree, which was a high-rank wood element. Hence, the environment in his small universe was vibrant and full of vitality. All forms of vegetation could grow very strong inside it. On top of that, even the frail old people radiated a healthy glow upon entering his small universe. A great sun was hanging in the sky in his small universe, and at dusk, the sun fell beyond the horizon while the moon leaped into the sky. This kind of phenomenon was non-existent in other small universes. Perhaps there was only one such small universe in the entire 3,000 worlds. As the moonlight spilled over the world, Yang Kai suddenly recalled something and fell into his thoughts. He seemed to have fallen into a state of abstrusity and enlightenment, as all sorts of ideas clashed and formed sparkles in his mind. It felt as though he had finally noticed a key aspect he had accidentally ignored in the past, but he was unable to fully grasp it. It was as if a thin piece of paper had been placed in front of him. He should be able to break it with a poke of his finger, but he seemed incapable of doing so. At that moment, he felt as if there was an itch he couldn't scratch. "What are you doing?" Just then, someone called out to him, which made him snap back from that ethereal state. Apart from him, Xiaolin Lang, Qin Fin, and the other Open Heaven Realm Masters were also inside Pear Flower Palace. Upon seeing how their palace master and Yang Kai worked together, the others wouldn't dare to provoke Yang Kai again. Since this guy was not even afraid of Xiaolin Lang, he certainly wouldn't have any regard for them. Therefore, the person who dared to interrupt him could be none other than Xiaolin Lang. Yang Kai was full of grievances after his state of enlightenment was interrupted by Xiaolin Lang. Although he hadn't figured out the idea that almost became clear in his mind, he was certain that it was extremely important. While suppressing his fury, he jerked his head to the side, only to see the woman glowering at him. "Where are you bringing me to?" She had let Yang Kai control Pear Flower Palace since she had to recuperate. However, she had never expected that this guy would drive the palace out of the Shattered Heaven, which was why she was incensed. Yang Kai frowned, but he soon realized why the woman was infuriated, so he explained. The existence of the world spring has been exposed, so we can't stay in the shattered heaven any longer. Moreover, Pear Flower Cave Heaven is destroyed, and you have nowhere to go. There's no point for you to stay here. I have a place in Void Territory that is very safe. I can assure you that no one will have their eyes on you when you reach there, and you won't have to remain hidden. Pfft, Xiao Lin Lang sneered. How are you going to assure me? Action speaks louder than words. You'll find out by then. If you trust me, come with me. Xiao Lin Lang snapped. It's not about whether I trust you or not, it's that you have no idea about the situation we're in. If I leave the shattered heaven, those from the cave heavens and paradises will come to capture me. Can you ward them off by then? Yang Kai knit his brows. How did all of you offend the people from the cave heavens and paradises? Xiao Lin Lang roared. How should I know? I've never fallen into any conflicts with the cave heavens and paradises since I started cultivating. However, after I ascended to the 7th Order, they came knocking on my door without ever telling me what they wanted. I was powerless to resist them since they were so formidable. Left with no choice, I went into hiding in the shattered heaven. Now, thanks to you, I've lost my home, and here you are trying to send me to the lion's den. Go to Void Territory if you want, but don't count me in. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4669 Turbulence. Upon finishing her words, Xiao Lin Lang took control of Pear Flower Palace and drove it in a different direction. It would be extremely risky if they turned around, for Grandma Gio and the others must be racing after them. By doing so, they would fall into a fierce battle against their enemies. After a moment of hesitation, Yang Kai got up and said, In that case, we should part ways here. Since they had gotten out of the woods, he could make use of space principles to get rid of the 4 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. Xiao Lin Lang snorted. My hideout has been destroyed because of you, and I have nowhere to go in Shattered Heaven. Now you want to leave just like this? There's no way I'll allow that to happen. Yang Kai questioned dispassionately. What do you want, then? While staring resentfully at him, Xiao Lin Lang said through clenched teeth. Aren't you an expert in the Tao of space? There are countless universe cave heavens and universe paradises that remain hidden in Shattered Heaven. You can only leave when you manage to help me find a new hideout. Yang Kai shook his head. Although I'm adept in the Tao of space, it's still hard for me to find any hidden universe cave heaven or universe paradise. Those that are easy to find have all been discovered. Moreover, I'm the target of Grandma Gio and the others. You'll also benefit if we part ways. As long as I can leave Shattered Heaven, they wouldn't dare to run after me. Why would you object to this win-win solution? With that said, he knew that Xiao Lin Lang still coveted his world spring. As long as she hadn't snatched the world spring from him, she would never willingly let him go. She had suffered immense losses this time. Not only was Pear Flower Cave Heaven destroyed, but she was also being pursued by her enemies. If she could obtain the world spring, it could make up for the losses. I don't care. Xiao Lin Lang was determined to make him stay. If you insist on leaving, don't blame me for falling out with you. What an unreasonable person! Yang Kai roared. Xiao Lin Lang put on a smile and looked provokingly at him. So what if I'm unreasonable? Yang Kai had the urge to punch her in the face. After they glared at each other for a moment, he had no choice but to back down as he said, Fine then, I'll help you find a new hideout before leaving. If you still stop me from leaving by then, I'll make you suffer even if both of us will be severely injured. Before Xiao Lin Lang could reply to him, her expression changed as she turned to look in a particular direction. They've come so soon! She could detect 3 rays of light that were rapidly approaching them in the void. Although they were still far away, it was apparent to her that they were Grandma Gio and the others. Before they even arrived, they started casting their divine abilities from a distance. Yang Kai and Xiao Lin Lang exchanged glances before activating their own powers. Although they hadn't had any discussion before, one of them tacitly took control of Pear Flower Palace and fled while the other took charge of the Grand Array to fend off the divine abilities. As the light barrier flickered, Pear Flower Palace shook violently. The palace then turned into a beam of light and shot into the depths of shattered heaven. Meanwhile, Grandma Gio and the others continued pursuing them. Yang Kai snapped. If you hadn't changed directions, they wouldn't have reached us so soon. Xiao Lin Lang snorted. It was you who decided to leave shattered heaven without having a discussion with me, but here you are blaming it all on me. As a man, shouldn't you take responsibility? Yang Kai clenched his teeth and fell silent. Although Pear Flower Palace could move pretty fast, it was hard to get rid of Grandma Gio and the others. The pursuit went on for the following month as they moved across several million kilometers in shattered heaven. During this period of time, a piece of news spread across the entire shattered heaven and caused a commotion. One of the 4 universe pillars, the World Spring, had emerged, and it was obtained by a 6th-order open heaven realm master. Presently, this person was in Xiao Lin Lang's hands as they were trying to escape the pursuit somewhere in shattered heaven. The news sent a shockwave across the entire shattered heaven. The 4 universe pillars were extremely precious items in the world. Although they were not the most precious treasures, they were very important in the hearts of the open heaven realm masters. The last time one of the 4 universe pillars appeared was 3,000 years ago. At that time, it was the profound fish that had appeared. In order to snatch the profound fish, the entire shattered heaven had fallen into an uproar. Countless hidden high-rank masters came into the spotlight to snatch the item. The entire process spanned across 100 years, and the profound fish had changed ownership several times. In the end, it was an 8th-order open heaven realm master who obtained it, and the dust slowly settled. During the 100 years of upheaval, about 10 high-rank masters in shattered heaven had lost their lives. Therefore, when word got out that the World Spring had appeared, the old people who had experienced the calamity 3,000 years ago were worried. Would history repeat itself? Was someone deliberately spreading the news? Everyone in shattered heaven soon became aware of it. The portals of those universe cave heavens and universe paradises opened up as the powerful high-rank masters stepped out of their hideouts. Like the pythons on the mountains and the dragons in the lakes, they plunged into shattered heaven and caused a disturbance. In Pear Flower Palace, Yang Kai and Xiao Lin Lang sported dark expressions. They initially thought that they would be safe after getting rid of Grandma Gio and the others. Shattered heaven was pretty vast, so they could just find a place and go into hiding. By then, Grandma Gio and the others wouldn't be able to find them regardless of how powerful they were. After dozens of years to 100 years, Grandma Gio and the others would run out of patience, and everything would be fine. By then, the 2 of them could show up again. In fact, they had indeed gotten rid of Grandma Gio and the others after spending half a month dealing with them. Presently, Pear Flower Palace was hidden on a shattered spirit province as it went with the flow and moved towards the depths of shattered heaven. Nevertheless, barely 10 days later, a high-rank master appeared out of nowhere and directly launched an attack on Pear Flower Palace. Since the person was on his own, he naturally couldn't get the upper hand. However, Yang Kai and Xiao Lin Lang were forced to keep fleeing. After that, they seemed to have become the targets of detestation in shattered heaven as they would be attacked wherever they went. The most important thing was that many of the attackers were in the 7th Order. At this moment, 3 people were racing after Pear Flower Palace at full speed. Xiao Lin Lang was furious. Pear Flower Palace was initially charging forward, but it soon turned around and crashed into the 3 of them. They were tailing the palace from a distance when they saw that. As their expressions changed drastically, they turned into rays of light and fled in different directions. The 3 of them were only in the 5th Order, so they naturally wouldn't dare to stay when faced with the ferocious-looking Pear Flower Palace. In order to increase their chance of survival, they even decided to part ways. However, a strange force engulfed them the next instant. They froze on the same spots as though the space around them had solidified. As Pear Flower Palace crashed into them, they instantly turned into blood mists. Xiao Lin Lang said through clenched teeth, How did 3 fifth-order open heaven realm masters have the nerve to come over and embarrass themselves? How ridiculous! After they're killed, the powerful cultivator behind them will be coming. Let's keep running! Yankai yelled. Pear Flower Palace then turned around and left at the speed of lightning. A moment later, a figure arrived from a distance and stopped in the spot where the 3 people were killed. With a livid expression, he continued dashing forward. The 3 of them were his disciples. Even though fifth-order open heaven realm masters were not powerful, it was hard to nurture them. Since they were all killed, he was expected to be furious. However, if he could obtain the world spring, it would be worth it even if all his disciples were killed, let alone 3 people. Grandma Gio and the others must have spread the news since they've failed in their attempt to capture us. We've come across 7 to 8 high-rank masters along the way, and they're all eager to destroy us. If this drags on, we'll be doomed, Yang Kai grimly said. Xiao Lin Lang's chest heaved as she let out a breath. I never expected that they'd do such a thing. In fact, Yang Kai had been worried that Grandma Gio and the others might spread the news about the world spring. However, Xiao Lin Lang believed that in order to obtain the world spring, they would hide the secret instead of exposing it to others. What surprised her was that they had really done such a thing, which was why the 2 of them were in a perilous situation. They were now pursued by practically all the top cultivators in Shattered Heaven. It had come to such a point that Yang Kai couldn't leave Shattered Heaven, as some heaven-covering webs might just be waiting for him. By staying close to Xiao Lin Lang, he could make use of the power of Pear Flower Palace and fend off the enemies. However, if he fell into a trap set up by any high-rank master, he might not be able to flee despite being an expert in the Tao of space. Several million kilometers away, Grandma Gio and the others, who were still running after their targets, all wore livid expressions. They had personally experienced the turbulence going on in Shattered Heaven recently. The old farts who rarely showed up had suddenly stepped out of their homes and started moving in the same direction. Additionally, those old farts had also sent their disciples out like fishermen throwing nets into the sea. It had been thousands of years since the last upheaval took place in Shattered Heaven. Someone seemed to have dropped a rock into the muddy waters that made it even muddier. While running after their targets, they exchanged glances. All of them appeared to be doubtful. Grandma Gio snorted. Stop looking at me like this. I've always been on my own. Even if I wanted to spread the news, I didn't have a way to do so. Therefore, it's not me who spread the news about the world spring. On the other hand, you too. Purple Nightboy scoffed. It's not me either. I can't even contain the urge to kill you both, so why would I spread the news to others? Upon finishing his words, he shot Xu Lingshan a grim look. Big Sister Zhu, I heard that you're pretty close to Ku Yen, the dull flame divine monarch. Ku Yen, the dull flame divine monarch that he had mentioned, was one of the small number of 8th Order Open Heaven realm masters in Shattered Heaven. Although everyone could claim to be a divine monarch, Ku Yen deserved his title. He was also one of the acknowledged great experts in Shattered Heaven. Therefore, at the mention of the dull flame divine monarch, there was a sense of horror on Grandma Gio's wrinkled face. Xu Lingshan was a licentious woman who had countless lovers. She was indeed beautiful, and her figure was curvy. Everyone in Shattered Heaven said that this woman was in an ambiguous relationship with the dull flame divine monarch. No one could prove it so far, while Xu Lingshan and Ku Yen had never admitted to it. Martial Peak, Chapter 4670 Zhao Yi. To people like Xu Lingshan and Ku Yen, by remaining silent about it, they had actually acknowledged it to be true. Therefore, in the Shattered Heaven, by leveraging on the Ku Yen divine monarch status, Xu Lingshan was an important figure despite not being in the 8th Order Open Heaven realm. Songjung! Xu Lingshan suddenly snorted. Grandma Gio and Purple Nightboy became startled for a moment. I heard that Songjing obtained a precious item in the past that could take a mortal blow for him in his stead. Now, it seems that the rumors were true. They were the only people who were aware that the world spring had appeared. Xiao Lin Lang and the 6th Order Open Heaven realm brat wouldn't invite trouble to themselves by exposing such a secret, while the 3 of them had never revealed it to anyone. The only possibility was that Zongjing hadn't lost his life, and he was the one who had caused such a turbulence in the shattered heaven. Although he had a precious item that could act as a substitute for him in case he received a critical injury, allowing him to escape from death's door following Purple Night Boy's sneak attack, he must still be horribly injured, and he had no more strength left to snatch the world spring. Therefore, he decided to spread the news. Since he was unable to obtain the world spring, he certainly wouldn't let Purple Night Boy and the others have it either. At that instant, Purple Night Boy's expression turned awkward while Grandma Geo looked gleefully at him. It wasn't fun to have offended a powerful cultivator in the same order, especially when it was a blood feud. If Zongjing really hadn't lost his life, Purple Night Boy would have to keep his guard up all the time from now on, for the former might retaliate against him at any moment. Grandma Geo was indeed on her own, so she wouldn't get any benefits by exposing the secret. On the other hand, Zhu Lingshan and Ku Yen were in a relationship, so if she wanted to tell him this secret, she could have looked for a chance and informed him about it in secret instead of spreading it to everyone in the shattered heaven. Therefore, Zhu Lingshan's speculation could very well be true. Zongjing was still alive, and he was the one who had spread the news about the world spring. Purple Night Boy, who appeared like a young boy, felt his head aching. At that time, he was eager to chase after Xiaolin Lang and her sixth-order ally, so he hadn't had time to check on the universe paradise that Zongjing had left behind. If he had done that, he could have found out whether Zongjing was really dead or not. Nevertheless, it was no use crying over spilled milk. Since he had offended Zongjing, it wasn't like he could just apologize to him when they met again. In any case, both of them were in the seventh order, so he was not afraid of Zongjing. They would just fight a pointless life-or-death battle when the time came. While they were charging forward, Zhu Lingshan stopped in her tracks all of a sudden. Seeing that, Grandma Geo and Purple Night Boy turned to look at her. Zhu Lingshan tucked her hair behind her ear and said, "Since the secret about the world spring has been exposed, and everyone in the shattered heaven is aware of it, it's pointless for us to work together any longer. Why don't we part ways now? By doing so we'll stand a greater chance to get the world spring. Farewell." Upon finishing her words, she turned around and dashed off. Grandma Geo and Purple Night Boy stared at her in silence without the intention to stop her. A moment later, Purple Night Boy scoffed. "She must be going to look for her lover." Grandma Geo replied impassively. "It's understandable. She initially wanted to get the world spring for herself, which was why she never told Ku Yen about it. However, since the news has been spread, Ku Yen must be aware of it by now. She knows that even if she manages to obtain the world spring, it'll fall into Ku Yan's hands in the end. That's why she parted ways with us." "What now, Grandma?" Purple Night Boy turned to look at her. Grandma Geo replied with a smile. "I'm old enough to have enjoyed all the pleasures in life, and I have no more regrets. Of course, I have to fight for a treasure like the world spring. Even though I won't have a chance to make it to the eighth order, I'll be able to live for a while longer and enjoy the view of the shattered heaven if I can get it." Following a nod, Purple Night Boy said with a smile, "You're pretty sanguine, Grandma. In that case, I'll accompany you. Let's join forces. If we can obtain the world spring, we'll decide who will get it after that." "Good." After they came to an agreement, they continued forward. In the depths of the shattered heaven, there was an intense battle going on. The glow of those divine abilities and secret techniques expanded. As world forces swept across the void, Pear Flower Palace staggered while the glow around it flickered. While trying to flee, Yang Kai and Xiaolin Lang had encountered quite a number of powerful opponents. However, with the help of Pear Flower Palace, they could even ward off a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master and continue fleeing. Nevertheless, they were unlucky this time, for 3 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters had been looking for them in a nearby place. While they were held up by one of them, the other 2 soon arrived at the scene. That was how this great battle was ignited. The grand array around Pear Flower Palace was damaged, and its defense power had plunged significantly. When they finally broke through the siege and fled, Pear Flower Palace was all tattered and on the brink of collapsing. Xiao Lin Lang felt so heartbroken that her face turned red then white. It might also have something to do with the fact that she had consumed a lot of energy. On the other hand, Qin Fin and the others were equally horrified and saddened. They grew up and cultivated in Pear Flower Cave Heaven, and they had rarely stepped out of that place. That was why they had never come across such a perilous situation prior to this. None of them had expected that they'd be pursued by all the top cultivators in the Shattered Heaven one day. Pear Flower Palace can't persevere any longer. Yan Kai, on the other hand, appeared calm and collected. After all, it wasn't the first time he experienced such dangers. Since he started cultivating, he had encountered countless battles, and there were times when he almost lost his life. Just some time ago, he was put in a tight spot following the pursuit of Xiao Lin Lang and the others. Therefore, he was more experienced than anyone else when it came to dealing with situations like these. Yang Kai continued. Pear Flower Palace will be destroyed if it's struck hard one more time. Since it's a mobile palace artifact as well as an inheritance of Pear Flower Divine Monarch, you'd better store it for now. Presently, Xiao Lin Lang was seated with her legs crossed while trying to restore her strength. Upon hearing his words, she nodded. The reason she had been driving Pear Flower Palace to flee was that Qin Fin and the others were around. With the Pear Flower Palace, they would have a layer of defense to protect them. However, without the palace, Qin Fin and the others would be powerless to counterattack when faced with powerful enemies. She then summoned Qin Fin and the others before whispering something to them. While appearing to be vexed, Qin Fin still clenched his teeth and nodded. Following that, she put them as well as Pear Flower Palace inside her small universe. The people behind us will soon catch up. Don't resist it. I'll bring you to leave this place, Yang Kai said and activated his power to engulf the woman. Xiao Lin Lang stiffened, as she was apparently worried. Yang Kai sneered. Given the situation we're in, we'll stand a greater chance of fleeing by joining forces. Do you think I'll make a move on you now? Upon hearing that, Xiao Lin Lang fell silent. Although she still kept her guard up, she did her best to relax. As space principles undulated, the two of them disappeared the next moment. Yang Kai went on to use instantaneous movement several times, and when he finally stopped, they were already millions of kilometers away. Upon stabilizing himself, he secretly cursed, for he saw an artifact that looked like a ship wandering around in the void not far away. Needless to say, the people in the ship must have heard about the World Spring, which was why they were moving around the Shattered Heaven in an attempt to look for Yang Kai and Xiao Lin Lang. It just so happened that Yang Kai used instantaneous movement and arrived at this exact place. It wasn't that he was careless, but rather that they had opponents everywhere in the Shattered Heaven now. He was just unlucky this time. Just when he was preparing to escape with Xiao Lin Lang by using instantaneous movement again, a figure on the deck suddenly looked in their direction. While appearing to be pleasantly surprised, the person called out, Lin Lang! At the same time, the person left the ship and shot forward. His expression was that of a person who had chanced upon an old friend. Xiao Lin Lang looked in that direction and frowned. Turning his head, Yang Kai asked, Do you know him? After a moment of hesitation, Xiao Lin Lang nodded her head. The person from the ship didn't come too close, for he was aware of Xiao Lin Lang's situation. To prevent any misunderstandings from arising, he stopped at a spot that was still pretty far away from them. While appearing guilty, he said in a gentle voice, Lin Lang, I'm sorry for being late. Upon hearing that, Yang Kai arched his brow and darted his gaze between Xiao Lin Lang and that person as he fell into his thoughts. In a dispassionate tone, Xiao Lin Lang asked, What do you want? The person replied, I rushed over as soon as I heard that you were in trouble. Unfortunately, I had no idea where you were, so I had to keep looking around. It seems that I was lucky enough today to have come across you here. An impatient Xiao Lin Lang said, Just cut to the chase. I'm in a rush. The person contained his excitement and slowly said, Lin Lang, everyone in the Shattered Heaven is now aware of the World Spring's appearance, and many of the 7th Order and even 8th Order Masters have started making a move. There's no way you can keep it. Xiao Lin Lang sneered. Are you here to snatch the world spring as well? With an aggrieved expression, the person replied. Lin Lang, I'm saddened by the way you look at me. Others might not know what I, Zhao Yi, want, but don't you know it very well? Without directly answering his question, Xia Lin Lang asked. Why did you call out to me if the world spring is not what you're after? Don't tell me you want me to seek refuge in your place. There was a helpless smile on Zhao Yi's face as he said, I do want that to happen, but I know you won't come with me. Those 7th Order and 8th Order masters had occupied universe cave heavens and universe paradises left behind by fallen ancient masters. In their respective territories, they could use a power that far exceeded their own. It was the case for both Xia Lin Lang and Zhao Yi. Therefore, if she really followed him to his territory, she would be susceptible to his control. Although Zhao Yi appeared to be deeply in love with Xia Lin Lang, she had no idea what was really on his mind, hence, she had to be cautious. That was the reason Zhao Yi knew that she wouldn't follow him back to his hideout, and he wouldn't even dare to have that wish. What do you want, then? Xia Lin Lang frowned. With a solemn expression, Zhao Yi replied, I've come to an agreement with Qing Yang. As long as you pass the world spring to him, he'll ensure your safety. Additionally, he'll give you a universe paradise as compensation. Bright flame divine monarch. Xia Lin Lang's expression changed upon hearing that. Judging from her expression, Yang Kai realized that this Qing Yang must be an 8th Order open heaven realm master. It had only been a short time since he arrived in the Shattered Heaven, so he knew little about this place. However, he had heard from Su Wang that there were 8th Order masters residing in this place, though there were only a small number of them. A person who could make Xia Lin Lang look so apprehensive must be an 8th Order master. Martial Peak, Chapter 4671, Strange Murderous Intent. Zhao Yi looked gently at Xia Lin Lang and said, Although Bright Flame Divine Monarch is an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he's a righteous man who has never oppressed anyone weaker than him before. I'm sure you're aware of this as well. When I arrived at the Shattered Heaven back then, I was hunted down by the top cultivators from Luoxin Cave Heaven, and I had nowhere to go. It was Qing Yang who offered me shelter, otherwise, I would have ceased to exist. Is that why you looked for him? Xia Lin Lang stared coldly at him. Following a sigh, Zhao Yi said, Other than the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, anyone in the Shattered Heaven will only invite trouble to themselves by trying to obtain the World Spring. I'm doing this for your own good. I'll have to thank you then, Xia Lin Lang said through clenched teeth. Zhao Yi shook his head. Lin Lang, I know you'll blame me, but this matter has to be settled in such a way. You arrived at the Shattered Heaven later than I did, so you didn't experience the carnage that happened 3,000 years ago. I saw it with my eyes. After the profound fish appeared at that time, more than 10 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters lost their lives. Just like you're trying to do, they had all attempted to snatch the profound fish. Even if one of them could get the profound fish, they couldn't ensure their own safety. I don't want you to make the same mistake. Even if you hate me and blame me, I'll still have to do it. Xia Lin Lang pressed her lips together, then said impassively, Are you done talking? Zhao Yi became startled for a moment, then nodded. Yes. After letting out a breath, Xia Lin Lang stared at him. I understand what you think, and I know you might really be doing it for my own good. Thinking that the woman had changed her mind, Zhao Yi appeared elated. However, his joy vanished the next moment. Regardless, I'll not give the World Spring to anyone, Xia Lin Lang said with determination. Give way if you still treasure our friendship, otherwise, there is no need for it to exist anymore. There was a heartbroken expression on Zhao Yi's face. He parted his lips, but he couldn't bring himself to say anything. Just then, 2 figures dashed out of Zhao Yi's ship and pounced on Yang Kai. They were a man and a woman, who both had 6th Order strength. One of them was a handsome young man who was clad in all-white clothes, while the other was an innocent-looking woman with a peach blossom branch in her hand. Before they even arrived, their divine abilities landed on Yang Kai. Yang Kai started becoming restless even before they attacked, and in an instant, his frustration from a long time of fleeing turned into endless murderous intent. The transformation even startled himself. Looking up, he became surprised as he had met this man and woman, who were trying to attack him, twice before. He first came across them in the shattered Heaven Star City. After he watched Wuquang leave, Yang Kai had sat on the second floor of the tea house on his own while drinking. That was when he saw these two moving along the street. After that, he chanced upon the man and the woman outside of the Universe Cave Heaven where the World Spring was located. Nevertheless, after the appearance of Xiaolin Lang and the other high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters, the onlookers soon left the place. Following the incident of Yang Kai working with a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master from Bright King Cave Heaven to capture Blood Crow, the man and the woman were nowhere to be seen. Yang Kai could never forget about them, especially the white-robed youth. That was because during their encounters, he was instinctively repulsed by this man, as though there was an innate blood feud between them. This time was worse as the white-robed youth directly made a move against him. Yang Kai's murderous intent was instantly ignited as he appeared ferocious and ready to fight back. He could even feel that his dragon vein was pulsating. There were no signs of them attempting to make a move beforehand, so it was obviously a sneak attack. A furious Xiaolin Lang roared, "Impudence!" She then raised her hand and pushed out her palm towards them. Although both of them appeared to be in the Sixth Order, and their combined attack was indeed powerful, they were still significantly weaker than a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Faced with the attack, both of them instantly froze. Zhao Yi's expression changed as he exclaimed, "No!" He then stood in Xiaolin Lang's way and parried the attack. Space shook as world forces clashed. Zhao Yi was forced to move backwards a long distance while Xiaolin Lang staggered slightly. It wasn't that Zhao Yi was weaker than her. If they were in a life-and-death battle, they would be equally matched. Perhaps Zhao Yi would even get the upper hand. However, since he made a move in a hurry, and he wouldn't dare to exert too much force as he was concerned about Xiaolin Lang, he suffered a setback as a result. "Are you going to stop me, Zhao Yi?" Xiaolin Lang snapped. There was a bitter expression on Zhao Yi's face as he suppressed the tremors in his small universe and said, "Lin Lang, you can't kill them because they're with Bright Flame Divine Monarch." Xiaolin Lang became startled for a moment. It was then she realized why these two Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters dared to be so impudent in front of her when Zhao Yi hadn't made a move, for they were Bright Flame Divine Monarch's people. With an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master as their backer, it was expected that they had no regard for anyone in the Shattered Heaven. Moreover, the young man seems to have something to do with a certain great force in the Shattered Ruins. Zhao Yi secretly spoke. Upon hearing that, Xiaolin Lang was surprised. The Shattered Ruins was the deepest part of the Shattered Heaven as well as a forbidden zone. Even Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters like Bright Flame Divine Monarch wouldn't dare to rashly step into it. Even though it had been over 2,000 years since Xiaolin Lang arrived at the Shattered Heaven, she had never once approached the Shattered Ruins. In fact, the idea had never even crossed her mind. That was because not only was the environment in the Shattered Ruins extremely hostile, it was said that some formidable existences also resided there. It wouldn't have mattered if the white-robed youth was just a subordinate of Qingyang, but if he really had something to do with a great force from the Shattered Ruins, they all had to be wary of him. As they spoke, Yang Kai had gotten into an intense battle with the man and the woman. Despite the fact that they were in the same order, and that he was battling against two people on his own, he wasn't at a disadvantage. The spear intent of his Azure Dragon spear surged as his mastery over the spear Dao was on the level of transcending the mundane. His word force burst forth and ensured that his opponents couldn't approach him. Zhao Yi was dumbfounded upon seeing that. He wasn't familiar with the man and the woman as he was only in a temporary cooperation with them. However, he knew that even though the man was only in the Sixth Order, he was the strongest Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master he had ever seen. Supposedly, it would only take this man an incense stick to kill an opponent in the same order if he wanted to. Although the woman was inferior to the man, she was already much stronger than average Sixth Order Masters. Initially, Zhao Yi believed that they could easily capture Yang Kai since they had joined forces, but it turned out that both parties were equally matched. I can't believe there's such a freak in this world. Zhao Yi fell into a dazed state. From the corner of his eye, he could see Xiao Lin Lang charging towards the battlefield. With his expression changed drastically, he attempted to stop her, and persuaded her by saying, "Stop being obstinate, Lin Lang. I've reasoned with you, so you'd better listen to me, otherwise I'll have to stop you even if you'll start hating me." Scram! Xiao Lin Lang forcefully pushed out her palm. With a bitter expression, Zhao Yi had no choice but to parry the attack. In an instant, two battles erupted. On one hand, Zhao Yi and Xiao Lin Lang were equally matched. Although they were in an intense battle, anyone could see that Zhao Yi had been accommodating the woman's bombardment of attacks. However, it was impossible for Xiao Lin Lang to get rid of him, for both of them were in the seventh order. If Zhao Yi insisted on stopping her, there was no way she could move past him. Moreover, she had put Qin Fen and the others inside her small universe earlier, so it was troublesome for her to fight with her opponents, as her use of power had been slightly affected by the burdens she was carrying. On the other hand, the battle between Yang Kai and the duo was far fiercer. Both parties didn't hold back their powers as they seemed determined to hack each other to death. While the man and the woman were shocked by this result, Yang Kai was equally astounded. He had rarely come across any cultivators in the same order who could exchange moves with him for a long time, except for the old monster Blood Crow, who had been reborn after occupying someone else's body. If he insisted on killing a sixth-order open heaven realm master, Yang Kai was confident he could achieve it in fewer than 20 breaths. Nevertheless, this man and woman gave him a huge surprise. While the woman was slightly weaker, the man was indeed incredible. He would still be able to match Yang Kai even if he was on his own. The Azure Dragon's spear felt scorching hot during the intense battle. Every time Yang Kai pushed out his spear, a deafening dragon roar could be heard. This had never happened to him before. Other than the anomaly with his Azure Dragon spear, Yang Kai also realized that the dragon vein in his body was pulsating with such intensity that he was unable to suppress his murderous intent. His eyes had even turned bloodshot. It was the same case for the man opposite him. Just then, Yang Kai detected a very strange aura from the other man's body. It was then he realized that, just like himself, the white-robed youth had a divine spirit's bloodline. However, unlike himself, this person had never refined a divine spirit source, which meant he had to have been born with a divine spirit's bloodline. The reason they held such grudges against one another was that their bloodlines clashed. The blossoming pear flowers were intertwined with peach blossoms. As a golden crow was heard cawing, a great sun leaped into existence. The sea of flowers shattered while Yang Kai pushed out his spear. The woman, who was charging towards Yang Kai with a peach blossom branch in her hand, instantly felt cold all over her body. She could see the great sun expanding rapidly and almost engulfing her. Since she had been targeted specifically at such close range, there was no way she could dodge the attack. Following a shout, she extended her peach blossom branch. The great sun instantly melted the peach blossom branch away. Seeing that the woman was about to be killed by the Azure Dragon's spear, the white-robed youth dashed forward and extended 2 fingers towards Yang Kai's heart. He reckoned that he could only save the woman by launching an attack on their opponent. Without hesitation, Yang Kai swept his spear across the youth instead. The spear directly struck the white-robed youth at his waist. As a violent force burst forth, the white-robed youth sprayed out a mouthful of blood mist, which covered Yang Kai. The blood mist was extremely eerie, and even though Yang Kai had immediately pushed his world force to protect himself, he was still contaminated by it. The blood instantly melted into his body. A large dragon head abruptly appeared behind Yang Kai as it roared and shook the 9 heavens. The woman, who had just escaped from death's door, appeared beside the white-robed youth and supported his weight. Appearing to be concerned, she called out, "Young master!" The white-robed youth shook his head and choked down the blood in his mouth. While staring fixedly at Yang Kai, he curved his lips into a smile. Yang Kai furrowed his brows as he felt immensely hot. While he staggered, he had the urge to transform into a half-dragon. Upon realizing that something was off, Xiao Lin Lang bolted towards him and clenched his arm before shouting, "Let's go!" Suppressing the murderous intent in his heart, Yang Kai looked intently at the white-robed youth. Although he wanted to kill him ruthlessly, he knew that they couldn't stay in this place any longer, for they had made quite some noise. If there were other people nearby, they would have detected it by now. He then manipulated space principles and engulfed Xiao Lin Lang with them before disappearing into the distance. By the time the white-robed youth pushed out his fist, he realized that Yang Kai and Xiao Lin Lang were nowhere to be found. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4672, Cannot Escape. As space principles undulated, two figures shot towards the depths of the shattered heaven. They were none other than Yang Kai and Xiao Lin Lang. Although he was far away from the previous battlefield, he still couldn't suppress his murderous intent and pulsating dragon vein. After he was infiltrated by the white-robed youth's blood mist, Yang Kai felt an immense force charging around in his body. As a result, he was unable to control the power of his dragon vein, and he constantly had the urge to transform into a half-dragon. While suppressing this urge, Yang Kai pushed his world force in an attempt to get rid of the strange power which had infiltrated his body. However, the power seemed to have spirituality of its own as it streamed towards his shoulder. The next instant, he felt an excruciating pain on his left shoulder, as though it had been seared with a piece of heated iron. This caused Yang Kai to grunt. Fortunately, his weltering murderous intent and pulsating dragon vein finally subsided following the incident. "What happened?" Xiao Lin Lang turned her head and asked. She already realized that something was wrong with Yang Kai the moment the white-robed youth appeared. Given the state he was in, he would have tried to hack the other party to death if she hadn't dragged him away. Certainly, given the power Yang Kai had showcased, the white-robed youth couldn't defeat him despite having a helper. Nevertheless, with Zhao Yi around, he wouldn't let Yang Kai just kill the white-robed youth. "That guy was interesting," Yang Kai snorted. He then pulled down his clothes and took a glance at his left shoulder, only to see a bird-shaped mark on his skin. At first glance, the mark seemed to be alive as the bird expanded its wings. There was a tinge of derision behind its eyes. "What's this?" Xiao Lin Lang exclaimed. Without responding to her, Yang Kai directly sliced a bit of his skin off his shoulder. The bird-shaped mark was instantly removed, and as he activated his power, the mark turned into dust. The flesh around his wound squirmed as it was the manifestation of the restorative power of his dragon vein and wood element power. In just more than 10 breaths of time, the flesh in his wound was restored. However, the bird-shaped mark, which was supposed to have been destroyed, appeared on his shoulder again, as though it was determined to follow him forever. Yang Kai snorted. Although he had already expected this outcome, he still felt displeased when he saw it. There was a dark expression on Xiao Lin Lang's face as she asked, "Are you being tracked?" Yang Kai nodded and turned to look at her. "I'm in a perilous situation, so I suggest that you part ways with me now. Their target is the world spring, so you don't have to stick close to me. By fleeing on your own, you'll stand a greater chance of survival." Xiao Lin Lang shook her head. "It's useless even if we part ways now. Everyone in the shattered heaven is now aware that we're together. Just like you, I'm also their target." She then put on a bitter smile. "Just like you've said, we're riding the same boat now." Although her hideout was previously invaded by Grandma Gio and the others, the situation wasn't so terrible. However, she had never expected that in just half a year, they had become the target of the entire The Shattered Heaven. Regardless of how expansive this place was, there was nowhere they could settle down safely. "Now, one of the options for us is to turn around and try to break through the siege. As long as we can leave the Shattered Heaven, we'll be safe. However, the chances are slim. If we turn around now, we'll go through countless battles. It wouldn't have mattered if our opponents were just in the 7th Order, but presently, even the 8th Order Masters are looking for us. If we come across them, we won't be able to fight back." Upon hearing that, Xiao Lin Lang sighed and nodded. "One of the 4 universe pillars is tempting enough for them to act." Yang Kai turned to look at her. So, we have to go to a place that is difficult even for those in the 8th order to reach. I'm not familiar with the shattered heaven. Do you have any suggestions? The bird-shaped mark on his shoulder was used for tracking, so even though he had no idea about the limit of the distance it could be followed, Yang Kai had to plan for the worst. The white-robed youth had the support of bright-flame divine monarch, Cheng Yang, so it was unrealistic for them to hide somewhere as their opponents would find them sooner or later. If we can find a universe paradise or universe cave heaven that hasn't been discovered. Before she even finished speaking, Yang Kai raised his hand to interrupt her. The chances are very slim. To be honest, I've been paying attention to the surroundings along the way this whole time, but I've never discovered anything. Xiaolin Lang pressed her lips together while appearing to be hesitant. With a frown, Yang Kai said, "Nothing can be worse than the situation we're in now. Perhaps we'll be able to escape this calamity by taking a huge risk. If you have somewhere to go, tell me right away." "The shattered ruins." Xiaolin Lang lifted her head and replied. Aware that Yang Kai knew nothing about this place, she took the initiative to offer an explanation. "The shattered ruins is in the deepest part of the shattered heaven. It's rumored that it was the final battlefield of the Great War in ancient times. Countless high-rank open heaven realm masters lost their lives there. Therefore, many divine abilities and secret techniques left behind by the ancient great experts still linger in the void. As a result, the environment is beyond horrible. Even the 7th Order and 8th Order masters in the shattered heaven don't dare to step into it, and it's not just because of the divine abilities and secret techniques. There are also a lot of spirit arrays and artifacts lurking in the dark. No one can be certain to escape unscathed if they accidentally trigger one of them. Also..." "Go on," Yang Kai urged. "There are said to be many divine spirits who reside in the shattered ruins, so it has become a forbidden zone for human cultivators like us." "Divine spirits?" Yang Kai arched his brow. "Are there any members of the Dragon Clan?" Xiaolin Lang shook her head. "I have no idea. Although I've been living in the shattered heaven for many years, I've never come across any Dragon Clan members before. Why are you looking for them?" Certainly, Yang Kai wouldn't tell her that he had a Dragon Clan bloodline, so he replied in a perfunctory manner. "I'm just curious. It's said that dragons and phoenixes are the leaders of all divine spirits. I've always admired them, but I haven't had the chance to meet one before." Xiaolin Lang burst into laughter. "The Dragon Clan is extremely arrogant. If we really run into them, we'll have to worry about being killed for no reason. We'll head to the shattered ruins then." Yang Kai directly made a decision. Although Xiaolin Lang was hesitant, she knew that they had nowhere else to go in the shattered heaven other than the shattered ruins. She thus nodded and led the way for him. On their way, she told him what she knew about the shattered ruins. Although she had been living in the shattered heaven for thousands of years, she knew little about this forbidden zone. She only knew that it was a dangerous place with a myriad of divine spirits. If they really broke into it, they would probably lose their lives. If it weren't because they had no other choice, she wouldn't even have thought about entering the shattered ruins. More than 10 days later, the pair finally came close to the shattered ruins. Xiaolin Lang was evidently nervous as her entire figure stiffened. It was as though she believed she would be killed at any moment. Just when Yang Kai wanted to placate her, his expression suddenly changed as he stopped in his tracks. This couldn't be helped though, as a stream of ferocious divine sense had traveled across millions of kilometers and locked onto him like invisible chains. Upon noticing it, Xiaolin Lang turned her head, and the color instantly drained from her face. "It's Cheng Yang." They could see a ray of light rapidly approaching them from the distance. The speed at which it moved was outrageously fast, and the light that was initially dim, in the blink of an eye, became extremely bright. "Run!" Yang Kai yelled as he grabbed the woman's arm and attempted to manipulate its space principles. However, before he could make a move, the divine sense that had locked onto him surged. Yang Kai, whose figure had started to fade, instantly reappeared as his use of instantaneous movement was interrupted at the most critical moment. As a result, he sprayed out a mouthful of blood. Seeing that, Xiaolin Lang quickly activated her power and engulfed him in it before dashing forward. Right then, a loud voice was heard shouting, "Both of you had better stop running if you want to keep your lives. Otherwise, this monarch will make life a living hell for you if I have to capture you." Xiao Lin Lang directly ignored him. Even though Zhao Yi had said that Qing Yang was a righteous man who had never oppressed those weaker than him, from their brief contact just now, that was obviously a lie. Qing Yang's first act was to target them, and his second was to threaten them, so how were they supposed to trust him? A moment later, a towering figure flashed past where the pair previously stood. He was none other than one of the small number of Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in the Shattered Heaven, Bright Flame Divine Monarch, Qing Yang. He was able to reach this place by relying on the tracking mark left on Yang Kai's body by the white-robed youth. At this moment, there was a mark, which was identical to the one on Yang Kai's shoulder, on the back of Qing Yan's hand. It was apparently the white-robed youth's doing. Since the two marks were made by the same person, and they were connected by a bloodline link, they could find each other regardless of the distance. That was the reason Qing Yang could accurately tell Yang Kai. It wasn't that Yang Kai didn't want to get rid of the mark. In fact, he had tried many methods before, but all of his attempts had failed. Moreover, since they were on the run, he didn't have any time to sit and focus on removing this mark. The three figures charged forward at the speed of lightning. However, the distance between both parties was clearly shortening. Since an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master had made a move while Yang Kai was unable to use instantaneous movement, it was expected that they couldn't get rid of him. Half a day later, Yang Kai lifted his head and saw a large area where lights of different colors glowed. They looked like clouds of stars hovering in the void as they spanned across billions of kilometers. Despite the extreme distance, Yang Kai still felt horrified, as a very dangerous aura wafted from the multicolored lights. That's the Shattered Ruins. Xiao Lin Lang fell into a dazed state as well. Those lights are supposedly divine abilities left behind by the ancient great experts. As she spoke, she felt her lips drying as she gazed at Yang Kai and asked, "Are we really going in?" She felt a great sense of danger before even approaching the Shattered Ruins, so who knew what would befall them if they really got into it? "Do we have a choice now?" Yang Kai snorted. While looking forward, his gaze was firm and determined. Xiao Lin Lang put on a bitter smile. Chen Yang was getting close, and unless they were willing to let Qing Yang have the final say on their life or death, they would have to keep moving forward. Upon realizing their intention, Qing Yang wore a dark expression as he used his power to amplify his voice. The environment in the Shattered Ruins is extremely hostile. Even this monarch can't be certain he will be able to enter and exit it alive, let alone you two. If you go into the Shattered Ruins, death will be certain. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4673, The Shattered Ruins. Upon seeing that Yang Kai and Xiao Lin Lang didn't stop, Qing Yang appeared furious as he snapped, "Pointless obstinance!" He then raised his hand and made a grabbing gesture. As his word force surged, a huge green illusory hand appeared in the void and covered Yang Kai and Xiao Lin Lang like a heaven-shrouding palm. The huge hand spanned a vast area, so they were unable to flee. In an instant, they were captured by the hand. As the hand tightened its grip, they felt a restrictive power coming at them from all directions. Yang Kai and Xiao Lin Lang instantly felt their bones dislocating. At that moment, they were unable to see or hear anything, as though they were trapped inside a dark cage. Just then, a golden crow was heard cawing while a great sun leapt into existence. With the azure dragon spear in his hands, Yang Kai pushed it out and tore the darkness apart. In the meantime, a divine ability from Xiao Lin Lang burst forth. Although Qing Yang was an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he had made a hurried move from a long distance. Therefore, Yang Kai and Xiao Lin Lang were able to break through it by joining forces. The huge illusory hand fell apart, while two battered figures shot out of it. Qing Yang knew that he couldn't stop them with that attack. However, his move had successfully delayed them and allowed him to shorten the distance between them significantly. While he continued charging forward, he balled up his fist and pushed it out. The power of this attack broke through the barriers of space and a violent force swept out like a tsunami. Yang Kai felt a crawling sensation on his scalp as all his muscles uncontrollably tightened. He then turned around in a hurry as his azure dragon's spear turned into countless spear shadows. Although Xiao Lin Lang was more powerful than him by one order, she didn't have as much experience in life and death battles against vastly stronger foes as he did. Therefore, her reactions were slightly sluggish. Fortunately, following an attack from her partner, she hurriedly summoned a round defensive artifact to protect them. The attack, powered by the world force of an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, shot forward and shattered all the spear's shadows. Xiao Lin Lang's defensive artifact also turned dim as much of its spirituality was instantly lost. As though a mountain had crashed into them, the two of them were sent flying away while spraying out a mouthful of blood. "Hang on!" Yang Kai choked down the searing blood in his throat and grabbed the woman's arm. By making use of the opponent's force, he plunged into the shattered ruins. A moment later, bright flame Divine Monarch appeared in front of the boundary to the shattered ruins. With a solemn expression, he looked up at the multicolored lights. Despite his hesitation, he still stepped forward to pursue them. Although the shattered ruins was dangerous, the world spring was so alluring to him that it was worth taking a risk. However, as soon as he stepped into the shattered ruins, he saw a violent divine ability coming at him. With widened eyes, he pushed out his fist. The divine ability that was equivalent to the full-force attack of a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was shattered. Without stopping, Qing Yang continued forward. What surprised him was that as he moved forward, countless divine abilities and secret techniques came at him from all directions. Even though every attack was equivalent to a strike from a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, which wouldn't kill him, they were dense and continuous, making them annoying to deal with. Meanwhile, Yang Kai and Xiao Lin Lang, who were ahead of him, were horrified as well. Before they even entered the shattered ruins, they already felt a very dangerous aura wafting from it, but it wasn't until they actually entered that they got a real taste of it. They couldn't help wondering just how many divine abilities and secret techniques had been left behind in this damned place. Just like the astral wind divine ability that Yang Kai had come across in the past, these eerie divine abilities and secret techniques had existed for countless years. Although they were not as terrifying as the astral wind divine ability, there seemed to be an infinite number of them. Before their entry, these divine abilities and secret techniques had remained dormant. Nevertheless, as they moved forward, they seemed to have been triggered by their life auras and attacked. These divine abilities and secret techniques had come to life following a long time of stillness, and every one was equivalent to an all-out attack from an average 6th Order Master. They were still so powerful even though countless years had passed, so it was imaginable that they were even more destructive when they were at the peak of their powers in the past. These attacks probably had the force of an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master when they were first created. The two of them seemed to have fallen into a place full of traps, and wherever they went, they would trigger these traps. They wouldn't dare to stop, nor could they do so. Once they did, they would be doomed. Fortunately, there was a short delay before these divine abilities sprung to life, hence, there was some time for them to keep fleeing. Bright Sun Divine Monarch, who was chasing after them, suffered in their stead. The divine abilities and secret techniques triggered by Yang Kai and Xiao Lin Lang actually all came right at him instead. He was basically cleaning up the mess for the two of them, and upon realizing this, Qing Yang became increasingly incensed. If he hadn't barged into this place, these divine abilities would have targeted Yang Kai and Xiao Lin Lang. However, since he wasn't willing to give up on the world spring, he had followed them and was now being peppered with the attacks meant for the ones he was pursuing. Although it wasn't hard for him to deal with divine abilities and secret techniques that were equivalent to attacks from 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, he was certainly annoyed by them. As he charged forward, he wielded his fists madly and shattered all those divine abilities and secret techniques. Tremors could be felt coming from behind, and Yang Kai certainly knew that those were the noises that Qing Yang was making. At this moment, he wasn't in the mood to take pleasure in the other party's misfortune though. Instead, he was growing more and more apprehensive. He had heard from Xiao Lin Lang that the shattered ruins was extremely dangerous, but it wasn't until he barged into this place that he understood just what she meant. It never crossed his mind that the inside of the shattered ruins would look like this. While Qingyang was in a dilemma, it was the same case for Xiaolin Lang and Yang Kai. They didn't dare to stop for an instant, for if they did, all the nearby divine abilities and secret techniques would fly at them. Bright Flame Divine Monarch was powerful, so he could easily deal with this barrage of divine abilities and secret techniques. But Yang Kai and Xiaolin Lang definitely couldn't do that. After all, they were injured after they were attacked by Qingyang earlier. Do divine spirits really live here? Yang Kai was doubtful. Although the divine spirits were formidable, with every mature divine spirit being as powerful as a high-rank open heaven realm master, they shouldn't be able to survive in such a hostile environment. It's just a rumor. I've never come here before. Xiaolin Lang shook her head. Then Yang Kai stopped thinking about it. Regardless of whether there were any divine spirits in this place, the lives of Xiaolin Lang and him were truly hanging by a thread. Yang Kai, if I pass away, Qin Fen and the others. Before she could finish speaking, Yang Kai cut her off by saying, If you die, do you think I'll be able to survive? Xiaolin Lang was lost for words. After giving it a thought, she realized that if she, a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, was killed, there was no way Yang Kai could keep his life. Space principles were not useful in a place like this, for if he used instantaneous movement, he might directly fall into some kind of mortal danger. Stop thinking about it. I've experienced countless life and death moments like this since I began cultivating, and I've nearly lost my life many times. Although the situation now is terrible, it's not without hope. We can survive this as long as we don't give up. I hope so, Xiaolin Lang replied in a dejected manner. They continued moving forward, but although they had already fled before most of the divine abilities and secret techniques could attack them, there were still a small number they were unable to dodge. In times like these, they could only parry the attacks, and as time passed, they consumed more and more energy. A few days later, Yang Kai and Xiaolin Lang both sported solemn expressions. That was because as they went deeper into the shattered ruins, the dormant divine abilities and secret techniques became increasingly powerful. Half a day ago, they triggered a divine ability that was equivalent to the full-powered attack of a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, and as time passed, they encountered more and more divine abilities of such strength. As they went further, the divine abilities became more formidable. When the divine abilities struck at them from time to time, they had no choice but to resolve them. As a result, they felt immensely pressured. After another half a day, all the divine abilities they came across were now basically on par with 7th Order Open Heaven Realm attacks. Xiaolin Lang had to exert her full strength now to deal with them. Fortunately, Yang Kai wasn't an ordinary 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so by working together, they could temporarily ensure their own safety. At this moment, Yang Kai felt fortunate that after the divine abilities were triggered, they still had some time to flee. Otherwise, they would have lost their lives from exhaustion within an hour at most. Instead of subsiding, however, the noise behind them became louder and nearer. It was apparent that Qingyang was still relentlessly chasing them. Yang Kai couldn't help but admire the man's determination and the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master's power. While he and Xiaolin Lang only had to deal with a few divine abilities from time to time, Qingyang basically plowed through a full barrage to get to them. The divine abilities and secret techniques that had been triggered by them were all resolved by him. However, Qingyang was surely in a terrible state despite being an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. A few ants meant nothing to an elephant, but 1,000,000 of them could bite an elephant to death. Similarly, Bright Sun Divine Monarch must have exerted significantly more force than the two of them in order to resolve all the divine abilities they triggered and left behind. That was indeed the case. Presently, Qingyang was slightly pale, which was a clear sign of overconsumption. Nevertheless, he didn't even have time to take a breath. If he had hesitated for a moment now, he would be submerged in divine abilities. In fact, he had thought about backing down several times. However, he had endured so much hardship already that there was no way he could resign himself to giving up. While being frustrated, he swore that if he could capture the brat that had obtained the World Spring, he would rip his corpse into countless pieces. This was the biggest setback and embarrassment he had suffered in his life since he started cultivating. A few days later, Yang Kai and Xiao Lin Lang were battered and covered in blood. Although they only had to deal with the divine abilities and secret techniques sometimes and could work together to share the burden, there were still times when they were accidentally hurt under such prolonged pressure. Earlier, a sword chi divine ability almost cut Yang Kai in half while there was a long cut on Xiao Lin Lang's abdomen. The flesh around her wound had rolled up. They were almost killed during that incident. At this point, Yang Kai could feel that some of the divine abilities and secret techniques they had triggered were equivalent to the attacks of 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Although there were only a small number of them, this was truly terrible news for them. Given their strength and current states, they would be doomed if they were struck by any divine ability that was as powerful as an attack from an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4674, Shattered Space. The only good news was that even though the divine abilities and secret techniques left behind in this place were becoming increasingly powerful, there were fewer of them in total now, otherwise, they wouldn't stand a chance to flee. As they moved forward, Yang Kai began seeing countless strangely shaped ancient artifacts. Many of the divine abilities and secret techniques that had been triggered came from those artifacts. Although innumerable years had passed, they hadn't lost their spirituality completely. The shattered ruins weren't just filled with danger, they were also full of treasures. Unfortunately, even the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters might not be able to obtain those treasures while they were here. "Watch out!" Xiao Lin Lang suddenly exclaimed. Yang Kai's expression instantly turned solemn. When he looked up, he saw a purple light that danced around like a snake. The light contained an aura that frightened them out of their wits. There was no doubt that it was a divine ability that was equivalent to an attack from an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. The purple light that was supposed to be dormant in the depths of the shattered ruins was triggered by their life auras and became active, its ferocious aura soon locking onto them. The expressions of Yang Kai and Xiao Lin Lang changed drastically. What they were most afraid of had finally happened. It was just like what usually happened on a battlefield. If a person was most afraid of death, he would definitely be killed. Since the aura of this divine ability had targeted them, they had no way to get rid of it other than through force. If they were still at the peak of their strength, they might stand a chance to deal with such a divine ability. However, given their state, there was no way they could resolve it. "Run!" Yang Kai roared and shot forward, dragging Xiao Lin Lang along with him. The purple light seemed to have come alive as it shot forward and relentlessly pursued them like a cat that caught a whiff of a fishy smell. Although they were trying to flee from Qingyang earlier, they did their best to not trigger the dormant divine abilities around them. Now though, since they were being pursued by the purple light, the two of them were flustered and didn't have time to spare attention to observe their surroundings. If they hesitated for even a moment, they would die. As they charged forward, more divine abilities were triggered as they targeted their life auras. Within an incense stick of time, the purple light was not the only divine ability that was chasing after them. Behind them were lights of different colors, and every divine ability was equivalent to the full force of a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, at the very least. Yang Kai felt a cold chill creeping up his spine while Xiao Lin Lang's face was as pale as a sheet. The situation was exacerbated as they moved forward. There seemed to be a tail of multicolored light behind them, and even though the sight was magnificent, their situation was beyond perilous. "Yang Kai, I'm afraid this is it." While running for her life, Xiao Lin Lang put on a bitter smile. At this moment, she was regretful of the decision she had made. If she had known she would be faced with such a calamity in the shattered ruins, she would have chosen to leave the shattered heaven with Yang Kai. She would rather be captured by the cave heavens and paradises than feel helpless while death crept closer to her. "Shut up!" Yang Kai roared. "Can't I even grumble a little since we're dying?" There was an aggrieved look on Xiao Lin Lang's face. Yang Kai didn't bother to respond to her. Just then, he detected something and turned to look in a particular direction. He could feel violent fluctuations of space principles coming from that direction. Since he was an expert in the Tao of space, he was sensitive to this kind of power. The fluctuations of space principles were as conspicuous to him as a candlelight in the darkness. "This way!" Yang Kai said and changed his direction. Although he had no idea what was ahead of them, he understood that these space principles' fluctuations were unusually strong. Things couldn't get worse anyway, as they were basically trying to claw their way out from death's door. They might stand a chance to survive if they went over, which was better than waiting for certain death here. Another incense stick later, even more divine abilities and secret techniques had been triggered by the fleeing pair, and the tail of multicolored light behind them had only grown more intense. Suddenly, there came a moment when Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and looked dazedly forward. In the meantime, Xiao Lin Lang covered her lips with her hands. There were no colorful lights in the void in front of them. However, the area did look just like a broken mirror as fragments of space floated about in a disorderly manner. Among the fragments was a particularly conspicuous void crack that exuded this strong aura of nothingness. The traces of this space technique made Yang Kai's eyes brighten. When he detected the dormant divine abilities and secret techniques in the shattered ruins earlier, Yang Kai considered the possibility of there being space secret techniques hidden among them. However, he hadn't come across any along the way, which made him feel disappointed. It never crossed his mind that there was really a space secret technique that was hidden in the deepest part of the shattered ruins. Nonetheless, judging from the sight before his eyes, Yang Kai knew that this shattered space was indeed caused by an ancient space secret technique, and one that had already fully exploded. The shattered void was the best proof of this. The emotions in Yang Kai's heart undulated. There was someone in ancient times who had also been an expert in the Tao of space, and that master's mastery of it was far greater than his own. That was because the damage caused by the space secret technique still hadn't been repaired by the local world principles. The void still looked like a broken mirror. Therefore, the danger that was ahead of them in the void wasn't the space secret technique that was left behind, but the shattered void caused by the divine ability. If they were not careful, they would fall into a void crack upon entering it, and never be able to find their way out. Usually, Yang Kai wouldn't take such a huge risk. At the very least, he would observe it from the outside and try to comprehend the secrets of the space secret technique that had been left behind. However, at this moment, they were pursued by a barrage of divine abilities powerful enough to vaporize them, so there wasn't enough time for him to comprehend anything. He didn't even have time to hesitate as he took Xiao Lin Lang's hand and plunged into the nearest space fragment. Xiao Lin Lang instinctively tried to resist as she was apparently aware of the danger ahead. However, she soon calmed down and let Yang Kai drag her away. The next instant, they entered the nearest space fragment together. A slight tremor could be felt coming at them, and it suddenly felt as though they had moved through a space array. When Yang Kai came to his senses, he realized that he was in the deepest part of a space fragment. What shocked him was that Xiao Lin Lang was no longer beside him. The turn of events astounded him. All this time, as they were fleeing, the two of them had tied their auras together to ensure they weren't separated, and they were even holding hands just a moment ago, but in the blink of an eye, Xiao Lin Lang had vanished from his side. Yang Kai then hurriedly looked around and soon found her in a space fragment that was several hundred kilometers away. It was obvious that she could see him as well, though she appeared quite helpless. Before Yang Kai could say anything to her, they turned their heads at the same time and looked in the same direction. In that direction, the divine abilities and secret techniques of different colors had formed into a torrent that gushed towards them. Yang Kai could instantly recognize that the torrent consisted of the divine abilities that had locked onto their life auras and followed him to this place. The torrent soon streamed into a familiar-looking space fragment and disappeared. Yang Kai batted his eyes as he could recognize that the space fragment was the one that he and Xiao Lin Lang had initially passed through. For some reason, though, upon entering that space fragment, all the divine abilities and secret techniques were sent to different space fragments. It seemed that was also the reason he and Xiao Lin Lang were separated. Before he could figure out what exactly had transpired, Yang Kai saw the various divine abilities exploding in the space fragments around him. The multicolored lights appeared and disappeared in the space fragments repeatedly. The sight of it caused Yang Kai to be drenched in a cold sweat. He couldn't really feel the explosive powers of those divine abilities since they were exploding in separate spaces. However, by judging from what he could see, Yang Kai was certain that there would have been nothing left of him and Xiao Lin Lang if had they been struck by them. Fortunately, just a moment later, the lights of these divine abilities slowly subsided and disappeared. The crisis was resolved just like that. However, they fell into an even more complicated crisis the next instant. Xiao Lin Lang apparently wanted to return to Yang Kai's side. After all, she felt insecure since she was all alone in this shattered space. Nevertheless, as soon as she moved, she disappeared from the space fragment she was in, and when she reappeared, she was already in a totally different space fragment that was even further away. This caused her to fall into a dazed state. "Stop moving!" Yang Kai shouted in all directions with his divine sense, and fortunately it seemed to reach her. Xiao Lin Lang nodded gently, and remained unmoving in the same spot. Yang Kai then looked around. He still hadn't realized it while he was outside earlier, but upon entering this place, he could finally see that the space in this area was severely shattered, and a huge amount of space fragments had been formed. He could see that there were more than 10,000 space fragments in his immediate surroundings, and he was certain there were even more in the distance he could not perceive. As he recalled the sight of the divine abilities exploding and what happened to Xiao Lin Lang earlier, Yang Kai formed a speculation in his mind. He then took a step forward and realized that nothing was wrong, and it was the same case for his second step. It wasn't until he took the third step forward that he felt slightly dizzy again. It was the same feeling as when he passed through a space array. The world spun around him, and the next moment, he appeared in a different space fragment. He looked around and realized that Xiao Lin Lang was nowhere to be seen. Although he had no idea where he was, he reckoned that he was still within the area affected by the ancient space secret technique. That was because he could still see countless space fragments around him, just like he had encountered a moment ago. After his first experiment, Yang Kai became bolder. A moment later, he disappeared from the space fragment he was in and was sent to a different place. Seeing that Xiao Lin Lang was still nowhere in sight, he made a move again. After 7 or 8 tries, he finally saw Xiao Lin Lang in a fragment that was just a dozen kilometers away. At this moment, the woman was clearly both confused and helpless. Yang Kai's disappearance just now made her feel uneasy. However, from her previous experience, and in accordance with Yang Kai's advice, she didn't dare to move around randomly. It wasn't until she saw Yang Kai again that she let out a breath of relief and pulled herself together. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4675 Chaos. "Have you discovered anything?" Xiao Lin Lang called out via divine sense. "I have a speculation, but you should see it for yourself." Upon finishing his word, Yang Kai flicked an open heaven pill forward. Xiao Lin Lang looked fixedly at the open heaven pill, which moved for 1 meter before it disappeared. In the meantime, the open heaven pill abruptly appeared in a space fragment that was several dozen kilometers away from Yang Kai. Upon realizing something, Xiao Lin Lang said, "Teleportation!" Yang Kai nodded. "Keep watching." This time, he flicked more than 100 open heaven pills forward. Just like what had happened earlier, the pills slowly drifted ahead and soon disappeared. However, there were no regular patterns to speak of when they reappeared. About a dozen open heaven pills appeared in the space fragments around them, but the rest had gone missing. Xiao Lin Lang fell into her thoughts for a moment, then said, "Is the teleportation random?" "I think so." Yang Kai nodded. If it wasn't random, the more than 100 open heaven pills that he had flicked out would have appeared in the same place. However, the reality was that they only saw some pills in the fragments around them, and the rest of them were sent to places that were out of their sight. A realization finally dawned upon Xiao Lin Lang. That explained why after the torrent of divine abilities entered this place, they flickered and exploded in the fragments around them. Since the teleportation effect was random, the divine abilities were sent to different fragments while their powers were slowly exhausted until they disappeared. Upon that realization, Xiao Lin Lang felt a chill running down her spine. It seemed that she and Yang Kai were pretty lucky. If those divine abilities were sent to the fragments they were in, they would have been killed. The space in this place is in chaos, and we can't judge it using common sense. Although we might appear to be close to each other, We may actually be hundreds of thousands of kilometers apart, or even further. Xia Lin Lang's expression changed slightly, then she asked with hesitation. Can you come here? Or should I go over? Yang Kai shook his head. There are probably millions of space fragments in this place. Since the space is in chaos, I can't control the direction of the teleportation. Even if you remain perfectly still, I might not even reach you after a few hundred or even 1,000 years. Upon hearing that, Xia Lin Lang put on a bitter smile. Does it mean we're trapped here now? Yang Kai grinned. It's better than our previous situation. At the very least, we're not in danger now. You have a point. Xia Lin Lang appeared slightly relieved. Suddenly recalling something, Yang Kai turned to look in a particular direction. I almost forgot that someone was still chasing after us. As soon as he finished speaking, a tall figure abruptly came into sight. The person was none other than Bright Flame Divine Monarch, Qing Yang, who had been relentlessly pursuing them all this time. At this moment, Qing Yang, who was one of the few Eighth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in the Shattered Heaven, appeared quite battered as his clothes had become tattered. His hair was in a mess as it hung loose over his shoulders. He was engulfed in rage, which made him look like a volcano that was about to erupt. His encounters along the way were truly frustrating, which was why he was so infuriated. Supposedly, given his Eighth-Order Open Heaven Realm cultivation, he could easily capture a Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Master. However, since he entered the Shattered Ruins, he had actually been forced to clean up the mess Yang Kai left behind. Countless divine abilities and secret techniques had been resolved by him along the way. Just like what happened to Yang Kai and Xia Lin Lang earlier, Qing Yang was pursued by a torrent of divine abilities and secret techniques. Moreover, the torrent behind him was far greater than the one that had followed the two of them. Yang Kai was amazed and couldn't help thinking that the heritage of an Eighth-Order Open Heaven Realm Master was indeed incredible. If he and Xia Lin Lang were faced with the same situation, they wouldn't have escaped. Even though Qing Yang appeared battered, he still seemed able to deal with the situation. Upon reaching this place, Qing Yang soon saw Yang Kai as he roared. I'll shred your corpse into 10,000 pieces, you brat! After he finished speaking, he directly pounced towards Yang Kai, who appeared completely unfazed. The next moment, Qing Yang abruptly disappeared from the spot and the torrent that was close behind him directly crashed into the nearest space fragment. Yang Kai shouted, Defend yourself! At the same time, he activated his world force and summoned the Azure Dragon Spear while keeping his guard up. Although the teleportation among these space fragments was random, no one could guarantee that he wouldn't be struck by one of those divine abilities and secret techniques. The moment the divine abilities came into contact with the first space fragment, they abruptly disappeared. The next instant, fireworks seemed to have been ignited as lights of different colors exploded in a brilliant displacement among the various space fragments. Just then, a ray of light appeared out of thin air right in front of Yang Kai, who had fortunately been on guard. Without hesitation, he pushed out his spear with the great sun he had summoned on its tip. Violent fluctuations were felt coming at him as he was sent flying away. When he reappeared, he was already in a different fragment. At the same time, his spear-holding arm became limp while his perlicue was covered in blood. At that moment, he was still reeling from the impact. If it weren't because the space in this place was in chaos, he would have suffered a more serious injury. The disorderly space made sure that the power of the divine ability couldn't fully expand, which allowed Yang Kai to flee. Not daring to be negligent, he grabbed the Azure Dragon's spear with his other hand and stayed vigilant. He could see that the divine abilities of different colors were still rampaging about. Fortunately, no divine ability was sent to him again. A cup of tea's time later, the powers of those divine abilities became exhausted and disappeared. After letting out a breath, Yang Kai put his Azure Dragon spear away and fixed his dislocated arm. Looking around, he couldn't see Xia Lin Lang or Qing Yang. He then went on to travel across the space fragments for half a day before he finally found Xia Lin Lang. She remained in the same space fragment. It seemed that she was lucky enough to not be struck by any divine abilities. She also remembered Yang Kai's advice, which was why she remained in the same spot and waited for him to find her. Upon meeting her, Yang Kai nodded. We're safe for now. Let's restore our energy first and think about how to leave this place later. Certainly, Xiaolin Lang wouldn't object to it. Even an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master like Bright Flame Divine Monarch wouldn't be able to easily leave this damned place, not to mention that she was just a 7th Order Master. Only Yang Kai, who was an expert in the Tao of space, had a chance to find a way out of here. If she wanted to escape, she had to rely on him. They then sat down with their legs crossed and gulped down some spirit pills. Just a moment later, the towering figure of Cheng Yang appeared in a fragment that wasn't far away. When he saw Yang Kai, he put on a grin. However, since he had suffered a setback earlier, and he had realized the strangeness of this place, he didn't immediately rush over like he had done moments ago. Instead, he stared fixedly at Yang Kai with a pair of cold-looking eyes. Noticing the other man's presence, Yang Kai opened his eyes and sneered. It seems that you're eager to eat me alive, Divine Monarch. Cheng Yang snorted. If you had the guts to speak to me like this outside, you would have been dead by now. Yang Kai picked his ear and replied with a smile. I'm glad you know we're not outside, Divine Monarch. If I had come across you outside of this place, I would have run as far away as possible. That was what happened before. If it weren't because of you, I wouldn't have been trapped in this place. Unfortunately, you've also fallen into this place. It won't be easy to leave here, and I'm worried that we'll have to stay here forever. He shook his head as though he felt sorry for the other man. Cheng Yang said, although this place is strange and constantly changing, it might not necessarily be able to trap me. After I comprehend the abstrusity of this place, I'll make life a living hell for you. Yang Kai cupped his fist. Please work hard then, Divine Monarch. I'll wait for you here. Cheng Yang snorted and stopped bickering with him. He then sat down with his legs crossed. While restoring his energy, he gazed at Xiaolin Lang and said, Xia girl, even though you're a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, you're incapable of keeping the world spring. Zhao Yi had offered you a way out, but you turned down his kindness. All his efforts have been wasted. Xiaolin Lang pressed her lips together for a moment, then replied, This mistress is eternally grateful to Zhao Yi for lending me a hand in the past. However, I have my own considerations when it comes to the world spring. Cheng Yang said, It's not easy to keep a low profile and remain hidden in the shattered heaven. Even if you manage to survive this calamity, you'll never have any peaceful days again. I heard that your universe cave heaven has been destroyed. Xiaolin Lang fell silent. If you can help this monarch obtain the world spring, I am willing to forget everything that has happened. Additionally, I'll ensure your safety in the shattered heaven. Xiaolin Lang shook her head. The world spring is not with me. I'm afraid I'm unable to help you. Qin Yang didn't force her, but while staring fixedly at her, he still said, That's all I have to say. Consider my offer. He then closed his eyes and focused on recuperating. On the other hand, even though Yang Kai was aware that they were having a conversation, he couldn't find out what they were talking about in this strange place. Upon seeing that, Xiaolin Lang put on a helpless smile. She wasn't an inexperienced young girl, so she knew that by deliberately persuading her, Qin Yang was trying to plant a seed of doubt in Yang Kai's mind. Since Yang Kai had no idea what they were talking about, he might grow suspicious of her. However, it was pointless to explain anything at this point as it might lead to the opposite of the desired outcome, so she chose to remain silent. At that moment, while staying in their respective space fragments, the trio did their best to restore their strength. Nevertheless, just like Yang Kai had said, even though they seemed to be near each other, they might actually be separated by a distance of hundreds of thousands of kilometers as the space around here was in chaos. They had to rely on Yang Kai's mastery over the Tao of space in order to leave this place. If Yang Kai could figure out the secrets of the divine ability that had caused this environment to form, he may be able to find some kind of order in this chaos which could allow them to escape. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4676, Space-Time Strength. A few days later, Cheng Yang was the first to recover, and he soon disappeared from the space fragment he was occupying. It was apparent that he was trying to survey the area in order to look for a way to leave this place. It actually took Xingyan half a month before he reappeared in one of the nearby space fragments, and there was a gloomy expression on his face. Obviously, he hadn't found any clues at all. Despite being an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he was unable to force his way out of here. The space in this place was in complete chaos, and regardless of what he tried, all his attacks would be randomly sent to other space fragments. Just like the divine abilities that had run after him some time ago, they would move around the fragments and flicker until they eventually dispersed. While he couldn't shatter this place with brute force, he also hadn't found any regular patterns to the teleportation that was occurring. Regardless of how powerful he was, he could only accept the fact that he was trapped. In the meantime, Yang Kai was recuperating while observing what was going on in his small universe. Just after leaving Pear Flower Cave Heaven, he had examined his own small universe and comprehended something. There seemed to be an idea that was within his grasp, but before he could fully understand it, he was interrupted by Xia Lin Lang. After that, all his efforts were put into fleeing, so he didn't have time to ponder on this issue. Although he was trapped now, it was also a chance for him to calm his mind and tend to other matters. In his small universe, Yang Kai's divine sense manifested and formed into a lifelike figure. While hovering in the sky, he looked down at the migration of people, the building of cities, the cycle of life, and the rise and fall of the sun, moon, and stars. As time passed, his gaze increasingly brightened. There came a moment when an order spread across the entire place. Within my small universe, I now command the Tao of space and time. At that instant, the millions of residents in the small universe seemed to have detected something as they looked up at the sky. The Emperor Realm Masters were especially sensitive to this change, but when they tried to feel what it was, they realized that they couldn't discover anything. The world seemed to have gone through some kind of transformation, but it was also as though nothing had changed, leaving them puzzled. Following a moment of flux, the world returned to its original state. Hovering in the sky, Yang Kai grinned while resisting the urge to laugh out loud. Although the millions of residents didn't know what happened, it didn't mean there was no change in his small universe. In fact, the transformation was so drastic that Yang Kai was astounded. The passing of time in his small universe was now twice as fast compared to the outside world. Su Linggong once said that there were two shortcuts to cultivation in this world. Other than training in a small source world, temporal rivers were the other option. The flowing of time in a temporal river was different from that of the outside world. A year might pass in the outside world, but 100 years, 1,000 years, or even 10,000 years might have gone by in the temporal river. Yang Kai had entered a small source world once, but had only heard about temporal rivers. Although he was eager to find out what a legendary temporal river really looked like, he hadn't had such a chance. Presently, with the blessing of time principles and space principles, Yang Kai had replicated the effects of a temporal river in his small universe. Although it was far less powerful than a true temporal river, the passage of time in his small universe was now 2 times faster than in the outside world. In other words, 1 day in the outside world would be equivalent to 2 days in his small universe, while 1 year in the outside world would be 2 years in his small universe. This kind of transformation wouldn't affect him much, but it had a huge impact on the residents living in his small universe. The accelerated flow of time wouldn't shorten the lives of the people in the small universe because their perception of time had not changed. It was only different when compared to the outside world. The purpose of raising living beings in a cultivator's small universe was to help with their cultivation. It took an open heaven realm master a painfully long time to make it to the next order, but the growth and multiplication of living beings in their small universe would nurture auspicious spirit essence and continuously increase their heritage. Even if the open heaven realm master never cultivated, this increase wouldn't stop. Since the passage of time had accelerated in Yang Kai's small universe, it meant that he would get even more benefits in the future. He just decided to give it a try, so it surprised him greatly that he actually succeeded. It could be said to be a pleasant surprise. However, this could only be achieved once a cultivator reached a certain level of mastery in the Tao of Time, which was touted to be a power that was even harder to cultivate than the Tao of space. Rarely anyone in the world could make it to the sixth level of mastery in the Tao of time like what Yang Kai had done. Yang Kai reckoned that Yang Xiao and Yang Shui would be able to achieve this in the future. After all, they were the legacy disciples of Flowing Time Great Emperor. Unfortunately, given his mastery over the Tao of time now, he could only make the passage of time in his small universe 2 times faster than the outside world. Perhaps when he had a better understanding of the Tao of time in the future, he would be able to accelerate this further. Yang Kai would gain immense benefits by doing so, and with his mastery over the Tao of time, there seemed to not be any price to pay. In that case, not only could he gain some benefits through the living beings in his body, but the residents could also grow faster by having their cultivation time halved compared to the outside world. Yang Kai then went on to observe his small universe for 10 more days. Upon making sure that the acceleration of the passage of time wouldn't affect the residents in any negative way, he returned his focus to the outside world. Looking up, he saw a bored Xiao Lin Lang darting her gaze around. As their eyes met, they nodded at each other. Presently, Cheng Yang was seated with his legs crossed, as though he was trying to figure out the abstrusity in this place. A myriad of expressions came over him. Yang Kai sneered at the sight. Given Bright Sun Divine Monarch's powerful 8th Order Open Heaven Realm cultivation, he would be treated as an honorable ancestor in the outside world if he were from one of the cave heavens and paradises. However, since he knew nothing about the Tao of space, he wouldn't be able to comprehend anything here even if he spent thousands of years trying to do so. However, his thinking was right. The space in this place was in chaos, and there were no regular patterns to speak of. Since it was caused by a secret technique from an ancient great expert, they would only stand a chance to leave this place by figuring out the secret behind that secret technique and understanding the connection between the space fragments. It was hard for Yang Kai to imagine the level of mastery the ancient great expert, who had cast this divine ability, had reached in the Tao of space. Even though countless years had passed, the effects caused by this divine ability could still resist the self-repair of the world principles. After spending 20 years in the universe temples trying to figure out the secret behind the grand array there, Yang Kai managed to reach the 8th level of mastery in the Tao of space. However, he knew he couldn't achieve what he saw before his eyes. Perhaps only by reaching the final level, shocking history and amazing the present, in his mastery over the Tao of space, coupled with the power of the 9th Order Open Heaven Realm, would he stand a chance to be as powerful as the great expert who did this in ancient times. Yang Kai thus sat down with his legs crossed and emptied his mind in an attempt to comprehend the secret of the space secret technique left behind in this place. In the blink of an eye, 10 years, 20 years, and then 30 years had gone by. Yang Kai initially thought that it would only take him a few years before he could leave this place. However, in reality, 30 years had passed, but he still hadn't fully understood the connection between the space fragments. Although he wasn't completely clueless like before, he was still far from being able to leave this place. As he had a better understanding of it now, he increasingly felt that the great expert who had cast this space secret technique was truly amazing. Fortunately, even though 30 years seemed like a long time, it was just a blink of an eye for an open heaven realm master given their extremely long lifespan. Yang Kai, Xiao Lin Lang, and Qing Yang were all calm and collected as they were not in a rush at all. This was especially true for Qing Yang. Since he started attempting to comprehend the secret in this place, he had remained seated there with his legs crossed without moving a muscle. It was as though he was dead. On the other hand, Xiao Lin Lang knew that she could only pin her hopes on Yang Kai, so she stopped wasting time trying to escape and simply spent her time cultivating. Sometimes, she would move around the space fragments in the hope of discovering something. However, it wasn't certain when she would return every time since she had no control over the direction she would be heading. When she was lucky sometimes, she would reappear in Yang Kai's sight a few days later. However, when she was unlucky, she would disappear for a few months. With that said, while she was unable to leave this place, there wasn't really any danger lurking in the dark. Meanwhile, Yang Kai's divine sense manifested in his small universe again. In the past 30 years, he hadn't only attempted to comprehend the secrets of this place. If that was everything he did, he would have exhausted himself and possibly even made errors in judgment and understanding. He believed that he should get some rest from time to time. The best way for him to have some rest was to appear in his small universe through the manifestation of his divine sense and wander around. While 30 years had passed in the outside world, 60 years had gone by in his small universe, which was equivalent to a couple generations of mortal lives. His small universe had gone through some drastic changes over the past 60 years. If the small universe was filled with silence in the past, it was now full of vibrant vitality. After more than 10 million people moved into his small universe in the past, some of the population inevitably died. After all, sudden changes in the environment could not be adapted to by all people. The population plunged from 10 million to about 8 million within the first few years. Now that 60 years had passed, though, not only was the population restored to its original figure, but there was even some increase. As for the exact figure of the increase, Yang Kai had no idea. Although he could easily find out about all the information in his small universe, he didn't do so and instead tried to look at the place and witness all the changes from a local perspective. Through his travels in his small universe over the past years, he gained a lot of insights. The reproduction of the living continued to provide auspicious spirit essence and increase the heritage of his small universe in the past 60 years, even though he had not cultivated at all during this period of time. Now millions of lives were scattered all around his small universe, as there were dozens of cities of different sizes. There were also countless smaller towns and villages. It could be said that his small universe was now full of life. Meanwhile, Yang Kai appeared outside of a certain town while two petite figures were seated on his shoulders. They were only the size of a palm, as though they were young girls who had significantly shrunk in size. While they looked adorable, both of them were clad in green clothes. One of them sported a ponytail, while the other had tied her hair into a bun. The two petite figures were none other than Mu Zhu and Mu Lu, who were from the Wood Spirit clan. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4677, Leisure Travel Inside the Small Universe. Since Yang Kai brought Mu Zhu and Mu Lu out of the Eastern Territory while he was in the Star Boundary in the past, they had been living in the Medicine Garden in the small sealed world. They were responsible for helping Yang Kai to take care of the spirit flowers in his Medicine Garden. Wood Spirit clan members were born with an unrivaled innate talent to grow and manage all types of plants. At the same time, they were pleased with spending time with the plants. Therefore, even though they had never come into contact with the outside world over the years, as they spent most of their time taking care of the Medicine Garden, they still felt content. When Yang Kai ascended to the open heaven realm, he merged his small universe with the small sealed world, which included the Medicine Garden. Hence, these two petite Wood Spirit clan members had been living in his small universe over the years. While they were pleased to have the plants as their companions, they couldn't help but feel lonely sometimes, especially when Yang Kai didn't have much time to keep them company. However, it all changed when many people moved into the small universe. Whenever Yang Kai traveled across his small universe, he would always bring these little wood spirits with him. The little ones were passionate about it, as they would always experience fun activities and enjoy scrumptious food whenever they traveled with Yang Kai. Many things have changed indeed. Yang Kai looked up at the arch where the words 7 Stars Town were carved. On his left shoulder was the more sedate Mu Zhu, who said, "You're right. The last time we visited this place, it was still a small village. Only 5 or 6 years have passed, but this place has already turned into a town." As a thought flashed through Yang Kai's mind, he soon realized what had happened as he replied, "A new sect has settled down in a nearby place. That's why many people have moved into this town." The sect was named 7 Stars Sect, so it was apparent that the town was named after the sect. The reserved and bashful Mulu was seated on his right shoulder. While twiddling her thumbs, she asked pitifully, "Will we still have a chance to have the sweet rice dumplings made by Grandma?" Mu Zhu shot her a displeased look. "All you think about is eating. Do you know that you've put on weight?" An astounded Mulu looked down at her figure and asked in an apprehensive tone, "Really? Have I really gained weight?" Mu Zhu glanced at her and snorted. "Haven't you realized that your chest has grown bigger? How did you have the nerve to ask others about it? With a reddened face, Mu Lu refuted. It's always been big. Mu Zhu looked down at her own chest with a furious expression. Yang Kai guffawed and placated her by saying, Don't fret. Mu Zhu is just trying to scare you. You're still fit and healthy, Mu Lu. And Grandma is still around. It seems that she has set up a stall over there. Let's go. NN. Mu Lu nodded repeatedly. Upon entering the town, they realized that the place was indeed full of people. Even though it wasn't as busy as the big cities, it was already not bad for a town of this scale. Yang Kai was clad in clothes that were commonly seen in Seven Stars Town, so no one actually paid any attention to him. Although the two little wood spirits were seated on his shoulders while Mu Lu swung her legs and joyfully looked around, the passers-by didn't seem to notice them. After all, Yang Kai was the master of this world, so he could easily hide the wood spirits from everyone's sight. They then headed straight to a particular place in the town where there was a roadside stall. At that moment, an old woman with gray hair was busy attending to her customers. The stall was small as there were only 2 tables, each lined with 4 stools. Presently, the tables had been fully occupied while there were some people who squatted down on the side as they drank the soup from the bowls and munched on the roasted sweet rice dumplings. The last time Young Kai arrived at this place with the wood spirits, they stayed the night in Grandma's house. Grandma was single with no children of her own. At that time, she served them 2 sweet rice dumplings. Mu Lu was fond of the taste of the sweet rice dumplings, and she had never forgotten about it over the years. Many years had passed, and while the village had turned into a town, Grandma had also set up a stall here. After they waited for a moment, it was then Yang Kai's turn. The soup costs 1 coin a bowl, and the dumplings are also 1 coin each. What do you want, young lad? Grandma asked. I'll have 1 bowl of soup and 10 dumplings, Yang Kai replied with a smile. Grandma took a glance at him. I suppose you're a big eater, young lad. Are you sure you can finish 10 dumplings? They're made from glutinous rice, so you'll get really full. Yang Kai patted his stomach with a smile. Don't worry, Grandma. I'm indeed a big eater. Grandma nodded. While she was busy preparing the order, she asked, Have I seen you before, young lad? You look familiar to me. Yang Kai went over to help her with preparing the food and said with a grin, Have you forgotten about me, Grandma? When I arrived at this place 6 years ago, it was you who let me stay in your house and made 2 dumplings for me. Upon recalling the memory, Grandma replied, Now that you've mentioned it, I do remember you. Yes, it's me. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. Your dumplings were delicious. I've always remembered the taste over the years. Since I was passing by this place, I decided to look for you. Grandma teased him by saying, It seems that you didn't have enough food that night. Yang Kai replied with a grin. My appetite has grown bigger in recent years. Grandma shook her head and fell silent. Despite her sluggishness, she meticulously roasted the sweet rice dumplings. Catching a whiff of the fragrant smell, Mu Lu batted her eyes and drooled over the food. Your dumplings are not only big and affordable, but they're also quite flavorful. You should sell them for 3 coins each, Yang Kai said with a smile. Grandma shook her head. Everything I have is thanks to the Lord for having mercy on me. I should have passed away more than 10 years ago, so I'm already content that I've lived to this day. Moreover, I don't have any children, so what's the point of having more money? The crop yields have been excellent in recent years, and everything is going well for me. I have no other wishes. I just hope that before I pass away, I'll let more people have a taste of the food I prepare. The Lord she was talking about was Yang Kai. The people in this place might not know that they were actually living inside the small universe of an open heaven realm master, but they were aware that there was a Lord that ruled over everything in this world. It had been decades since they moved from Pear Flower Cave Heaven to this place, and everything had been going well. Grandma, who was already old and frail, even managed to live longer than she was supposed to. That was because the vitality in the small universe was so ample, which helped lengthen the lives of ordinary people. They might not know the reason behind it, but the continuous appearance of people who could live for a longer time proved that this place was more habitable than Pear Flower Cave Heaven where they originally came from. More than 10 years ago, Grandma accidentally tripped and broke her hip. She was already old and frail, so how was she supposed to endure such an injury? She thought that she would pass away just like that, but it never crossed her mind that after half a month of recuperation in her bed, she stopped feeling any pain. 2 months later, she could even get out of bed and start walking. Now, she was already more than 100 years old. This was unimaginable in the past. However, more than 10 people in the small Seven Stars town alone were over 100 years old. Given the fact that they were ordinary mortals who had never cultivated, they had really enjoyed a long life. Soon, 10 sweet rice dumplings were ready and Yang Kai got himself a bowl of soup. Just then, someone yelled, "The disciple recruitment of Seven Stars sect has started!" The people on the street immediately streamed in the same direction where Seven Stars sect was located. The originally busy stall became empty in an instant. An unperturbed Yang Kai directly took a seat by the table, then he drank the soup while eating the roasted sweet rice dumplings. Grandma cleaned up the mess and wiped her hands before taking a seat beside him. In a caring manner, she asked, "Young lad, I suppose you've ventured into many places over the years, but why haven't you found yourself a wife?" Yang Kai replied with a smile. "Actually, I have several wives, and they're all wonderful women." "Really? That's quite surprising." Grandma was genuinely shocked. "Since you have several wives, why do you still wander around on your own? A woman relies on her man for her entire life. Only when a man gains a footing will his wife have a place to settle down in peace. It's not that I want to nag you, but you should spend more time with your wives instead of venturing into the outside world on your own." Yang Kai lied to her by saying, "Well, I heard that Seven Stars sect is recruiting new disciples. That's why I came here to have a look. I'd already settled everything at home before I left." Grandma nodded. "I see. If you manage to become a disciple of Seven Stars sect, you'll have a bright future. But young lad, it seems that you're pretty mature now. Those from Seven Stars sect are very strict when it comes to recruiting disciples. They only accept people who are really young." Yang Kai replied, "It's fine. I'll just give it a try. I'm glad you don't pin all your hopes on it. But don't worry, even if you can't get into Seven Stars sect, you can still come to my place. The business at my stall is pretty good, and I'm busy most of the time. Since I'm on my own, it'll be wonderful if you can come over and help me out. My days are numbered anyway. When I pass away, you can take over this stall. Even though the business won't make you very rich, you'll always have enough food on the table. You have to provide food for your wives, don't you? By then you can bring them all to this place." Yang Kai stared fixedly at her. He just randomly came up with an excuse, but now he wasn't sure how he could keep lying. Given his vision, he naturally could see that Grandma was being completely sincere. Just like she had said, her days were numbered. She had never cultivated after all, and her vitality was starting to become exhausted. Perhaps she was aware of it. "Grandma!" A gentle voice suddenly called out. When Yang Kai turned his head, he saw a woman, who was clad in simple clothes, standing not far away from him. The woman looked like she was in her early 20s, and her hair had been tied into a neat bun. Nevertheless, her face was a little sallow. Despite her rather rough skin, she was actually a beauty. The simple clothes didn't weaken her charm one bit. Instead, the clothes gave her a free and refreshing look. The woman hung her head low. She seemed to notice that Yang Kai was staring at her, so she was slightly anxious. What attracted Yang Kai wasn't her face though, but her belly. The woman was apparently pregnant. Yang Kai didn't have to scan her to know there was a faint vitality wafting from her belly. While he stared fixedly at her bulging belly, he seemed to have sensed something at that moment. His stare made the woman feel increasingly uneasy though. Upon that realization, Yang Kai hurriedly retracted his gaze and chugged down the soup in front of him. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4678, About to Give Birth. "You're here, little girl. Wait a moment." Grandma apparently knew this young woman. As she got up with difficulty, she picked up a bag from the side and passed it to her. There were about 7 to 8 sweet rice dumplings inside the bag. The woman hurriedly waved her hands. I don't need so many sweet rice dumplings. Ignoring her protests, Grandma stuffed the bag into her hands and patted the back of her hands. Just take it. Don't be overly polite with me. Moreover, everyone has gone to 7 Stars sect, so I can't sell all the dumplings anyways. They'll turn sour after one night. Since you're pregnant, you're supposed to have more food so that your child will grow to be healthy. The woman hung her head low and pressed her lips together while her eyes turned slightly red. Eventually, she simply bowed to the older woman and thanked her before leaving in a hurry. Watching her leave, Grandma let out a sigh. She's such a poor girl. Pretending to be nonchalant, Yang Kai asked, Are there still people who don't have enough food on the table now? Grandma took a seat and replied, Not really. You're still young, so you might not know what had happened in the past. This continent is already much better than the previous one us older people resided in once. As long as one is able-bodied, they won't find it hard to get enough to eat. Initially, she and her husband had a restaurant, and their business was booming. However, a few months ago, he got drunk and fell down the stairs. He passed away just like that. Since she's pregnant, it's hard for her to work. She has also used up her savings, which is why she can't get enough food for herself. Yang Kai nodded. You're indeed a kind-hearted person, Grandma. Grandma put on a smile. Since we live in the same town, we're supposed to help each other out. I initially wanted her to come to my place, but you've seen her face. It's not suitable for her to do business like me. Her beauty might attract some unwanted attention. There are indeed some ill-intentioned people out there. Yang Kai fully understood that. After finishing his soup, Yang Kai put down 11 coins and said, I'm going to 7 Stars sect now, Grandma. Go ahead. I suppose the disciple recruitment has started. There must be a lot of people over there. If I were only 70 or 80 years younger, I would have gone over to take a look. Grandma waved her hand, then gave him some advice. Don't feel too dejected even if you're not accepted. Things are really different now. As long as you're hardworking, you won't starve to death. Yang Kai replied with a smile. If I'm not accepted, I'll help you sell rice dumplings here. That's great. I can pass on all my skills to you. Of course, it'd be wonderful if you're accepted. Your life will be more valuable than ordinary people like us if you have a right to cultivate. There were indeed many people who had taken part in the disciple recruitment of 7 Stars sect as the area outside the entrance was crammed. Their requirements for accepting disciples were neither strict nor loose. However, they were adamant about accepting only young people. Yang Kai decided to take part in the recruitment for fun, and as expected, he was knocked out during the registration process. This couldn't be helped, as he was too old to be accepted. The device used to examine the age of his bones revealed that he was already 27 years old. With that said, if he had powerful cultivation, those from the 7 Stars sect might still take him on. However, the cultivation he had showcased was only in the true element boundary. Certainly, those from 7 Stars sect wouldn't take on a person who was relatively old and weak. In the evening, Yang Kai returned to the town. Grandma wasn't surprised one bit when she saw him, as she consoled him by saying that he wouldn't starve to death as long as he worked hard. He just had to help her out with selling rice dumplings and pass on her craft to future generations. In response, Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. As the sun sunk over the horizon, Yang Kai pushed the cart, which had all the tools needed to make rice dumplings, and shuffled towards the east of the town alongside Grandma. This was where the old village was located, but it had been merged with the town following an expansion project. However, this place appeared to be in a dilapidated state, so it looked somewhat like a slum outside 7 Stars town. Yang Kai then took out all the things from the cart before getting some clean water from the well to wash them up. To the side, Grandma looked smilingly at him and said, You'll always have enough food since you're a good worker. Since that day, a young man had started helping out with selling sweet rice dumplings at a particular stall in 7 Stars town. In the morning, Yang Kai would push the cart to the stall to sell affordable soup and rice dumplings alongside Grandma. In the evening, she would teach him how to make these simple foods. Their business was doing well as they could earn a profit of 20 to 30 coins per day. The pregnant woman lived in a house that wasn't far from Grandma's place. Sometimes Grandma would tell him to send the unsold rice dumplings to her in the evening. When Yang Kai knocked on her door for the first time, the woman didn't dare to open it. Left with no choice, he put down the bag full of rice dumplings just outside and left. After a few times, the young woman became less wary of Yang Kai, especially when she saw the man selling rice dumplings alongside Grandma. However, she still wouldn't dare to talk to him. Every time Yang Kai arrived at her place, she would cautiously take the bag and thank him. He heard from Grandma that the woman was named Yilu. The reason Yang Kai turned his divine sense into an avatar and traveled across his small universe was to relax and unwind. Usually, he would return to the outside world after 10 days to half a month. However, when he came across Yilu, he had to change his plan. His divine sense avatar was never retracted, but his true body had not been complacent either. He was still trying to comprehend the secrets of the shattered space. Nevertheless, his progress had been slow over the past 30 years, so he wasn't even sure how long it would take him to fully comprehend the secrets of the space secret technique. He wasn't in a hurry though, as he wouldn't run into any danger in the shattered space. The matter in his small universe required his attention as well. It could be said that Yilu came as a pleasant surprise to him. However, in that case, while his true body became focused on comprehending the mysteries of the shattered space, his divine sense avatar in the small universe would fall into a dazed state, as though his soul had left his body. Every time Grandma saw him in such a state, she thought that he was struck with some kind of illness. She couldn't help but feel sorry for such a young man who had suffered from a mental condition. As time passed, Yilu's belly grew bigger. A worried Grandma would check on her almost every day. On the other hand, Yang Kai would catch some fish from a river outside of the town so that Grandma could prepare some fish soup and send it to her. At that, Grandma teased him by saying, "Brat, do you have your eyes on her?" Naturally, Yang Kai denied the charge. It wasn't certain whether Grandma believed him or not, but she stopped asking about it eventually. If Yang Kai wasn't married, and he didn't mind the fact that the woman was a widow who was pregnant with a child, Grandma would be more than happy to see them getting together. After living with Yang Kai for a few months, Grandma grew increasingly fond of him. He was a quick-witted, hard-working, and conscientious. Although a woman wouldn't become wealthy by marrying him, she wouldn't suffer from any hardship either. The only thing was that Yang Kai would fall into a daze from time to time, but it wasn't really a big deal. Unfortunately, he had said that he had several wives, so he wasn't suited for Yilu. One night, a sudden rainstorm hit the town. Yang Kai, who was spacing out in his room, detected something as a thought flashed through his mind. When he came to his senses, he heard someone rapidly knocking on the door. Grandma, who was in the main room, was heard getting up. Yang Kai hurriedly got to his feet and opened the door, only to see Yilu holding an umbrella. However, some parts of her clothes were damp and stuck close to her body, which outlined her curvy figure. "What's wrong?" Yang Kai asked. A pale Yilu replied in a shivering voice. "Half of my house has collapsed. I wouldn't dare to stay there." Yang Kai looked into the darkness and saw that the roof of Yilu's house had indeed fallen in. Her house was old and dilapidated, so the reason such a disaster befell her was that rain was pouring heavily tonight. Instantly, Yang Kai was drenched in a cold sweat. It was fortunate that she wasn't hurt when the accident happened, otherwise the consequences would have been dreadful. It surprised him to see that the rain was torrential on this day. Earlier, his true body was at a critical moment of comprehension, and coupled with the fact that it was now the middle of the night, he hadn't paid any attention to what was going on in his small universe. It wasn't until Yilu knocked on the door that he was alerted. "Come in first." Yang Kai hurriedly stepped aside. Grandma put on a coat and shuffled out of her room with an oil lamp in her hand, where she was astonished to see Yilu. After Yang Kai informed her about the situation, she simply nodded. "It's fortunate that you're fine. I'll tell young boy to help repair your house when the sun comes up. Before that, you can live with me." Many thanks, Grandma. Many thanks, Big Brother Yang. Yulu expressed her gratitude with reddened eyes. It was apparent that she was still reeling from the shock. Yang Kai suddenly sniffled and asked, Are you hurt? Yulu shook her head. No. Why is there the smell of blood then? Yang Kai frowned. Realizing something, Grandma went over and touched Yulu's pants, which felt damp and sticky. She then took a glance at her own palm and saw that it was covered in blood. You're about to give birth, Grandma declared confidently. Upon hearing that, Yang Kai widened his mouth in disbelief while Yulu was also dumbfounded. Grandma was an experienced woman, however, so she soon came to her senses. The due date is not for another 10 days. I guess the little one is eager to come out after sensing the fright you just went through. Young boy, go to the west of the town and tell the midwife to come over. I already told her about it some time ago. Just say that it's me who invited her to come. Remember to give her a red envelope. And Yang Kai replied and turned around before dashing into the rain. Yulu yelled from behind, Umbrella! However, Yang Kai was already nowhere to be seen. You'd better come into the room and lie down. Grandma supported Yulu's weight as they shuffled into the room. After Yulu was settled down, she started appearing to be in pain. It was apparent that her belly was aching. After placating her in a gentle voice, Grandma hurriedly left to boil some water and get the things needed to deliver a child ready. In the west of the town, Yang Kai arrived at a house and rapidly knocked on the door. He was both anxious and flustered. Since he started cultivating, he had encountered countless life and death battles, but he had always managed to pull through even if his life was hanging by a thread. However, he had never witnessed a woman give birth before. He was adept at killing, but he was a complete novice when it came to the birth of a new life. Although he had accidentally hatched Yang Xiao out of a dragon egg, he knew that it was very different from childbirth. If Grandma had not been there to give him instructions, he wouldn't have known what to do. Given the fact that he was the owner of this small universe, and that he was a sixth-order open heaven realm master, it wasn't hard for Yang Kai to help a woman deliver a child in this place. However, he reckoned that a woman and a man who were not married were not supposed to come into such close contact. Furthermore, he came to realize that Yulu took her modesty and virtue seriously, so she definitely wouldn't want that to happen. Hence, after receiving the order from Grandma, he rushed over to the west of the town without hesitation. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4679, Zhao Yibai. After Yang Kai knocked on the door for a long time, he finally heard some noises coming from the house. Given his hearing ability, he was aware that the person inside the house was cursing. When the door was opened, a middle-aged woman stuck out her head. With a pair of sleepy eyes, she frowned at Yang Kai and yawned. What's wrong? Why did you knock on my door in the middle of the night? Yang Kai took a step back and cupped his fist. I'm sorry, madam. Lady Yu is about to give birth, so Grandma wants you to come over. Lady Yu? For a moment, the midwife didn't remember who the person was, but she soon recalled it. The woman from the east of the town? Exactly. Yang Kai hurriedly nodded. The midwife nodded. Grandma Zhou already told me about it. Isn't her due date still a few days away? Why is she going to give birth tonight? The rain is torrential tonight, and something happened to Lady Yu's house. Perhaps she was too frightened, which is why the baby is coming earlier than expected. The midwife didn't seem to be concerned as she was experienced in delivering babies. She then waved her hand and said, Got it. You can go back now. Aren't you coming with me? Yang Kai was shocked. The midwife replied with a smile. The child won't come out so soon as she has just started showing signs of giving birth. Even if I go over now, there's nothing I can do. I'll attend to her in the morning. Upon finishing her words, she was ready to close the door. Yang Kai immediately took a step forward and grabbed the door before saying anxiously, Lady Yu had already started bleeding before I left. I'm worried that you can't wait until morning. The midwife examined him and curled up her lips. Why are you so concerned about the young lady? Are you the child's father? Yang Kai wasn't in the mood to talk about such nonsense with her. Recalling the instructions given by Grandma Zhou, He fished out a packet of money and passed it to her. "Please lend her your assistance, madam." The midwife took the packet and weighed it with her hand before putting it inside her pocket. She then said impatiently, "Just listen to me. I'm experienced in delivering babies. It won't be too late when I go over in the morning. I'll take up the responsibility if anything happens to her. Moreover, the rain is pouring right now, so how am I supposed to head over there? I'll fall sick before I even reach her place." Yang Kai furrowed his brows. "Do you mean you'll come if there's no rain?" The midwife scoffed. "What's wrong? Do you think you can stop the rain?" When she said the last word, the smile on her face disappeared and was replaced by shock. That was because the pouring rain stopped in an abrupt manner. Besides that, the dark clouds soon dissipated and revealed a bright moon, which cast its glow down on the world. The midwife looked up at the sky in confusion and puzzlement. "Madam, a life is at stake." Yang Kai stared fixedly at her while persuading her to come with him. Both astounded and doubtful, the midwife gazed at him. Suddenly thinking of something, she shuddered and said in a flustered manner, "Wait a moment. I'll get ready now." Yang Kai nodded. Soon after, the midwife, who had now put on some proper clothing, rushed towards the east of the town alongside Yang Kai. When they arrived at Grandma's house, they could hear a shriek breaking through the darkness. Upon entering the place, Yang Kai yelled, "The midwife is here, Grandma!" Grandma said, "Come in quickly!" Yang Kai took a glance at the midwife, who shivered under his gaze, and dashed into the room as though she was afraid of him. He could almost feel Yulu's pain when he heard her wailing. It never crossed his mind that a woman had to go through so much agony to give birth to a child, which made him realize the fragility of life and how hard it was to bring a new life into the world. "Young boy, boil some water!" Grandma Zhou ordered from the back of the house. Yang Kai grunted in response and went to the kitchen to boil some water. An incense stick later, Grandma repeatedly took out a basin of bloodied water from the room and poured it into the ditch. On the other hand, Yulu's voice gradually weakened. Just then, the midwife was heard saying, "There's nothing else I can do, Grandma Zhou. For a pregnant woman, it's no different from heading towards death's door when she's having difficulty giving birth and bleeding excessively, yet Lady Yu is struck with both. Even a deity can't save her now. Can't you think of anything else to help her?" Grandma asked anxiously. The midwife replied, "What else can I do? Lady Yu might stand a chance to survive if we can invite a great expert from Seven Stars sect over, but now, all I can say is that I can only try my best to save the child. Seven Stars sect is too far from here. There isn't enough time." Grandma shook her head inside the room. Her turbid eyes appeared dejected. Save my child." Yulu's voice was intermittent. Outside the room, Yang Kai ordered in a small voice, "Mu Zhu, Mu Lu, go in to help her and stabilize her vitality." Upon hearing that, the two worried wood spirits, who had been sitting on his shoulders, instantly flapped their wings and dashed into the room in silence. As a thought flashed through Yang Kai's mind, a large amount of vitality in the small universe streamed into the room. An hour later, a baby was heard crying so loudly that it was as though everyone in the world could hear it. In the meantime, a strange phenomenon took place in the sky as the moonlight converged and beamed into Yulu's room. The entire world seemed to be shaking. However, with the interference from Yang Kai, no one else could notice the strange phenomenon other than himself. "She successfully gave birth to the child." The midwife sounded pleasantly surprised while Grandma let out a breath of relief. Right then, Mulu flew out of the room in silence. Her reddened eyes suggested that she was deeply moved by the incident inside the room. She nodded at Yang Kai to mean that everything was fine, then returned to the room. The people inside the room were still very busy. A moment later, the midwife shuffled out while giving some instructions to Grandma Zhou. "Don't let her come into contact with water and wind for a month. She's lucky enough to have escaped from death once, but if she doesn't take good care of herself, she might be struck with health concerns." Grandma replied with a smile. "Although I've never given birth to a child before, I'm aware of the precautions we should take. Many thanks for saving her." The midwife initially wanted to get more money from her, but when she saw Yang Kai standing outside the room, she shuddered and hurriedly said, "Don't mention it. It's my job." Grandma looked up at Yang Kai and ordered, "Young boy, prepare another red envelope for her." Already Yang Kai fished out a packet of money and passed it to her with both hands. "Many thanks, madam." The midwife hurriedly waved her hands. "There's no need for that. I've already taken a red envelope before, so I can't take another one now." Upon finishing her words, she dashed out without turning her head. Watching her leave, Grandma praised her by saying, "She's indeed adept at delivering children. Lady Yu was about to leave this plane, but she was able to pull her through in the end. Not only was she fine, but her child has also been safely delivered. We can't be stingy with this. You have to send her a red envelope later. She has saved 2 lives after all." "All right, Grandma. Don't worry, I'll send it to her tomorrow." Yang Kai quickly nodded, then said in a small voice, "Grandma, is it a boy or a girl?" "It's a boy." Grandma put on a smile. "In that case, Lady Yu has given birth to a descendant for the Zhao family. I'll take care of her. You should get some rest since you were busy for the entire night." "You should get some rest as well, Grandma," Yang Kai said caringly. The next morning, Yang Kai went over to the midwife's place and kept persuading her to accept the red envelope. Then, he left the town to catch some fish from the river. When he returned, he saw Grandma leaving the house with the child as she said, "Lady Yu said it's thanks to you who endured the pouring rain and invited the midwife over that she and her child were safe. She has no idea how to thank you, so she wants you to have a look at the child." Yang Kai hurriedly put down the fish and wiped his hands dry before carefully taking the child. Perhaps the child was full, so he was presently sound asleep. There was no doubt that he was adorable. While holding him in his arms, Yang Kai could clearly feel that the space Tao essence of his small universe perfectly matched the child's aura. It was even slowly streaming into his little body. Yang Kai had already realized it when the little one was still in his mother's womb, otherwise he wouldn't have been so concerned about Yulu. Grandma Zhou thought that he had his eyes on the young woman, but he was actually interested in her child the whole time. However, it was hard for him to explain such things. "I've finally found a successor." That was the idea that suddenly sprang into Yang Kai's mind. He had never expected he would gain such a benefit one day by raising living beings in his small universe. Given the fact that the child's aura perfectly matched the space Tao essence, he definitely had the right to become Yang Kai's legacy disciple. If the boy was talented and hardworking, he would one day stand on par with Yang Kai when it came to mastery over the Tao of space. Since Yang Kai was still young, he wasn't in a rush to look for a legacy disciple, therefore, he had never thought about it before. However, since a suitable successor had appeared, he wouldn't mind spending some time to train him. The child was born the day before, so his skin was still rather wrinkled. Yang Kai had never held such a petite baby in his arms before, so despite being a powerful sixth-order open heaven master, he was presently quite flustered. He was worried that he might harm the child if he exerted a little more force. To his side, Grandma Zhou instructed him on the correct way to carry a child, which made Yang Kai feel quite embarrassed. "If you're fine with it, you should give the child a name," Grandma Zhou suddenly said. A surprised Yang Kai asked, "Is it all right for me to do that?" Although he intended to take on this child to be his disciple, they were not related in any way after all. Hence, he didn't think he had a right to name him. Grandma Zhou pointed at the back room and explained, "It's Lady Yu's idea. She doesn't know how to name a child, nor do I. The child's father suddenly passed away in an accident, and he hadn't said anything about it before his death. So you'll have to do it. It seems that you did go to school before. Just help her out with it." Upon hearing that, Yang Kai stopped turning her down. After giving it a thought, he said, "The child was born at the break of dawn while the sun was rising from the east. Why don't I name him Yi Bai? Since his surname is Zhao, he'll be Zhao Yi Bai." He spoke in a loud voice so that Yulu could hear him in the room. Grandma nodded her head. "The break of dawn signifies the end of hardship. It's an auspicious name. What do you think, Lady Yu?" Yulu's weakened voice was heard saying, It's decided then. Many thanks, big brother Yang. Yang Kai replied with a smile. It's not really a good name. I hope he won't blame me for that when he grows up. Yulu said. I'm sure he won't. Grandma took the child from Yang Kai. The child is still young, so he can't stay outside of the house for too long. I'll take him back to the room. I'll cook the fish then. Yang Kai then picked up his catch and walked to the kitchen. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4680, Childhood Sweethearts. Following several years of development, Seven Stars Town had expanded significantly. With the presence of Seven Stars sect, the town had attracted a lot of people to move in and settle down. A group of kids were messing around at the moment. A boy and a girl, who were about 7 or 8 years old, were running at the front while they were being pursued by 4 to 5 kids. The kid leading the pursuing pack was furious as he hurled sand balls at the boy in front of him. He yelled, "Stop right there, Zhao Yi Bai!" The angry boy was several years older, so not only was he stronger, but he could also throw things at his target accurately. A sandball the size of a fist struck the back of Zhao Yi Bai, who gasped in pain and almost fell to the ground. While never stopping in his tracks though, he held the hand of the young girl beside him and charged forward. After he made a turn, he dashed towards a stall that sold sweet rice dumplings and snuck beneath the cart. It was apparent that it wasn't the first time he had done this. When the older kids arrived, Zhao Yi Bai was nowhere to be seen. After searching around, they could only leave this place since their target wasn't around. Come out! Yang Kai, who had worked for half a day, wiped the grease off his hands and landed a gentle kick on the cart. 2 petite figures crawled out from beneath the cart. A bruised Zhao Yi Bai flashed a silly smile at Yang Kai. The young girl looked at Zhao Yi Bai with reddened eyes and touched his bruises. In a choking voice, she asked, "Does it hurt, big brother Yi Bai?" Zhao Yi Bai grimaced in pain, but he still replied steadfastly, "No, not at all." Hearing that, Yang Kai extended his hand and forcefully pinched the young boy's face. "Ouch! It hurts!" Zhao Yi Bai hurriedly begged for mercy. Then, he was worried that the young girl beside him would be concerned, so he patted his chest. "Don't worry, Xiaoya. I'll be fine after a night's sleep." In response, Xiaoya nodded. Seeing the young boy pretending to be tough in front of a girl, Yang Kai pursed his lips to stop himself from laughing. Nevertheless, both Zhao Yi Bai and Xiaoya believed what the former said to be true. That was because regardless of how badly Zhao Yi Bai became bruised over the years, all his wounds would disappear after he had a night's rest. This fact amazed Yu Lu and Grandma Zhou as they thought that the young kid might possess some kind of extraordinary physique. "How did you offend those guys?" Yang Kai asked while giving them a sweet rice dumpling each. Zhao Yi Bai took the smaller one and munched on it while replying in a muffled voice, "I didn't offend them. It was Miao Fei Ping and the others who wanted to bully Xiaoya. They were being unreasonable. And then you were beaten up?" Yang Kai gazed at him with a faint smile. Zhao Yi Bai started flushing as he said in a bashful manner, "Mother told me that I couldn't get into a fight, so I didn't fight back. I ran away instead." "What if there's no way you can run away one day?" Yang Kai questioned. Zhao Yi Bai became startled for a moment, then put on a silly smile. "I don't think that will ever happen. I'm a fast runner, and no one can catch me. Moreover, the disciple recruitment of Seven Stars sect will begin in a few months. I'll give it a try then. Mother said that if I manage to become a disciple of Seven Stars sect, I'll be able to cultivate, and I'll become a cultivator." He then balled up his fist and flashed a smile at Xiaoya. "I'll always protect you, little sister Ya." Xiaoya put on a sweet smile and nodded. All of a sudden, Zhao Yi Bai looked fervently at 3 passers-by. "Look, they're from Seven Stars sect." There were 3 people, 1 man and 2 women, who were passing by. While the man was handsome, the women were alluring. All of them were clad in white clothing that suggested that they were from Seven Stars sect. They looked like pure snow lotuses. Admiration and yearning were written all over Zhao Yi Bai's face. "When I become a disciple of Seven Stars sect, I can wear such clothing as well," he then said to Xiaoya. "You'll be just as beautiful as them when you grow up, Xiaoya." While munching on the sweet rice dumpling, Zhao Yi gently nodded. When I grow up, I'll marry you, big brother Yi Bai. Hearing that, Zhao Yi Bai started coughing violently as the sweet rice dumpling got stuck in his throat. He almost suffocated as a result. He then extended his hand and sought help from Yang Kai. Give me some soup, Uncle Yang! Take it slow. Yang Kai was torn between tears and laughter. After passing the young boy a bowl of soup, he patted the latter's back. After the two little ones were done with the food, Yang Kai stroked the young boy's head and said, It's getting late, so you should head home now. Don't worry your mother. And Zhao Yi Bai rose from the chair and beckoned to Zhao Ye. The little ones then snuck into the crowd and disappeared. A short while later, Yang Kai cleaned up the stall and wheeled his cart home. Since 2 years ago, he started selling sweet rice dumplings on his own. Grandma Zhou was old after all, so she couldn't really work too hard. That was the reason Yang Kai told her to stay home and let him handle the stall. However, what made Grandma Zhou feel odd was that as time passed, she felt more energetic than before instead of getting weaker. She initially thought that her end would soon come, but it now seemed that she could live for another 10 years with ease. On the other hand, Grandma Zhou was very pleased with Yang Kai. The only complaint she had was that Yang Kai had never returned to his own home over the past few years. She was concerned about the wives he had in his hometown. After all, many things could happen when a husband was not around for such a long time. Initially, Grandma Zhou would persuade Yang Kai to go home to have a look. If he wasn't willing to leave his wives there, he could bring them over. Seven Stars Town was bustling with people, and their sweet rice dumpling business was doing well. He could definitely provide for all his wives. However, since Yang Kai wouldn't listen to her no matter how many times she brought the issue up, she stopped persuading him. Subconsciously, she thought that Yang Kai was just lying back then when he said that he had several wives. Otherwise, a man couldn't possibly leave his women in his hometown and ignore them. He didn't seem like an irresponsible man after all. When Yang Kai returned home, Grandma had already prepared a meal for him. She also took out a pot of fish soup and said, Send it to Lady Yu. The kids are still growing, and it's hard enough for her to raise them. And Yang Kai replied and took the fish soup before sauntering towards Yulu's house. Her house was pretty close to Grandma Zhou's place, which was the reason she looked for Grandma back then when the rain was pouring that night. As soon as Yang Kai arrived at the front door, Zhao Yi Bai and Zhao Ye rushed out of the house. The young boy took the soup and turned his head to shout, Uncle Yang is here, Mother! A woman clad in simple clothes soon walked out of the house. She was none other than Yulu. From the looks of it, she was preparing a meal as there was a bit of ash on her fair face. A piece of cloth had been wrapped around her head as she said bashfully, You're here, big brother Yang. Yang Kai nodded. Grandma prepared some fish soup and wanted me to send it to you. Yulu replied gratefully. It's you and Grandma Zhou who have been taking care of us over the years. I can't say enough how grateful I am. Yang Kai said with a smile. We're neighbors, so stop being overly polite with us. Good, you should continue preparing your meal. I'll head back now. All of a sudden, Yulu lifted her head and called out, Big brother Yang. Hearing that, Yang Kai turned around and gazed at her. Yulu clenched her clothes as though she was trying to summon her courage. She then asked, Why don't you stay here to have a meal with us? Yang Kai waved his hand with a smile. Next time, perhaps. Grandma has already prepared dinner for us. As Yulu watched the man leave, she let out a sigh. In fact, her intention was simple. She just wanted to treat her big brother Yang, who had helped her a lot over the years, to a meal that she had prepared. However, a widow could easily draw criticism for her actions, so she wouldn't dare to make him stay in the past. Although she had made a request this time, she still didn't have the courage to insist on it. It'd be wonderful if Uncle Yang was my father, Zhao Yi Bai suddenly said. Yulu started blushing as she landed a knock on her son's head. What nonsense are you spouting? She had been the center of gossip among the neighbors over the years. If others heard what her son had said, she wouldn't be able to clear her name. Zhao Yi Bai stuck out his tongue and pulled a face at his mother. After taking the fish soup from her son, Yulu said, Uncle Yang has always been good to you both. In fact, he gave you your names. Both of you must return his favor when you grow up. Understood? The kids nodded at the same time. Wash your hands before having your meal, Yulu ordered. The kids instantly dashed into the house. She took one more look in the direction Yang Kai had left before shuffling into the house. Yulu had never expected that she would have two kids, a son and a daughter, one day. Zhao Yibai was her biological son. Although many years had passed, she had never forgotten about the night with torrential rain when she almost lost her life. Just when she was about to give up all hope, a warm force streamed into her body and ensured that she and her son remained safe. 1 month after Zhao Yibai was born, Yulu heard a baby crying outside the house. Upon opening the door, she saw that an infant had been left there. The infant was none other than Zhao Ye. In fact, Yulu had never hidden the fact that Zhao Ye was adopted. Fortunately, the young girl was kind-hearted and understanding, so she never complained about her fate. Although she had experienced a lot of hardship with her adoptive mother, she remained sanguine. What Yulu wasn't aware of was that Zhao Ye was sent to her by Yang Kai. In fact, the young girl's parents were still alive, but they preferred a boy to a girl. Barely after a few days Zhao Ye was born, and her father secretly dumped her on a mountain. The infant was mercilessly discarded before she could even see the world clearly. As the owner of the small universe, Yang Kai inadvertently saw the sight when he was traveling nearby. Naturally, he couldn't turn a blind eye to it. Since Yulu had given birth to a child not long ago, he decided to put the infant down in front of her door. It wouldn't make a difference to raise one more kid anyway. In that case, Zhao Yibai could have a companion. Since the kids were raised together from birth, they could be said to be childhood sweethearts. Meanwhile, in a house where the candlelight was flickering, Yang Kai was having dinner with Grandma Zhou. Grandma appeared hesitant, but she couldn't bring herself to say anything. Seeing that, Yang Kai asked with a smile, "Is there anything you want to say, Grandma?" In response, Grandma dipped her head. "Yes, but I'm not sure if I should say it," Yang Kai replied. "There's nothing you can't tell me, Grandma. Please speak your mind." "I'll go ahead then." Grandma put down the chopsticks and stared seriously at him. "How do you find Lady Yu?" With a solemn expression, Yang Kai replied, "She's a demure, considerate, and kind-hearted woman. It's just that life has been unkind to her. Yes, she has suffered a lot over the years." Suddenly recalling something, Grandma let out a sigh. "It's said that men are most afraid of taking up the wrong careers while women are most worried of marrying the wrong men. In fact, Lady Yu's previous man was not bad, but he passed away just like that after falling down the stairs. She has been a widow for years, and there's no man to take care of her. She has even adopted a young girl. It makes it even harder for her to put food on the table." Marshall Peak, Chapter 4681, The Ancestor of Seven Stars Sect. "If you don't mind it, I'll ask a matchmaker to come tomorrow." Grandma Zhou gazed at Yang Kai with a caring expression. "You're no longer a young boy, so you should build a family of your own." As they had spent many years together, she now believed that Yang Kai wasn't serious when he said that he had several wives. Otherwise, she wouldn't have made such a suggestion. Yang Kai didn't intend to explain anything as he said, "Grandma, if a matchmaker really goes knocking on the door, Lady Yu will definitely chase her away. You probably shouldn't bother." Upon hearing that, Grandma became startled for a moment, then sighed. "You're right. Lady Yu is a little obstinate." In fact, she had indirectly probed Yulu about it before. Yulu had been a single mother for years. She was naturally grateful to Yang Kai for taking care of them, especially when he treated Zhao Yibai and Zhao Ye like his own kids. However, she was married once and had given birth to a child after all. She wouldn't have so many worries if she were just a single young lady. Now she just wanted to focus on raising Zhao Yibai and Zhao Ye. She wouldn't dare to ask for anything else. After they were done with dinner, Yang Kai cleaned up the mess while Grandma returned to her room to get some rest. In the middle of the night, Yang Kai got to his feet and stepped out of the side room. As a second-class great force in the Void Continent, Seven Stars Sect had been doing well in recent years. That was because the sect master had chosen a very good location to build the sect in the past. There were no proper great forces within a radius of 1,000 kilometers that could compete with them. Therefore, the young children with excellent aptitudes around the area would all stream into Seven Stars sect. In the Void Continent, only great forces with Emperor Realm Masters assuming command could be called first class. Seven Stars sect didn't have their own Emperor Realm Masters, as the most powerful people were only in the Tao Source realm. Although the sect master was a third-order Tao Source realm master, it would still take him a long time before he could make it to the Emperor realm. On this night, the elders of Seven Stars sect had gathered together to have a discussion about the disciple recruitment that would take place in a few months. They would recruit new disciples every 3 years, and during this period of time, the disciple recruitment would become a major event in the surrounding region. Many of the sects from other places would even send some people over to observe the event. That was why those from Seven Stars sect wouldn't dare to be negligent. While these people were having a fervent discussion in the main hall, they suddenly felt a horrifying pressure descending from the sky. Their expressions changed abruptly as they all rose from the chairs. The sect master of Seven Stars sect, Shangguanji, stepped out of the main hall and looked up at the darkness with a solemn expression. With his fist cupped, he shouted, "Seven Stars sect, Shangguanji, greets honored senior. Forgive us for not greeting you sooner, as we were unaware of your esteemed presence." The elders and the protectors behind him wore serious expressions as they could be heard gulping. This couldn't be helped, as it was apparent to them that this pressure was being released by an Emperor Realm Master. Such a cultivator could be considered an overlord in the Void Continent. This kind of big shot was usually a sect master of a major sect. It was expected that they were shocked and doubtful, since such a person visited their humble place in the middle of the night, and they were not even sure whether he was a friend or a foe. Fortunately, the person didn't seem to have any ill intentions. The pressure soon disappeared, as he didn't intend to oppress them. He just wanted to reveal his identity as an Emperor Realm Master. Just then, a figure stepped out of the darkness as they stared fixedly at him. It wasn't until he came near them that they finally saw he was a young man who was clad in simple clothes. The handsome man looked like he was only in his 20s or early 30s, but no one present would seriously believe he was really so young. There was no way a man of that age could have made it to the Emperor Realm. The young man sported a smile as he nodded gently at them. Instead of appearing haughty, he seemed as pleasant as a spring breeze. He then said, "This king is Yang Kai. I've traveled across the Void Continent for decades, and when I passed by this place, I suddenly had a feeling of fate with this place, so I came over to have a look. Please pardon me if I've disturbed you in any way." Presently, the appearance of Yang Kai in front of Shangguanji and the others was different from his true self. It wasn't that he had put on a disguise. In fact, his appearance hadn't changed one bit. It was just that he had made use of his rights as the master of this small universe, and made them unable to see his true appearance. There was a smile on Shangguanji's face as he spoke. "Senior has not disturbed us at all. We're truly honored to have Senior visit our Seven Star sect." Despite what he had said, his emotions were undulating in his heart. The person in front of him had actually decided to visit this place on a whim. He didn't doubt Yang Kai's words, for the latter was an Emperor Realm Master. If Yang Kai wanted to make things difficult for Seven Stars sect, no one could stop him. He could easily destroy them all and no one would say anything. However, such an Emperor Realm Master must have detected something that prompted him to pay them a visit. As they spoke, countless ideas went through Shangguanji's mind as he wondered what was inside Seven Stars sect that could draw the attention of this Emperor Realm Master. What made him feel strange was that he had never heard of such an Emperor Realm Master in the Void Continent before. There were only a small number of Emperor Realm Masters in this world, and every one of them was famous. Nevertheless, Shangguanji had never heard of the name Yang Kai before. Suppressing the doubts in his mind, he passionately invited Yang Kai to enter the main hall. They couldn't really continue discussing the disciple recruitment. After all, Seven Stars sect was just a second-class great force, and an Emperor Realm Master had descended from the sky in the middle of the night to their home. They had no idea about his intentions, so they could only keep him company carefully. They were worried that a calamity would befall them if they offended him. However, the atmosphere soon became harmonious and even a little cheerful. That was because the elders realized that this Senior Yang was a rather genial person. He didn't put on airs just because he was an Emperor Realm Master, nor did he look down on them for being weaker. Initially, only the sect master of Seven Stars Sect, Shang Guanji, had the courage to chat with him. Nonetheless, after Yang Kai answered some of his questions regarding cultivation, the others couldn't contain their urge to make some inquiries. Everyone would encounter problems when they cultivated, but without a powerful master to guide them, they could only fumble about on their own, uncertain whether they were proceeding in the right direction or not. Now that Yang Kai was there to give them some advice, they felt as though they had been enlightened. In just 2 hours, admiration was written all over the faces of those Seven Stars Sect elders as they gazed at Yang Kai, whose seemingly nonchalant advice could undoubtedly save them a lot of time and effort in the future. This was a huge favor to any cultivator. Seeing that their questions were never-ending, Shang Guanji had no choice but to interrupt them. Good, Senior Yang must be exhausted from his travels. You all should stop bothering him already. Although Yang Kai appeared to be patient, they shouldn't be too greedy. They had gained a lot of insights on this night, and as long as they could digest them, they would achieve greater heights in their cultivation. Shang Guanji even had an idea about how to make it to the Emperor realm now. He then glanced at Yang Kai and said politely, Senior, you said that you sensed you shared some fate with this place. Do you have your eyes on anything in Seven Stars Sect? Please speak freely, for we shall not turn you down as long as we're able to give it to you. Since they had gained so many benefits from him, Shang Guanji wouldn't be stingy. If there was anything in Seven Stars Sect that Yang Kai was interested in, he wouldn't mind gifting it to him as a way to build a relationship. Upon hearing that, Yang Kai pretended to make some calculations with his fingers while the others held their breaths. A myriad of expressions came over Yang Kai for a moment before he shook his head. The time has yet to arrive, Shang Guanji replied with a smile. There's no rush since it's not the right time. Senior is welcome to stay here in Seven Stars Sect. You can always tell this junior when the time arrives. Yang Kai nodded. In fact, I do have a request, but I'm not sure if you'll agree to it, Sect Master Shang Guan. Shang Guanji replied. Please speak freely, Senior. Yang Kai went on to say. Since I migrated to the Void Continent in the past, this king has constantly been traveling and exploring. I've basically visited everywhere that can be visited. Since this place and I share some kind of fate, I'd like to settle down here. The people in the main hall were stunned while Shang Guanji became energetic and asked excitedly. Senior, do you mean you wish to join Seven Stars Sect? All of them gasped as they widened their eyes in disbelief. Yang Kai nodded gently. I'm not sure if it's convenient for you to let me stay in Seven Stars Sect. If not, please allow me to build a hut at the bottom of the mountain. Of course, we are more than happy to have Senior join Seven Stars Sect. Shang Guanji stood straight up as he appeared agitated. His face radiated a pinkish glow as he said, It is our honor that Senior is willing to grace our Seven Stars Sect with his presence. Why wouldn't we feel pleased with it? The others in the hall nodded like chickens pecking at rice. The person before their eyes was an Emperor Realm Master. Although they had no idea about his order, he was one of the most powerful people in the Void Continent regardless of what it was. If he could join Seven Stars Sect, they would instantly become a first-class sect. Even if Yang Kai were an arrogant and unfriendly man, they wouldn't have turned him down, not to mention that he was actually quite amiable. It made a huge difference to have an Emperor Realm Master around as their heritage would instantly increase. They wouldn't mind paying a steep price to make this happen. Many thanks then, Sect Master. Yang Kai smiled and nodded. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Shang Guanji measured his words before saying, It is our honor that Senior has decided to join Seven Stars Sect. Given your cultivation, how does assuming the post of Ancestor sound? Yang Kai didn't turn him down. Since he was a Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he was more than qualified to become the ancestor of a small sect that didn't even have an Emperor Realm Master. He thus nodded. Good. At that instant, Shang Guanji and the others rose from the chairs and cupped their fists in salute. "Greetings, Ancestor," Yang Kai said, "and I shall humbly accept the position of Ancestor of Seven Stars Sect. Since this is a joyous occasion, I shall deliver you a small gift." He then extended his hand and pointed at the front. When they looked up, they felt as though his finger had gently landed on their foreheads. Following that, a gentle force streamed into their bodies through their glabellas. They instantly felt warmth all over their bodies as their source chi began circulating smoother. Besides that, after the gentle force entered their bodies, countless ideas started flashing through their minds as they were suddenly able to comprehend things that they couldn't in the past. One elder in particular, who had been stuck in the first-order Dao Source realm for many years, suddenly shook as he instantly achieved a breakthrough to the second-order Dao Source realm. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4682, Disciple Recruitment. By just extending his finger, Yang Kai had helped this old man achieve a breakthrough to the second-order Dao Source realm. Such a strange incident was absolutely unheard of. The people in the main hall became even more respectful of him, while the elder in question bent his back so low he nearly fell over as he said in a shaking voice, "Many thanks for this enormous grace, Ancestor." His aptitude was not particularly outstanding, and he was pretty old now. Initially, he thought that the first-order Dao Source realm would be the limit in his lifetime, with no way he could improve further. Hence, it came as a total shock to have achieved a breakthrough to the second order. He even had a feeling that if he worked hard, he might stand a chance to make it to the third order. To him, such a favor was no different from being granted a second life, and all the others were naturally envious of him. "It's all thanks to your accumulation over the years. I only stimulated your potential a little." Yang Kai put on a smile, then gazed at Shang Guanji. "Sect Master, please keep it a secret that I've become the Ancestor of Seven Stars Sect." Shang Guanji became startled upon hearing that. Although he didn't understand the reason behind it, he still nodded respectfully. "Don't worry, Ancestor. Only the people in this hall will be aware of it. No one else will find out." He couldn't help but think that it was such a shame. Initially, he intended to launch a public campaign to inform everyone that there was now an Ancestor in Seven Stars Sect. Once word spread, the sect would be considered first class, which would allow them to be regarded as important in the Void Continent. However, since the new Ancestor had decided to keep his presence a secret, he could only obey his order. Since it was very late now, Shang Guanji told a female elder with an hourglass figure to lead Yang Kai to a spirit peak. He had somewhat figured out the temperament of this new Ancestor, who preferred peace and quiet over fanfare and glory. Therefore, he decided to let him stay on the slightly remote Azure Jade Peak. Seven Stars Sect had a total of 38 spirit peaks, with Azure Jade Peak ranking somewhere in the middle and being pretty remote, so no one had actually been interested in it. With that said, Yang Kai was satisfied after he moved in. This allowed Shang Guanji to breathe a sigh of relief. Everything went well for the next few months. The new Ancestor was living a reclusive life on Azure Jade Peak and rarely stepped out of his home. Shang Guanji finally became slightly at ease. When he was told to keep it a secret that Yang Kai had become the Ancestor of Seven Stars Sect, he was worried that the man might have some powerful enemies that would try to retaliate against him. In that case, it would be disastrous for their sect. Now, it seemed that his worries were unfounded. Moreover, after several months of observation, he realized that Yang Kai didn't have any ill intentions. He really seemed to be tired of traveling around the continent, so he decided to look for a place and settle down and rest. There was no doubt that this was good news for Seven Stars Sect. Although they were unable to reveal that there was an Emperor Realm Master with them, the elders had more confidence to deal with any issues they might face now that they had a powerful backer. Since Shang Guanji was aware that the Ancestor was fond of serenity, he issued orders that no one should disturb him without permission. Meanwhile, Yang Kai still sold sweet rice dumplings in Seven Stars Town every day. His presence in the small universe was a manifestation of his soul avatar anyway, so it made no difference if there was one or two of him. A few months later, the disciple recruitment of 7 Stars sect that took place every 3 years finally commenced. The surrounding 1,000 kilometers radius was abuzz with activity, and many cultivators from further afar came to visit 7 Stars town. At the entrance of the town, Yang Kai was standing there while watching Yilu adjust the clothes of the young children. She told them to be obedient after they left the town. It would be wonderful if they could become the disciples of 7 Stars sect. However, even if they were not accepted, they didn't have to feel dejected. The 2 kids nodded in response. A moment later, Yilu took the hands of Zhao Yibai and Zhao Ye as she shuffled towards Yang Kai and said with reddened eyes, "Please take care of them, big brother Yang." Yang Kai put on a grin. "Don't worry, Lady Yu. I won't let anything happen to them. If they're accepted into the 7 Stars sect, I'll come back and tell you about it. If they are rejected, I'll bring them back safely." Yilu nodded, then gently pushed the young kids forward. "Go now." The young kids turned around and wrapped their arms around Yilu, who covered her mouth while shaking slightly. Yang Kai looked into the distance as he couldn't help but think that his parents might feel the same way every time he had to leave them. Even after the trio had moved a long distance, they turned around and still saw a petite figure looking at them from the entrance of the town. 7 Stars town was basically a satellite town of 7 Stars sect, so there was only a distance of about 50 kilometers between the 2 places. While carrying a backpack, Yang Kai held the hands of the young kids as he sauntered towards 7 Stars sect. Just then, they heard the sound of a horse carriage approaching them from behind, so they stepped aside. When the carriage was passing them by, a young kid, who was about 10 years old, stuck out his head and wielded his fist at Zhao Yibai. "Hey, I don't want to see you in 7 Stars sect, otherwise, I'll definitely beat you up." Zhao Yibai pulled a face at him while Zhao Ye picked up a stone from the ground and forcefully hurled it forward, which caused the boy to instantly flinch. With a smile, Yang Kai watched as the young kids messed around. He could recognize the boy in the carriage, who had chased after Zhao Yibai and Zhao Ye a few months ago. The 2 of them had to sneak beneath his cart to shake off their pursuer. He was the brat from the Miao family, Miao Fei Ping. There was no doubt that he was wealthier than the 2 kids beside Yang Kai, and he had an excellent aptitude. In fact, when an elder from 7 Stars sect left the mountain and inadvertently came across Miao Fei Ping 2 months ago, he decided to take him on as a disciple on the spot. This time, Miao Fei Ping just had to go through the registration process. Unlike Zhao Yibai, whose fate was uncertain, Miao Fei Ping could definitely join 7 Stars sect. The area in front of 7 Stars sect was crammed with people as they had all come to try their luck. Their ages varied. There were some people who were as young as Zhao Yibai and Zhao Ye, while there were also those who were in their early 20s. It took Yang Kai a long time before he managed to help the young kids register their names. Every participant was given a wooden token with a number written on it. Before the test started, Zhao Ye looked fixedly at a hawker who sold candied hawthorns, which were deathly attractive to her. Yang Kai went over and bought 3 sticks. While squatting in the corner, they were pleased with the taste of the food. As the young kids exchanged glances, they smiled at each other. "Uncle Yang, what if I'm not accepted?" Zhao Yibai was suddenly worried about his future. Yang Kai replied nonchalantly, "You're still very young. Even if you fail, you can come again next time." On the other hand, Zhao Ye was very confident that Zhao Yibai would succeed. "Big brother Yibai will definitely be accepted." Zhao Yibai grinned. "You'll succeed as well, Zhao Ye." Right then, Miao Fei Ping appeared out of nowhere and said to Zhao Yibai, "Just give up. Look at how bony your arms are. There's no way you'll be accepted." There was a drumstick in his hand. While he was enjoying his food, his mouth covered in grease, Zhao Ye narrowed her eyes as her murderous intent surged. She was chewing the candied hawthorns so loudly that it was as though she was biting Miao Fei Ping's head instead. Miao Fei Ping's neck shrank as he put on a meek smile. "I'm sure you'll succeed, little sister Ye. If I were a senior expert from the mountain, I would take you on as a disciple regardless of what it takes." After finishing his words, he left the place in a hurry. Zhao Ye placated her companion by saying, "Don't listen to him, big brother Yibai. Nothing good will ever come out of Miao Fei Ping's mouth." "You're right." Zhao Yibai nodded repeatedly. I don't care whatever he says. Ha! There were many tests during the disciple recruitment of 7 Stars sect, and many people would be knocked out after each test. Those who had passed were ecstatic, while those who had failed appeared dispirited. Zhao Yibai and Zhao Ye were busy for the entire day. When they returned in the evening, their soles were covered in blisters. How was it? Yang Kai asked. Zhao Yibai appeared elated. Uncle Yang, you know, Xiao Ye got an A rank in her overall evaluation. Is a rank very good? Yang Kai arched his brow. Zhao Yibai made a gesture. Very, very good. I heard that there were over 1,000 people who have taken part in the disciple recruitment, but only 10 people have obtained an A rank in the overall evaluation. You're indeed incredible, Xiao Ye. You're one of those people who got the best result. Yang Kai patted the young girl's head with a smile. However, Zhao Ye forced a smile as it seemed that she wasn't joyful. What about you? Yang Kai asked the young boy. Zhao Yibai chuckled. I'm much weaker than Xiao Ye as I only got AC rank. Still, I passed the tests. Zhao Ye hurriedly said. It's fine. The aptitude test tomorrow is more important. The tests prior to that didn't matter. Following a nod, Zhao Yibai replied. You're right. We'll only be able to join 7 Stars sect if we pass the test tomorrow. Anyway, I'm very confident. It was then that Zhao Ye put on a sincere smile. Those from 7 Stars sect didn't prepare a place where the participants could get some rest. Therefore, the group of 3 found a clean place and slept on the ground. Zhao Yibai must have been exhausted, so he dozed off almost immediately. In the middle of the night, Yang Kai opened his eyes and took a glance at Zhao Ye, who was seated with her legs crossed while she had pressed her palms together in a serious manner. He gently flicked her forehead and asked, What are you doing up at this hour? Zhao Ye hurriedly placed a finger between her lips, then explained bashfully. Auntie Lu and Grandma always say that there's an almighty Lord who knows about everything in this world. So, I want the Lord to bless Big Brother Yibai and make sure that he'll pass the test tomorrow. He always tells me that he wants to join 7 Stars sect after all. Yang Kai smiled helplessly. The aptitude of a person is decided at birth. There's no way the Lord can bless him. Zhao Ye pursed her lips. What kind of an all-powerful Lord is that if he can't even grant such a simple wish? Yang Kai was lost for words, thinking that the Lord would be exhausted if he had to be concerned about every minor matter like this. Let's sleep now. Yang Kai decided not to delve into this topic. All right, Zhao Ye replied and lay on the ground. However, Yang Kai soon heard her muttering under her breath. It was apparent that she was still secretly praying. The next morning, the aptitude test of 7 Stars sect's disciple recruitment, which was the last of all tests, finally began. This was also the simplest test. There was a round platform on the square. A participant just had to stand on it, and his or her aptitude would be evaluated. The participants stepped onto it one by one as the platform radiated glows of different intensities. The elders from 7 Stars sect would observe it from the side. They would either let a participant pass the test or eliminate them during the process. Yang Kai was waiting among the crowd alongside Zhao Yibai and Zhao Ye. The kids were apparently nervous. Every time someone passed the test, they would appear envious, and when a person was knocked out, they would appear worried. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4683, Another Dream. The aptitude test on this day was the most important test of all. Regardless of how excellent a person's evaluation was prior to that, they would still be knocked out if they failed this assessment. Moreover, the success rate was pretty low. Only 2 to 3 out of 10 people could pass. Also, their ranks were generally pretty low. Around midday, a voice was heard calling out, Number 763, Miao Fei Ping! Upon hearing that, Miao Fei Ping emerged from the crowd. Despite his young age, he was pretty agile. Upon stepping onto the platform, he politely saluted the cultivators from 7 Stars sect who were responsible for administering the test. He then closed his eyes and steadied his breathing. The next instant, the platform glowed intensely. Everyone was amazed by the sight as the cultivators responsible for observing the results all rose from the chairs at the same time. While appearing excited, they looked fervently at Miao Fei Ping, who was in the middle of the platform. A rank! The intensity of the glow suggests that his aptitude must be of a rank. Is there really a disciple with a rank aptitude who will join us? The already amazed crowd became astounded upon hearing that. It was apparent to them that Miao Fei Ping had an extraordinary aptitude, as the people getting tested prior to him were not able to make the platform glow so brightly. However, they were just onlookers after all. Given their eyesight, they were unable to judge Miao Fei Ping's exact aptitude. It wasn't until they heard the cultivators from 7 Stars sect that they realized his aptitude was of a rank. It had to be noted that many people had been tested already, and the person with the best result had only achieved B rank. Although A rank and B rank were only 1 rank apart, the achievements they would make in the future were drastically different. A person with a rank aptitude would definitely make it to the Emperor realm one day if they didn't lose their life along the way. On the stand, the sect master of 7 Stars sect, Shang Guanji, couldn't help but smile while stroking his beard. Just then, an elderly man, who was seated beside him, spoke up. Sect Master Shang Guan, this old master feels a predestined fate with this young boy, and would like to take him on as my legacy disciple. Would Sect Master Shang Guan be willing to part with him? The smile on Shang Guanji's face instantly froze. The elders of 7 Stars sect were not the only onlookers on the stand. There were also some powerful cultivators from other sects that they were on good terms with who had come over to watch the fun. 7 Stars sect was a second-class sect, and the sects they were friendly with were also of the same class. Since they were equally matched, it was inconceivable that someone would make such a rude demand just because there was a young boy with exceptional aptitude. Such a person was basically trying to snatch their prized disciple from them. However, this elderly man was a little different. He was an Emperor Realm Master from a first-class sect who had been a guest at a different sect some time ago. Upon hearing that a disciple recruitment was going on, he decided to tag along to watch the show. He only came here to find some small amusement, so it surprised him greatly to find a boy with such great aptitude. Even the first-class sects didn't have a lot of disciples with a rank aptitude. If he could bring this child back with him, it would strengthen the overall power of his sect. The faces of the elders from 7 Stars sect instantly fell when they heard this. However, since the visitor was an Emperor Realm Master, they wouldn't dare to rebuke him lest he felt offended. The representatives from other sects appeared gleeful. Even though their sects were on good terms with 7 Stars sect, they wouldn't want to see them getting a disciple with a rank aptitude. If 7 Stars sect managed to become a first-class sect in the future, they would become inferior to them. Hence, they were more than happy to see the disciple with a rank aptitude getting taken away by someone else. Shang Guanji straightened his face and replied, "To be honest with you, Senior Shin, this child was taken on as a disciple by our elder Guan Qianxing 2 months ago. He's just going through the recruitment tests as a formality." To the side, Guan Qianxing rose from the chair and saluted Xinxing. "That is indeed the case." Xinxing frowned with displeasure. However, he was an Emperor Realm Master after all, so he couldn't really press the issue. If the boy had not been already taken on as a disciple, it would be fine to snatch him, as he could just offer some compensation to 7 Stars sect at a later time. They wouldn't really dare to rebuke or refuse him. However, since a master and disciple relationship had already been established, he would appear oppressive and immoral if he tried to take the child away. If word got out, both he and his sect would lose a lot of face. After weighing the pros and cons, he nodded. "Since the child is already your disciple, Elder Guan, I'll not insist. Congratulations on obtaining a disciple with such exceptional aptitude." "Many thanks for your kindness, Senior Shin." Shang Guanji put on a smile as he was finally relieved. If Xinxing insisted on taking the child away, those from 7 Stars sect would be unable to oppose him unless they asked their new ancestor to come forward. However, over the past months, the ancestor had been living in seclusion as he seemed determined to keep a low profile. Despite being the sect master, Shang Guanji also hadn't managed to see him once since the night he arrived. Therefore, he didn't have the confidence to make the ancestors stand up for their sect in this moment. Since Xinxing was willing to make a concession, a conflict was avoided. The elders from Seven Stars sect congratulated Guan Qianxing, who responded with a smile. Although he was already aware that Miao Fei Ping had good aptitude, he had no idea about the details since no test had been conducted at the time. He was pleasantly surprised on this day since Miao Fei Ping was revealed to have a rank aptitude. Soon, a detailed report was sent to them. Number 763, Miao Fei Ping, 7 Stars Town. His aptitude was revealed to be A-, while his overall evaluation was also A-. This kind of aptitude was rarely seen across the entire Void continent. There was no doubt that Miao Fei Ping was the best disciple that those from Seven Stars sect had ever accepted. Shang Guanji and the other elders were naturally over the moon. Meanwhile, Miao Fei Ping left the platform and walked up to Zhao Yibai to brag about his achievements, causing Zhao Ye to bare her fangs in protest. On the other hand, Zhao Yibai was completely unfazed as he sincerely congratulated him. This made Miao Fei Ping feel displeased as there wasn't a tinge of jealousy on Zhao Yibai's face. It was as if he swung his fist hard, only to punch a pile of cotton. More disciples were then tested, and some of the people were revealed to have B-rank aptitude. However, Miao Fei Ping was practically the center of attention now, so they didn't look very outstanding. If Miao Fei Ping hadn't been around, these disciples with B-rank aptitude would have been valued more highly by the elders. Number 896, Zhao Yibai. Upon hearing that, Zhao Yibai, who had been waiting, took a deep breath. Go on. Yang Kai gently pushed him. Don't worry, big brother Yibai. You'll be fine. Zhao Ye encouraged him from behind. Zhao Yibai waved his hand without turning his head, then shuffled towards the platform. After saluting the people from Seven Stars sect, he steadied his breathing just like everyone else had done before him. Zhao Ye stared fixedly at Zhao Yibai while balling up her fists, her fingers practically digging deep into her flesh. Just then, a very dim glow was seen, and it disappeared 3 breaths later. The cultivators from Seven Stars sect had a discussion for a moment before one of them announced, Zhao Yibai, aptitude C-. Pass! On the platform, Zhao Yibai leaped into the air as though he had just won 1,000,000 silver coins. As long as a person was revealed to have an aptitude of B rank or C rank, they could join Seven Stars sect. After all, those from Seven Stars sect had knocked many people out the day before, so they wouldn't turn down the ones who were left as long as their aptitude wasn't too weak. However, people with weaker aptitudes would certainly be treated differently, and they would have fewer achievements in the future as well. For a disciple like Zhao Yibai who had C aptitude, he would only be the lowliest of disciples in Seven Stars sect even though he was accepted. Despite that, he was incredibly pleased with this. He then returned with an excited expression as he reported to Zhao Ye and Yang Kai. Uncle Yang, Xiao Ye, I passed the test. I passed. Yang Kai stroked the young boy's head while Zhao Ye put on a beautiful smile. Imitating an adult, she saluted him and said, Congratulations on having your dream come true, big brother Yibai. To the side, Miao Fei Ping was stunned as he pursed his lips together bitterly and muttered, Your aptitude is only C-, but you look so ecstatic that it's as though you were in A rank. My mother always says that a person will only be truly happy by not being greedy, senior brother Miao. Miao Fei Ping refuted with displeasure. I'm not your senior brother. Stop calling me that. Zhao Yibai sported a silly smile. We'll be the disciples of the same sect, and you're older than I am, so, of course, you're my senior brother. Miao Fei Ping parted his lips, but he was unable to refute him. A moment later he said angrily, Don't think that I'll stop beating you up just because you call me senior brother. You'd better work hard and cultivate. If you can't protect little sister Ye in the future, I'll do it in your stead. I'll definitely cultivate hard so that you don't have to do that, senior brother Miao. Zhao Yibai stuck out his chest. Just then, a person was heard calling out from the platform. Number 897, Zhao Ye! It's your turn, Xiao Ye. Zhao Yibai turned his head and said. Zhao Ye nodded and sauntered forward. A worried Zhao Yibai advised her by saying, Don't fret. Just empty your mind and stand there. And Zhao Ye dipped her head. Despite what he just said, Miao Fei Ping acted like a senior brother, walked up to Zhao Yibai, and asked him seriously, "What if little sister Ye fails the test?" Zhao Yibai replied, "That will never happen. Little sister Ye has always been intelligent. Her aptitude must be greater than mine. I'm saying what if?" Miao Fei Ping glared at him. After giving it a serious thought, Zhao Yibai said, "I won't join Seven Stars sect then. I'll go home with Xiaoya." Miao Fei Ping widened his mouth in shock as he gazed at him. "Don't you always say that you're determined to join Seven Stars sect? Wasn't it your dream to become a powerful cultivator one day?" Zhao Yibai put on a smile. "It's another dream of mine to see Xiaoya growing up happy." Miao Fei Ping fell silent for a moment, then patted the younger boy's shoulder as though he was a very mature person. "I'm inferior to you in this regard." Zhao Yibai stared at him in shock. "You have exceptional aptitude, and you're from a wealthy family. Why would you be inferior to me in any way?" Miao Fei Ping couldn't help but roll his eyes. Just when he was about to speak, a brilliant light exploded from the platform. The glow was so dazzling that everyone present had no choice but to close or avert their eyes. The glow soon expanded and spilled over the platform to engulf the crowd. Even the masters on the stand were affected. The dazzling light didn't seem to be going out anytime soon. Everyone fell into a commotion. The cultivators from Seven Stars sect who were responsible for observing the results bent forward as they widened their eyes in disbelief. On the stand, Shang Guanji, the elders of Seven Stars sect, and the representatives from other sects all rose from the chairs at the same time, utterly flabbergasted. Martial Peak, Chapter 4684, The Fated Time Has Come. When Miao Fei Ping was tested on his aptitude earlier, the platform also radiated a dazzling glow. Following that, he was revealed to have an aptitude of A-, which was unprecedented in the history of Seven Stars sect, instantly making him the center of attention. The top cultivators from other sects, as well as the onlookers, were all amazed. However, after Xiaoya went on stage, the platform radiated an even more dazzling light for an even longer time. Right then, someone from the crowd exclaimed, "It's another person with a rank aptitude!" Even the ordinary people who had never cultivated before could see that Xiaoya had caused a greater commotion than Miao Fei Ping, who was revealed to have an aptitude of A-. Hence, how heaven-defying must Xiaoya's aptitude be? It was certain that her aptitude must be a rank, but they were not sure whether it would be A or A+. After more than a dozen breaths of time, the light finally went out, but the crowd remained stunned as they stared dazedly at the petite figure on the platform. It was as though they saw a new star rising into the sky. It wasn't until this moment that Xiaoya opened her eyes. She appeared puzzled as she had no idea what just happened. As her eyes met with those of Zhao Yibai, she flashed a sweet smile at him. Before those from Seven Stars sect announced the result, she was getting ready to leave the stage. "Wait a moment, junior sister!" A cultivator from Seven Stars sect hurriedly stopped her. "What's wrong?" Xiaoya gazed at him with vigilance. The cultivator was already drenched in sweat as he suppressed his shock and put on a harmless smile. "Don't be nervous, junior sister. It's just that your aptitude is so exceptional that we're unable to make an immediate judgment. The result will be decided by the elders, so please wait here for a while." He was extremely polite, as though he was facing an elder or the sect master instead of a young girl who was only 7 or 8 years old. Given her heaven-defying aptitude, though, there was no doubt that this young girl had a bright future ahead of her. Perhaps it would only take her a few years before she became someone he could only look up to, which was why this cultivator wouldn't dare to be negligent. If he said something wrong now, he would have no way to survive in the future. On the stand, the elders from Seven Stars sect were flushing as they came together to discuss the aptitude of Xiaoya using their divine senses. Meanwhile, Shang Guanji stared fixedly at Xiaoya as he almost cried tears of joy. First, Miao Fei Ping came as a surprise during the disciple recruitment, and now there was Xiaoya. He reckoned that their sect had been blessed by the Lord. Given the aptitude Miao Fei Ping had showcased, there was no doubt he would be able to make it to the Emperor realm in the future, and it was the same case for number 897, Xiaoya. In the future, there would be 2 Emperor Realm Masters in 7 Stars sect. Their sect would become peerless in the Void Continent. Soon, the outcome of the discussion among the elders was decided. Guan Qianxing walked up to Shang Guanji and spoke to him close to his ear. Shang Guanji nodded gently, then announced, Number 897, Zhaoye, 7 Stars Town. Aptitude A+, overall evaluation A+. She had obtained a AA+. Miao Fei Ping, who achieved AA prior to this, paled in front of her. Still, there was a helpless smile on Shang Guanji's face. If Zhaoye was evaluated properly, her aptitude would definitely be higher than A+. However, since A+ was already the limit, they were unable to give her a better result. All of a sudden, he recalled a rumor that there was a higher martial Dao above the Emperor realm. However, since his cultivation was still fairly weak, he was unable to confirm the truth behind such information. While Miao Fei Ping would certainly make it to the Emperor realm, Zhaoye might be able to bring 7 Stars sect to unprecedented heights. Shang Guanji couldn't help but wonder what the realm that was above the Emperor realm would look like. Perhaps Zhaoye would be able to unravel the mystery for him in his lifetime. Sect Master Shang Guan, I suppose this little girl hasn't become a disciple of any of your elders yet. When Shang Guanji heard the voice, he was shocked as the pleasant surprise on his face transformed into horror. While he was overwhelmed by ecstasy just now, he had forgotten about Xinxing's presence. This person was already interested in Miao Fei Ping earlier. Fortunately, Miao Fei Ping had already been taken on as a disciple by Guan Qianxing 2 months ago, and was just going through the formalities by taking part in the recruitment tests. That was the reason Xinxing didn't make things difficult for them, as he still had to consider his status. But now, Zhaoye showcased an aptitude that far exceeded that of Miao Fei Ping's, so it was expected that Xinxing would be tempted. Nevertheless, Shang Guanji would never be willing to let go of a young child who might bring 7 Stars sect to the peak of the world. At that moment, countless ideas flashed through his mind, but just when he was ready to lie to Xinxing despite knowing that he would offend him, he was suddenly engulfed in emperor pressure. Regardless of how hard Shang Guanji tried, he was unable to tell a lie as he forced a smile and muttered, "No." The pressure then dissipated as though it had never been there. Xinxing smiled and nodded. That's wonderful. This old master believes he shares fate with this young girl, and would like to bring her back to my sect. Sect Master Shang Guan won't mind parting with her, yes? Shang Guanji almost had the urge to curse. This shameless old fart seemed to share fate with any young child with exceptional aptitude. When he mentioned Miao Fei Ping just now, he still had the courtesy to ask Shang Guanji whether the latter was willing to give the disciple to him, but when it came to Zhaoye, he directly demanded to get the young girl. He was basically snatching their disciple from them in broad daylight. Seeing that Shang Guanji remained silent, Xinxing sported a dark expression. What's wrong, Sect Master Shang Guan? Do you have no regard for this old master? A middle-aged man, who was seated beside Xinxing, spoke up at that moment. Brother Shang Guan, it's understandable that you value such a talented young child, but 7 Stars sect is too small. On the other hand, Senior Shin Southern Star Palace is one of the top forces in the Void Continent. Young Zhaoye will definitely become very successful in the future, but 7 Stars sect is too small to accommodate her. Only a place like Southern Star Palace could truly allow her to shine. Xinxing had practically tagged along with this sect master of Golden Spring sect, otherwise, he wouldn't have come to the disciple recruitment of a sect like 7 Stars sect. At this moment, Shang Guanji was resentful of the sect master of Golden Spring sect. If this guy hadn't brought Xinxing with him, all this wouldn't have happened. Despite his sincere words, he actually had ulterior motives. It was already giving him a headache that Miao Fei Ping was joining 7 Stars sect. If there was also Zhaoye, the second-class great forces around 7 Stars sect wouldn't be able to survive. When these 2 disciples grew to be powerful one day, Golden Spring sect would surely be oppressed by 7 Stars sect. Shang Guanji was aware that he wouldn't be able to keep Zhaoye, but he still wasn't willing to give her to Xinxing. With displeasure written all over his face, Xinxing snorted. The sect master of Golden Spring sect persuaded again by saying, Brother Shangguan, it's said that an ordinary man is innocent, but treasures make him guilty. Zhao Yu's aptitude is so exceptional that it is simply unheard of. It would be fine if Seven Stars sect was able to protect her. However, just like my Golden Spring sect, your sect is just a second-class great force. This news will undoubtedly spread across the entire Void continent in no time. By then, rather than making your sect thrive, this young girl will only bring disaster. Although Senior Shin has some selfishness in trying to take on this young girl to be his disciple, he is also indirectly doing your sect a great favor. Please think twice, Brother Shangguan. To the side, Xinxing stroked his beard and nodded as though he was really trying to help Seven Stars sect. A myriad of expressions came over Shangguan Ji. Even though the sect master of Golden Spring sect was acting maliciously, that didn't mean what he said was entirely false. Miao Fei Ping alone wouldn't prompt those first-class sects to make a move, but Zhao Ye was different. If he invited trouble to Seven Stars sect just because he wanted to keep Zhao Ye, he wouldn't be able to take responsibility as the sect master. The sect master of Golden Spring sect declared firmly, Brother Shangguan, do you really want Seven Stars sect to be destroyed just for a moment's impulse? Shangguan Ji, who had been trying to act tough, suddenly became dejected, as though he had aged by several dozen years. He let out a sigh since he was unable to turn things around. Just when he was preparing to give in, he suddenly looked in the direction of Azure Jade Peak. At the same time, Xinxing also lifted his head. They could see a figure strolling through the sky towards them, his voice echoing around them even before he even arrived. The fated time has come. It was worth waiting for a few months. Shangguan Ji was filled with joy as he hurriedly rose from his seat. The person, who looked like a descending immortal, landed in front of Zhao Ye and looked down at her with a faint smile. Without feeling fearful at all, Zhao Ye stared back at him. At that moment, she was only thinking that this person looked familiar to her as his figure was similar to that of Uncle Yang. When Yang Kai showed up in Seven Stars sect several months ago, he used a trick and changed his appearance in the eyes of others. Therefore, even though this soul avatar of his in front of Zhao Ye looked exactly the same as his true self, he appeared to be a different person in Zhao Ye's eyes. There is fate between us, young girl. Are you willing to be my disciple? Yang Kai looked smilingly at her and asked. On the stand, Xinxing sported a dark expression. He had said something similar twice before today, but now this guy who appeared out of nowhere repeated what he had said. Was he trying to humiliate him? Xinxing stood straight up with fury and scoffed. Who are you? It was expected that he was furious since the young girl was being snatched from him right in front of him. Shangguan Ji was pleasantly surprised when Yang Kai appeared, but at this moment, he was suddenly worried. That was because he had no idea about what order of the Emperor realm this new ancestor was in. On the other hand, he knew that Xinxing was in the Second Order Emperor realm. If the new ancestor was weaker than Xinxing, this matter wouldn't be resolved peacefully. Even if the new ancestor was also in the Second Order Emperor realm, Xinxing represented Southern Star Palace, so there was no way Seven Stars sect could go against them. Shangguan Ji wouldn't even dare to think that the new ancestor could possibly be in the Third Order Emperor realm, because the number of such masters in the entire Void continent could be counted on one hand. Sit down. Yang Kai lightly commanded without even sparing Xinxing a glance, and as Shangguan Ji watched, Xinxing really sat down as he was told. Shangguan Ji widened his eyes as he saw Xinxing's face go from red to white to blue. The man's forehead was beaded with sweat, and his eyes filled with a light of terror. Naturally, Xinxing wouldn't act obediently in this place, so the only explanation for him doing as he was told was that he was completely overpowered by the new ancestor. The emotions in Shangguan Ji's heart undulated as he had never expected that the ancestor who arrived at Seven Stars sect several months ago was actually a Third Order Emperor realm master. He instantly let out a sigh of relief, thinking that they would no longer need to fear anyone with such an ancestor in their sect. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4685. You're a bad guy. Greetings, ancestor. With Shangguan Ji standing at the front, the elders and the protectors from Seven Stars sect who were fortunate to have met and chatted with Yang Kai that night saluted him in unison. The ordinary disciples from Seven Stars sect soon recovered from their shock and did the same. However, they were puzzled as they had never heard that there was an ancestor in their sect. Moreover, the ancestor seemed to have showcased a power that was much greater than that of Xinxing, who was there to watch the disciple recruitment. Xinxing was a second-order Emperor Realm Master who was from Southern Star Palace, and since the ancestor was stronger than him, it meant that he was probably in the third order. That realization made these disciples feel agitated. Following that, the representatives of the other sects rose from the chairs and saluted as well. With the third-order Emperor Realm Master present, they wouldn't dare to be impolite. Xinxing was the only one who didn't get up. It wasn't that he didn't want to rise from his chair though, but rather that he simply couldn't. He felt as though a mountain had been placed on his shoulders, which made it impossible for him to even move a finger. From the looks of it, he seemed to be an arrogant person who remained seated, which only made more cold sweat drip from his forehead. He had faced the pressure of third-order Emperor Realm Masters before, but none of them felt anywhere near as intense as this time. Yang Kai could make him unable to move simply by commanding him. This kind of third-order Emperor Realm Master was much stronger than the ones he had come across before. Yang Kai waved his hand without saying anything, but everyone took a seat at the same time. The sect master of Golden Springs sect wore a conflicted expression as he gazed at Shangguan Ji with a bitter smile. "Brother Shangguan, why did you hide something so important from all of us? You didn't even tell us that there was an ancestor in your noble sect. If you had informed us earlier, we would have prepared proper gifts as tribute." The reason he kept persuading Shangguan Ji to give up on the young girl was that he didn't want to see Seven Stars sect, which was also a second-class sect, growing more powerful than the rest of them. Now it seemed that his persuasion was pointless. Even if they didn't have Zhao Ye, they already had a powerful ancestor with them, which ensured that they would definitely become a first-class great force. Golden Springs sect was already incomparable to them. From now on, Golden Springs sect would have to flatter Seven Stars sect to survive, so he naturally had to improve his ties with Shangguan Ji. The face of Shangguan Ji was glowing as he stroked his beard with a smile. "It's not that we wanted to hide this from all of you, but rather that the ancestor prefers peace and serenity. That was why we didn't make an announcement." The sect master of Golden Springs sect simply nodded. "I see." Suddenly realizing something, Shangguan Ji said, "The ancestor was traveling across the world when he suddenly visited our sect one night. He said that he felt some kind of fate with this place, so he asked to settle down in Seven Stars sect. After he made some calculations, he said that the time had not come yet. Now it seems that Zhao Ye is the one he has been waiting for. It seems the ancestor really can divine the future." The sect master of Golden Springs sect widened his mouth in disbelief. It wasn't until this moment that he realized the people from Seven Stars sect had practically gotten an ancestor for free. He felt disheartened as he thought that those from Seven Stars sect were so lucky to have a powerful figure to come over and become their ancestor, serving as the greatest support for the sect. On the other hand, Golden Springs sect was not so lucky. He then gazed at the man and the young girl on the stage with an envious expression. Presently, Seven Stars sect had an ancestor to assume command while there was a disciple named Zhao Ye who had exceptional aptitude. Additionally, there was Miao Fei Ping, who was revealed to have an A aptitude. It seemed that their sect's rise was inevitable. On the stage, Yang Kai and Zhao Ye were still staring at one another. Although Zhao Ye had no idea what was going on, she was an intelligent and observant girl and had a feeling that the person before her eyes was someone very important, and for some reason, he gave off a familiar feeling as though she had met him before. While she was in a dazed state, the elders of Seven Stars sect were flustered. It must have taken her some heaven-defying luck to be offered a chance to become the disciple of the ancestor. Even if the ancestor said the same thing to them, they would instantly fall on their knees and accept. A young girl that was 7 or 8 years old was supposed to do the same. However, this particular young girl didn't understand how lucky she was as she just batted her eyes at the ancestor. It was as though she had seen something interesting on his face. The anxious elders secretly spoke to Zhaoye, encouraging her to accept the offer. Zhaoye had never experienced anything like this before, so she just felt annoyed by the voices as she waved her hand. It was as though she was trying to chase away some flies. Yang Kai didn't urge her, as he looked smilingly at the young girl. A moment later, Zhaoye said, "I don't mind becoming your disciple, but Big Brother Yi Bai has to come with me." On the stand, Shang Guanji and the others were shocked as they admired the young girl's courage. She didn't seem to be afraid of someone who was so powerful. Since the ancestor had personally shown up to take on a disciple, others would have gladly accepted it. However, this girl didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, as she had the guts to even state her own conditions. Moreover, they had no idea who this Big Brother Yi Bai was. Besides Shang Guanji and the elders, the onlookers also didn't know who the Big Brother Yi Bai she was talking about was except for those who came from Seven Stars Town. Standing among the crowd, Miao Fei Ping looked helplessly at Zhao Yi Bai, who was extremely lucky to have such a chance. It was no different from suddenly having 10 million silver coins fall into your lap. "Who is Big Brother Yi Bai?" Yang Kai asked, despite being fully aware of who the person was. Zhaoye turned her head and took a glance, whereupon Zhao Yi Bai emerged from the crowd and walked up to Zhaoye before saluting the unknown man. "Junior Zhao Yi Bai greets Senior." On the stand, Shang Guanji and the others finally recognized this brat as the Big Brother Yi Bai that Zhaoye had mentioned. After all, his test only took place a while ago, so Shang Guanji still remembered this young boy, who was only revealed to have an aptitude of C-, which was a far cry from Zhaoye. Yang Kai took a dispassionate glance at him and shook his head. "His aptitude is too weak. He doesn't have a right to be my disciple. Are you not going to accept him?" Zhaoye stared fixedly at him. Yang Kai shook his head again. Zhaoye said, "I'll not become your disciple then." Upon finishing her words, she took Zhao Yi Bai's hand and was ready to leave. Zhao Yi Bai remained unmoving though as he patted her hands to motion for her to calm down. He then glanced at Yang Kai and asked, "Senior, are you from Seven Stars Sect?" "Yes." Yang Kai nodded. Zhao Yi Bai put on a silly smile. "There won't be any problem then. Xiaoye, since Senior is from Seven Stars Sect, we won't be separated after you become his disciple. He's a senior expert, so accept his request now." Zhaoye shook her head. "No, I want to be with you." Zhao Yi Bai stomped his foot on the ground before flashing a helpless smile at Yang Kai. "Please give me a moment, Senior. My sister is a little obstinate. Let me persuade her." Yang Kai didn't respond to him. It was then Zhao Yi Bai took Zhaoye to the side and persuaded her in a small voice. Despite his hushed whispers, the powerful cultivators at the scene could still hear him clearly. Zhao Yi Bai was heard saying to Zhaoye, "Xiaoye, did you hear that the people from Seven Stars Sect called him ancestor just now? Do you know what an ancestor is?" "Well, I don't really understand it either, but I suppose he's the most powerful person in Seven Stars Sect. If you become his disciple, you'll be able to walk sideways, and Miao Fei Ping would never dare to bully you again. I saw that Miao Fei Ping's master was also respectful of him. Moreover, we won't be separated after you become his disciple. We'll still meet every day since we're both in Seven Stars Sect." On the stand, Shang Guanji put on a helpless smile as he said to Guan Qianxing, "Even though this boy seems a little foolish, he's actually pretty shrewd. He already understands how the world works at such a young age. It's just that his aptitude is weak. Be careful not to let him offend the ancestor." Guan Qianxing nodded in response. However, regardless of what Zhao Yi Bai said, Zhaoye refused to agree. Eventually, she squatted down and faced away from Zhao Yi Bai before burying her head in her knees and covering her ears with her hands. It was as though she was determined not to listen to Zhao Yi Bai, who appeared totally helpless. Sighing, the young boy stroked Zhaoye's head before he turned around and walked up to Yang Kai. Upon stopping a couple of his steps away, he saluted him once more. Yang Kai said, "Regardless of what you say, I won't accept you as my disciple." Zhao Yi Bai nodded. "This junior understands his aptitude is weak, so he has no right to become senior's disciple, nor do I even dare to think about it. Xiaoya is lucky to have gained Senior's favor, and I don't want her to miss this chance just because of me. So, I'd like to ask you to allow me to be a worker for you. Whenever there are any trivial matters, I'll handle them for you and make sure that you won't have to worry about them. Hearing that, Zhao Ye abruptly looked up while the people on the stand were stunned, as they had never expected that Zhao Yibai would say such a thing. Appearing to be impassive, Yang Kai said, "There are indeed no workers on Azure Jade Peak. I won't turn you down if you're willing to go there. However, I won't teach you anything, so you must remember that from today onwards, you'll remain a worker on Azure Jade Peak until your death." Zhao Yibai was elated upon hearing that. "Many thanks for granting my wish, Senior. This junior wouldn't dare to ask for anything else. Big brother Yibai." Zhao Ye rushed over and took his hand before trying to drag him away. "I won't become his disciple, and you're also not going to be a worker. We'll go back to Seven Stars Town together. Listen to me, Xiaoya." Zhao Yibai gazed at her with a pair of eyes that were filled with determination. Zhao Ye's eyes reddened as she knew that Zhao Yibai was doing this for her. Although his aptitude was weak, he had still become a disciple of Seven Stars sect after he passed all the tests. He was supposed to be able to cultivate and become a cultivator just like he always dreamed. Nevertheless, if he became a worker on Azure Jade Peak, he would have no future at all. She then turned her head and glared at Yang Kai. "You're a bad guy." Anyone who bullied Zhao Yibai was a bad guy. She didn't care whether he was an ancestor or some kind of senior expert. Yang Kai grinned. "Do you want to beat me up to vent out the anger for your big brother Yibai?" Without hesitation, Zhao Ye nodded her head with a pair of ferocious-looking eyes. Yang Kai said, "It's simple. Become my disciple. When you become more powerful than me one day, you can beat me up in whatever way you please." Zhao Ye became startled for a moment, as though she had suddenly gained enlightenment. The next moment, she fell on her knees and pressed her head against the ground in front of Yang Kai. "Disciple Zhao Ye greets honored master." She then abruptly looked up and stared into Yang Kai's eyes. "Disciple will definitely cultivate hard so that honored master will have a taste of becoming a worker one day. Whatever big brother Yibai will go through, I'll make you pay 10 times the price." From that day onward, there was a female disciple on Azure Jade Peak of Seven Stars sect in the Void Continent who was determined to make her honored master become a worker. Everyone in the Void Continent found it to be strange when they heard the story. Martial Peak, Chapter 4686. I heard you shared fate with my disciple. You'll have to work harder, for your honored master's cultivation is higher than the heavens. Yang Kai pointed at the sky with a smile. Xinxing pursed his lips with disdain, thinking that Yang Kai could only fool an inexperienced girl like her. All of a sudden, Yang Kai turned to look at him. "I heard that you shared fate with my disciple." Xinxing's face instantly started flushing as he repeatedly said he wouldn't dare to. However, in his mind, he thought that this ancestor from Seven Stars sect was quite small-minded, as the retaliation had come earlier than he had expected. He was an Emperor Realm Master from Southern Star Palace after all, and he had to uphold his reputation. If he was humiliated in public, how was he going to show his face in public in the future? While he was furious, Yang Kai was heard saying, "Young girl, go ask why that senior is interested in taking you on as a disciple. I need all the details, otherwise people who have no idea what has happened will think that I oppressed him today." Although Zhao Ye was determined to cultivate hard and make her honored master have a taste of becoming a worker, she was still pretty obedient. She then got up and ambled towards the stand. Upon reaching Xinxing, she saluted him respectfully and said in a clear voice, "Greetings, senior. My honored master has asked me to—" Xinxing hurriedly raised his hand. "Speak no further. Your honored master might have misheard me. I didn't say I wanted to take you on as a disciple. Rather, I just thought that there was a treasure in my collection that would perfectly suit you." Upon finishing his words, he fished out something that looked like a bracelet and passed it to her with a smile. "Here you go. This old master obtained it a long time ago and has always treasured it. Since it suits you, I'll give it to you. Just see it as a gift for having found a good master." The elders of Seven Stars sect and the representatives of the great forces on the stand gasped while staring at the ancient-looking bracelet. That bracelet was apparently a defensive Emperor artifact. Although they had no idea how powerful it was definitely expensive as it was an Emperor artifact. They couldn't believe that Xinxing was willing to give it to the young girl just like that. Instead of directly taking it though, Zhaoye turned to gaze inquisitively at Yang Kai, who placed his hands behind his back and looked up as though there was something interesting in the sky. Understanding what his gesture meant, Zhaoye saluted elegantly. "Many thanks, senior." She then took the bracelet with both hands and wrapped it around her wrist. The bracelet, which was much larger than her wrist, suddenly radiated a gentle glow and shrunk until it perfectly fit her. The sight amazed Zhaoye. With a smile, Xinxing stroked his beard gently. "It does indeed suit you." His back was drenched in sweat though, as he thought that he had reacted pretty quickly, otherwise it would have turned out to be embarrassing for him. Zhaoye looked at the new bracelet from different angles with joy. She was a young child who came from a poor family, so she knew nothing about accessories. With that said, young girls like her were naturally fond of such things. At that moment, she found Xinxing to be amicable and generous, so she flashed a sweet smile at him. The sect master of Golden Springs sect suddenly spoke up with a smile. "Since Senior Shin has given you a gift, it would be discourteous for me to not do so too. Here, this trinket is not as valuable as Senior Shin's gift, but I hope you'll like it." Following that, he took out a petite hairpin with a true-to-life red dragonfly that was made from jade on it. This was obviously another defensive artifact. Although it was inferior to the bracelet as it was only Dao Source grade, it was actually the most expensive thing the sect master of Golden Spring sect possessed. "Is it for me?" Zhaoye was astounded. The sect master of Golden Spring sect nodded with a smile. "There's really no need." Zhaoye appeared bashful and hesitant, but despite her words, she swiftly took the hairpin and put it on her head. Since the sect master of Golden Spring sect had also given her a gift, the representatives of the other sects naturally didn't have the nerve to not offer something. Moreover, this was a great chance to strike up a relationship with the ancestor of Seven Stars sect. Hence, all of them fished out the most expensive items in their collections and gifted them to the little girl. Other than the representatives of other sects, the elders of Seven Stars sect also did the same. She was a disciple of their own sect after all. Since outsiders had been so generous, they couldn't just watch the show and do nothing. Therefore, Shang Guanji took the initiative to pass a gift to her, and the other elders and protectors did the same. In the blink of an eye, Zhaoye was covered in gifts. The items that had been wrapped around her head, body, and hands were all valuable and rare. Seeing that, Shang Guanji quickly gave her a space ring to store those gifts. Meanwhile, the onlookers were dumbfounded, thinking that the young girl named Zhaoye would be a rising star from that day onward. She had already received so many gifts when she had just been taken on as a disciple. How successful would she be when she became powerful enough one day? "Do you see that? That's the difference between you two," Yang Kai said in a small voice. Zhao Yibai, who was standing beside him, looked smilingly at Zhaoye and nodded. "You and she are from different worlds. If she's like a phoenix in the sky, you're no different from a loach in the mud. She is still young now. However, when her mind is broadened as she grows up, she'll forget who you are. She'll only remember once in a century that she had a playmate named Zhao Yibai in the past." Yang Kai continued destroying his confidence. Zhao Yibai scratched his head for a moment before refuting. "I'll be glad as long as Xiaoye is fine. Moreover, she'll never forget about me." Yang Kai stared intently at him, then said, "I hope you'll still think so when you grow up." The disciple recruitment of Seven Stars sect ended on a positive note. The news that 2 disciples with a rank aptitude had emerged during the recruitment spread quickly. One of them was revealed to have A aptitude while the other achieved a result of A+ aptitude. The latter was truly a prodigy. Moreover, it was said that an ancestor with inscrutable cultivation had appeared out of nowhere in Seven Stars sect, and he had taken on the young girl with A+ aptitude to be his disciple. Rumor had it that Xinxing, who was there to watch the show, didn't dare to be impolite in front of this new ancestor, and had even suffered a small setback at his hands. Xinxing was a second-order Emperor Realm Master from Southern Star Palace, and since he had suffered a setback, it went to show that the ancestor was truly formidable. That was the reason Seven Stars Sect instantly became a household name. There were 1,008 steps on the stairs that led to Azure Jade Peak. Two young children helped each other out and exchanged words of encouragement as they plodded up the steps. Just then, a gale gusted through them as they staggered and almost fell down the cliff. They hurriedly crouched down and hugged each other, shivering like quails in winter. When they finally reached the summit of Azure Jade Peak, they were exhausted as they lay on the ground and panted heavily. Yang Kai appeared and stood in front of them the next moment, looking down as he shook his head. "You're too slow." In a lethargic manner, Zhao Ye shot him a glare. Initially, she stopped loathing her honored master after she received a lot of gifts. Certainly, she knew that it was thanks to her honored master that those people were willing to give her so many valuable treasures. However, at this moment, she became resentful of him again, for she realized that her honored master was truly cold-blooded. Right then, Yang Kai extended his hand, whereupon the rings, the hairpins, and the bracelets flew away from the young girl and fell into his hands. Zhao Ye was startled for a moment, then jumped up like a cat that got its tail trampled on by someone. Pouncing at Yang Kai, she clawed at him and snapped. "Those are my things! Give them back!" Yang Kai explained. "It will only do you more harm than good to depend on external aids when you're cultivating. These things are no different from a burden on your shoulders. I'll keep them for you for now. You can have them back when you're able to use them." Zhao Ye wrapped her hands around Yang Kai's arm and clung on with an aggrieved expression, gnashing her teeth in frustration. She felt that this man was more like an evil bandit than her master. Zhao Yibai persuaded her by saying, "Zhao Ye, he's a senior expert, you should listen to him." Yang Kai shot him a glance and sneered. "Stop flattering this king. It's useless." "Arg!" Zhao Ye directly bit the man's arm, but while Yang Kai remained unperturbed, Zhao Ye felt her teeth almost falling off as her eyes were drenched in tears. "It's very late now, so you should probably get some rest. I'll teach you how to cultivate tomorrow." Yang Kai flung the young girl off and disappeared. While sitting on the ground, the young children exchanged glances and fell silent. A moment later, Zhao Ye sniffled and said, "Big brother Yi Bai, I miss Auntie Lu, Grandma, and Uncle Yang." While helping to massage her legs, Zhao Yibai said, "I miss them too." He then looked up at the sky. "I suppose Uncle Yang has returned to the town to inform Mother and Grandma by now. They must be having sweet rice dumplings now." At the mention of food, their stomachs started growling. It was only then they recalled that they hadn't had anything to eat or drink since the disciple recruitment commenced this morning. "Let's look for some food." Zhao Yibai helped her put on her shoes and pulled her up. Then, they shuffled towards a cluster of palaces. 1 hour later, they lethargically pressed their backs against a column in the grand hall as their stomachs growled. There wasn't any food at all in this place, not even a drop of water. "Bad guy!" Zhao Ye roared in the spacious grand hall. Right then, Yang Kai appeared out of thin air, which scared the kids out of their wits. Zhao Yibai got up with difficulty and respectfully saluted him. "Zhao Ye and I haven't had any food for a long time, senior. Is there anything to eat here?" Yang Kai gave him a dismissive look and said cold-heartedly, "No. Do you want to starve us to death?" Zhao Ye glowered at the man. "In that case, why did you even take me on as your disciple?" Yang Kai replied dispassionately. "A bad guy will definitely not give you food, but your master might not want to see you starve to death." Zhao Yibai became startled for a moment, then secretly pulled Zhao Ye's clothes. It was then that Zhao Ye came to her senses. While hanging her head low, she balled up her fists and muttered reluctantly, "I'm hungry and thirsty, master." Yang Kai nodded. "Wait a moment." Upon finishing his words, he vanished into thin air. Following a gulp, Zhao Yibai looked around randomly and asked with difficulty, "Zhao Ye, could your master be a ghost?" With her face turning pale, Zhao Ye stuck close to the young boy. "Stop frightening me, big brother Yi Bai." Marshall Peak, Chapter 4687, The Disciple Has Come of Age. Barely a moment later, Yang Kai returned with a bowl of rice and passed it to Xiaoya. After taking it, Xiaoya looked up at him. There's only one? Is it not enough? Yang Kai frowned. Big brother Yi Bai has to have some food as well. Zhao Yi Bai hurriedly shook his head. It's fine. I'm not hungry. Xiaoya looked pitifully at Yang Kai. Could you give me one more bowl of rice, master? No. Upon finishing his words, Yang Kai left the place. What a stingy man! Xiaoya was furious, for not only was her master cold-blooded, but he was also stingy. With that said, they finally had some food to eat. At this moment, she was resentful of her master. If she had known this was what would happen, she wouldn't have agreed to become his disciple. It was ridiculous that an adult oppressed two young kids. After a moment of persuading each other to have the food first, the young kids then wolfed down the rice with pleasure. Although they were still hungry after finishing the rice, they had regained some strength at the very least. There were 4 seasons in the Void Continent, and years slowly went by. Since Xiaoya had an exceptional A+ aptitude, the elders of 7 Stars sect initially had high hopes for her. They believed that given her aptitude, her cultivation journey would be smooth sailing, as it would probably only take her a few years before she made it to the Emperor realm. However, 10 years had passed, and she had only managed to make it to the true element boundary. From the bottom to the top, the martial Tao was divided into tempered body, initial element, Qi transformation, separation and reunion, true element, immortal ascension, transcendent, saint, saint king, origin returning, origin king, Tao source, and emperor realm. There were 13 great realms in total. Although it was considered swift that Zhao Ye had reached the true element boundary in 10 years, she didn't live up to her A+ aptitude. It had to be noted that Miao Fei Ping, who joined 7 Stars sect at around the same time, was now in the transcendent realm, which was 2 great realms ahead of Zhao Ye. When the news was spread, others thought that the ancestor from 7 Stars sect who lived on Azure Jade Peak was not a good teacher. Although he was powerful, he didn't know how to nurture his disciple. There was not a lack of such people in this world. While they were adept at cultivating, they didn't know how to teach. Those people felt sorry for Zhao Ye because her aptitude had been wasted after she became the disciple of the wrong master. As for the worker Zhao Yibai who settled down on Azure Jade Peak alongside Zhao Ye, he was forgotten by most people. Only the disciples of 7 Stars sect could see him getting swamped with work every day. 10 years had passed, and the young kids, who were 8 years old in the past, were now young people who turned 18 recently. After working as a worker for 10 years, Zhao Yibai had become a rugged young man whose eyes were bright. At the bottom of Azure Jade Peak, Zhao Yibai arrived at a river with 2 big buckets and filled them up. Before he could leave, though, he saw a group of people striding towards him. These people were all disciples from 7 Stars sect. One of them was a fine-looking young man who was surrounded by a group of people, as though he was the moon while the others were stars. He was older than Zhao Yibai by a few years, and the folding fan in his hand added an aloof, noble air to him as he sauntered over. When Zhao Yibai heard the noises and looked up, his face stiffened involuntarily. The group of people reached Zhao Yibai and surrounded him. The handsome young man leading the group closed his folding fan and stuck it in the back of his hair before staring calmly at Zhao Yibai and asking, "Did you pass junior sister Ye the thing I told you to 2 days ago?" Zhao Yibai scratched his head. "I did." The young man arched his brow. "Did you personally give it to her?" And Zhao Yibai nodded. The agitated young man asked, "What did she say?" Zhao Yibai replied, "Nothing." The young man was stunned, then went on asking, "Did she read it? Do you want to know the truth?" Zhao Yibai asked cautiously. The young man glared at him. "Of course I want to know the truth." In a straightforward manner, Zhao Yibai replied, "She didn't read it. Instead, she tore it apart and told me to ignore you next time." The young man's hopeful expression instantly turned dejected. His face had even turned pale as though he was badly injured. "Senior brother Lu," Zhao Yibai called out, I have to get these buckets of water back to Azure Jade Peak. I'll take my leave now. The young man surnamed Lu came to his senses and said through clenched teeth. You must have bad-mouthed me in front of junior sister Ya. Otherwise, why would she tear the letter apart without even taking a look at it? When he came across Zhao Ye the last time, she flashed a smile at him. If she wasn't interested in him, why would she put on such a sweet smile? Zhao Yibai quickly waved his hands. I didn't. In fact, I didn't say anything else as I just told her that this was given to her by you, senior brother Lu. She told me that she had no idea who you were though, and… How dare you still lie to me? Senior brother Lu barked while waving his hand. Beat him up! As swift as lightning, Zhao Yibai crouched down and curled up his figure while protecting his head with his hands. Not the face! His movements were so smooth that it was apparent he had done this many times before. With each passing day, Zhao Ye grew more beautiful and alluring. As a result, all the male disciples in the sect who had a chance to meet her were stunned by her beauty. Unfortunately, she led a reclusive life on Azure Jade Peak, and she wouldn't come down the mountain unless it was absolutely necessary, which made it impossible for these fellow brothers to have a glance at her beauty. As such, Zhao Yibai, who had to go up and down the mountain every day, became their messenger. In fact, Zhao Yibai had passed a lot of love letters to Zhao Ye over the years, but she would always tear them apart. Initially, those fellow brothers were wary of the ancestor who resided on Azure Jade Peak, so they didn't dare to touch Zhao Yibai. After all, this brat was a worker from Azure Jade Peak, so they had to be respectful of his owner. However, they soon realized that the ancestor really wouldn't care about Zhao Yibai's life or death, so they began acting more unscrupulously. As a result, Zhao Yibai had suffered a lot over the years. Fortunately, the attackers knew their boundaries as they wouldn't deal a heavy blow to him. Knowing that he was just a mortal who had never cultivated before, they only used a bit of brute force instead of their cultivation. A series of fists and feet landed on Zhao Yibai as the dust rose in the air, and he was soon covered in bruises. What's going on here? A person was heard bellowing all of a sudden. The next instant, a burly young man dashed out of the nearby forest and landed with a violent force which crashed into the male disciples around Zhao Yibai and dispersed them. Some of the weaker ones even fell to the ground. Senior brother Lu widened his eyes and exclaimed, Miao Fei Ping! The newcomer was none other than Miao Fei Ping, who also came from Seven Stars Town and joined Seven Stars sect alongside Zhao Ye. Now, he was already a transcendent realm master, whose cultivation was far ahead of the others in the same age range. The elders of the sect had high hopes for him and granted him near unlimited resources. Even many senior brothers, who were much older, were weaker than him. Miao Fei Ping picked up Zhao Yibai and examined him before asking, Are you all right? Zhao Yibai put on a grin. I'm fine. These fellow brothers were just helping me work out a cramp. Miao Fei Ping scoffed. Since when does working out a cramp lead to being covered in bruises? How are you still in the mood to laugh? Am I supposed to cry then? Zhao Yibai pursed his lips. Miao Fei Ping snorted, then turned to look at senior brother Lu. You're a glorious disciple of Seven Stars sect, aren't you? Do you feel proud oppressing a mortal who has never cultivated before with so many people? Senior brother Lu and the others wouldn't dare to say anything. Their cultivation was lower than that of Miao Fei Ping, and they were also less important than him, who was a favorite disciple among the elders in the sect, so they wouldn't dare to talk back. If he was offended, they would be beaten up without the chance of getting their revenge as their masters wouldn't stand up for them. Wastes who oppress the weak but fear the strong. I won't dirty my hands by beating you all up. Although I won't deal with you all, there's someone who definitely will. Upon hearing that, senior brother Lu appeared elated instead of feeling frightened. An annoyed Miao Fei Ping waved his hand impatiently. Scram! Scram! And so the crowd dispersed in a hurry. After they were gone, Miao Fei Ping turned to look at Zhao Yibai and rubbed his forehead. Where should I even begin? I told you not to become a worker on Azure Jade Peak, but you wouldn't listen to me. Is it fun to get beaten up every few days? Zhao Yibai just sported a silly smile. Take it. Miao Fei Ping tossed the porcelain bottle at him. Apply it on your bruises. It can help heal them. And Zhao Yubai didn't turn him down as he took the porcelain bottle and started using its content. Miao Fei Ping let out a sigh. We were still just kids back then. In order to let little sister Ye become a disciple of the ancestor, you requested to be a worker on Azure Jade Peak. Many years have passed, and Xiaoye is now in the true element boundary. Her future will only become brighter, so how much longer can you protect her? 100 years from now, Xiaoye will remain the same while you'll have become an old man. Do you want her to face an old man every day and cry her eyes out? Zhao Yubai fell silent. Miao Fei Ping patted the other man's shoulder. Short-term pain is better than long-term suffering. Just sleep on it. And Zhao Yubai replied in a small voice. I returned to Seven Stars Town some time ago and met Auntie Lu and Grandma Zhou. Miao Fei Ping went on to say. Zhao Yubai looked up. How are my mother and grandma? Miao Fei Ping replied with an odd smile. Don't worry, they're fine. What's strange is that grandma is getting younger instead of older as the wrinkles on her face have been reduced. Your mother has not gotten younger, but she hasn't changed one bit. I couldn't believe my eyes when I saw them. They have never cultivated before, so how do they keep their faces young? What about Uncle Yang? Zhao Yubai inquired. Miao Fei Ping replied. Your Uncle Yang left 2 years ago. Before he left, he told your mother to inform you that you must take care of yourself in Seven Stars sect. You can always return home if you're unhappy. Uncle Yang is gone? The light in Zhao Yubai's eyes dimmed significantly. He never had a real father before, but Uncle Yang was just like one to him. When he was a young boy, he always hoped that his Uncle Yang would get together with his mother so that he could call him father. However, whenever he voiced such thoughts, he would get a beating from his mother. He had heard from Grandma Zhou that Uncle Yang had several wives, so it wasn't appropriate for him to wander around in the outside world for a long time. He would have to go back sooner or later. Your Uncle Yang also said that he would visit you and Xiaoye again one day, Miao Fei Ping added. It was then Zhao Yubai put on a smile. Got it. You should go back now. Miao Fei Ping waved his hand. I'll take my leave then, Zhao Yubai said and picked up the buckets filled with water before dashing towards the peak. The corners of Miao Fei Ping's brow twitched, thinking that even though this brat had never cultivated before, his strength was unusual. After all, an ordinary mortal wouldn't be able to carry 2 giant buckets of water and sprint up a mountain like a rabbit. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4688, Punishment. Zhao Yubai had no idea what was going on with him. As he grew older, he became increasingly stronger. He didn't feel one bit of pressure at all when holding 2 buckets filled with water. He had secretly tried it on a boulder, which weighed about 1,000 kilograms, and it was easily lifted by him using only one hand. Therefore, he had no idea where his true limits were. He didn't hide this fact from Zhao Ye. Since they had grown up together, there were no secrets between them. According to Zhao Ye, there were always talented people in the world who were born with abilities that others couldn't possess. Some people even had great innate strength for no apparent reason. Zhao Yubai believed that he was one such person. Moreover, since he settled down on the peak 10 years ago, he had never fallen sick. Although he would always be beaten, he just supposed he had really thick skin and strong flesh. Any bruises or cuts he got would all disappear after a night's sleep. Because of that, Zhao Ye excitedly looked for her master and told him that Zhao Yubai had an unusual physique. She pleaded with her master to examine Zhao Yubai's aptitudes so that the latter could also become his disciple too. Unfortunately, after an examination, her master still said that Zhao Yubai's aptitude was ordinary, and he didn't have the intention of taking him on as a disciple. It had been 10 years since Zhao Ye started cultivating, so she was no longer a young girl who knew nothing. Knowing fully well that her master was exceptionally powerful and knowledgeable, she felt dejected over his judgment. She had secretly taught Zhao Yubai the secret arts and secret techniques that her master had imparted to her so that he could cultivate with her, thinking the result of his aptitude would only be clear after he started cultivating. What made her furious was that the obstinate Zhao Yibai never tried to cultivate. He said that he couldn't cultivate without the senior's permission. This made Zhao Ye infuriated. The young man dashed up the steps of Azure Jade Peak. While he held 2 huge buckets full of water, they didn't slow him down in the slightest. Instead, he only became faster as his hands were extremely steady. Not even a drop of water spilled out of the buckets. As his speed increased, layers of ripples were formed in the void around Zhao Yibai. However, the young man was not aware of these changes. He just loved to run like this, like a fish swimming in the ocean. It felt as though he was about to merge with the world. These 1008 steps took the young children a whole day to climb as blisters formed on their soles in the past. Nevertheless, Zhao Yibai could now easily reach the top in less than an hour. When he reached the summit of Azure Jade Peak, he saw a beautiful young woman standing there waiting for him. The young woman's beauty was like a breath of fresh air, so it was no wonder that the fellow brothers from 7 Stars sect could never forget about her the moment they laid their eyes on her, and did everything they could to pass love letters to her. Big brother Yibai. Zhao Ye put on a sweet smile. Zhao Yibai stopped in his tracks. While staring at the young woman in front of him, he fell into a dazed state as he recalled what Miao Fei Ping had said to him. Zhao Ye tilted her head. What's wrong? Nothing. Zhao Yibai shook his head. Have you done your homework? Why are you waiting for me here? Zhao Ye extended her hands in an attempt to take the buckets, but Zhao Yibai stepped aside to dodge them. There's no need for that. This is my duty. Senior will chide you if he sees you helping. She pursed her lips and complained. Master is too strict, always saying I can't do this and that. It's so annoying. Zhao Yibai replied with a smile. Senior is doing it for your own good. Humph. Zhao Ye slightly lifted her nose as she caught a whiff of something. As she sniffled, she looked doubtfully at Zhao Yibai. Before she could close in, Zhao Yibai ran off in an awkward manner as he shouted. You should get some rest, Zhao Ye. I'll call you when the meal is ready. All right. Zhao Ye replied as she looked smilingly at his disappearing back. When his figure was out of sight, the smile on Zhao Ye's face faded as her clear eyes burned with fury. That was because she caught a whiff of medicinal fragrance from Zhao Yibai. She then turned around and took a step forward. A few steps later, she was already at the bottom of the mountain. As usual, she arrived at the river. Presently, Miao Fei Ping was seated on a boulder as he was chewing on a stalk of grass he had picked up from somewhere. Upon hearing the rustling, he turned around and put on a helpless smile. You came sooner than I expected. Zhao Ye asked. Who was it? Her voice sounded so cold that it could almost freeze the river. Miao Fei Ping let out a sigh. This happens every time. Aren't you aware of the reason they do this? Those guys that you beat up were all happy being punched. They oppressed Zhao Yibai because they wanted you to stand up for him so that they could see you. They were still pleased even though they were beaten black and blue. Zhao Ye said through clenched teeth. I was too gentle back then. Miao Fei Ping suddenly had a bad feeling. What are you trying to do this time? It has nothing to do with you. Just tell me who they are. Miao Fei Ping shook his head. You can't defeat that guy this time. You're now only in the true element boundary 3rd stage while he's in the 9th stage. He's just 1 step away from making it to the immortal ascension boundary, so how are you supposed to be a match for him? True element boundary 9th stage? Zhao Ye muttered under her breath. All of a sudden, she closed her eyes as her aura rose rapidly. Miao Fei Ping was surprised as he had no idea what she was doing. However, his jaw suddenly dropped in disbelief. He wasn't even aware that the grass he had been chewing on had fallen. That was because he could feel that Zhao Ye's aura, which was stuck in the true element boundary 3rd stage, suddenly began rising and wasn't showing any signs of stopping. When it finally reached the peak, Zhao Ye suddenly achieved a breakthrough as a pressure wave spread out from her body. She was now in the true element boundary 4th stage. That wasn't the end yet. Just a moment later, she made it to the 5th stage and then the 6th stage. It only took her a short while to break through 3 minor realms. At the sight of this, Miao Fei Ping was flabbergasted as he thought that this was probably the power of a person with A+ aptitude. Achieving a breakthrough was as easy as eating food or drinking water to her. He also had rank A aptitude, and his cultivation increased rapidly over the years, with his progress being far greater than that of his fellow brothers. However, he realized he still wasn't comparable to Zhao Ye at all after witnessing what she had just done. It was the first time he discovered that one could achieve a breakthrough like this. Although the true element boundary 6th stage was still 3 minor realms below the 9th stage, the gap had been significantly shortened. The corners of Miao Fei Ping's face twitched as it was the first time he felt inferior to anyone. Seeing that Zhao Ye was burning with murderous intent, he stopped stalling and gave her a list of names. Zhao Ye extended her hand and summoned a silver spear before turning to leave. Miao Fei Ping felt his heart pounding against his chest as he had a feeling that something serious was about to happen. He thus hurriedly contacted his honored master, Guan Qianxing. Less than an hour later, the incident of an attempted murder sent a shock wave across Seven Stars sect. For some reason, a disciple named Lu Yi got into a conflict with Azure Jade Peak's Zhao Ye. They engaged in an intense battle, but surprisingly, Lu Yi, who was 3 minor realms above the other party, was powerless to fight back the whole time. If Elder Guan Qianxing hadn't managed to intervene in time, Lu Yi would have lost his life on the spot. Despite that, Lu Yi was so severely wounded that it would take him 3 to 5 months to recuperate. The battle stunned everyone in Seven Stars sect. There were naturally some fights between the disciples in the same sect over the years, and sometimes disciples were injured, but no one would attempt to kill their fellow brothers or sisters. However, Zhao Ye did just that this time. According to the onlookers, every move Zhao Ye made was filled with murderous intent, as she seemed determined to end Lu Yi's life. Zhao Ye's identity was also unusual, as she was the only disciple of the ancestor who resided on Azure Jade Peak. Although Zhao Ye's progress had disappointed the elders of Seven Stars sect, her identity and status would not change just because of that. If any other disciple had done such a thing, he or she would have been kicked out of the sect, or worse, their cultivation would be crippled. Nevertheless, no one would dare to do that to Zhao Ye. What's more, it was a battle between a true element boundary 6th stage disciple and one in the 9th stage. However, Lu Yi, the supposedly stronger one, was completely powerless to defend himself. It was rare that a weaker cultivator could defeat a stronger one, so it was hard to understand why there was such a huge gap between these two's powers when they fought. Lu Yi was brought back by his honored master while the elders of Seven Stars sect came together in the middle of the night to look into the matter and come up with a plan to clean up the mess. On the other hand, Zhao Ye stealthily returned to Azure Jade Peak, but as soon as she reached the peak, she saw her honored master standing there, looking impassively at her. Zhao Ye stiffened as she hung her head low and bashfully walked up to Yang Kai. While looking down at her feet, she called out, "Master!" When she was younger, she swore that she would cultivate hard so that she could defeat her master one day and make him have a taste of becoming a worker. However, after spending over 10 years with him, she no longer had such impudent and aggressive thoughts. Her master had treated her very well, and she regarded him to be a teacher as well as a father figure. "You broke through 3 stages?" Yang Kai asked calmly. Zhao Ye nodded cautiously. Upon hearing the reply, Yang Kai sighed. "Given your strength, you could have easily dealt with a true element boundary 9th stage boy even though you were only in the 3rd stage. You didn't need to achieve a breakthrough." Zhao Ye pursed her lips. "I didn't expect him to be so weak," Yang Kai said. "It's not that he's weak, but that you're strong." Zhao Ye looked up and flashed a bright smile at him. "It's all thanks to honored master's guidance over the years." Just then, Yang Kai turned his head and shouted, "Zhao Yi Bai! I'm here!" Zhao Yi Bai, who had been hiding somewhere to watch them, ran towards Yang Kai. "What do you need me to do, senior?" Yang Kai extended his hand and grabbed the huge tank full of water from the kitchen before placing it on Zhao Yi Bai's head. A stunned Zhao Yi Bai wouldn't dare to move away as he quickly raised his hands to prop up the water tank. Fortunately, he had unusual strength, so it wasn't a difficult task. The average person would have been pressed into a paddy by the weight of the water tank. Since Xiaoya broke through 3 minor realms today, you'll stand right here for 3 days. If 1 drop of water is spilled, you will immediately leave the mountain. Instead of feeling resentful, Zhao Yibai was relieved and replied solemnly. Don't worry, senior. I'll not let a single drop of water spill. Although others didn't know why Zhao Ye, who had A+ aptitude, had progressed so slowly, he was fully aware of it. Zhao Ye had told him that Yang Kai had deliberately suppressed her cultivation. Otherwise, given her peerless aptitude, she would have made it to the Saint Realm already. Martial Peak, Chapter 4689, A Wild Horse and a Rein. Why do you always do this, Master? It's me who makes mistakes, but you always punish Big Brother Yibai instead. Zhao Ye roared. It was only at times like these that she would talk back. She was normally obedient to Yang Kai. The same thing had happened over and over again since they moved into Azure Jade Peak. Every time she made a mistake, it would be Zhao Yibai who got punished. Initially, he wasn't allowed to have food and sleep, or he would be asked to bring 100 buckets of water back from the bottom of the mountain. Now, he would be required to prop up a heavy object for several days. Although Zhao Yibai was strong, he had never cultivated before. He might not be able to persevere holding up a tank full of water without sleep for 3 days straight, not to mention that not even a single drop of water was allowed to spill over. Since you're aware of it, don't make mistakes. Yang Kai looked dispassionately at her. I'm not convinced, Zhao Ye said aggrievedly. I don't care. Zhao Ye's chest heaved for a moment before she walked up to Zhao Yibai and stood beside him. She then fell on her knees and said angrily, I'll also get punished then. Without saying a word, Yang Kai turned around and left. He always believed that only by punishing the person Zhao Ye treasured the most would she learn her lessons. Although she appeared to be obedient, she was born with a hint of ruthlessness. It might have something to do with the fact that she was abandoned by her parents when she was a toddler. Since she was a young child, the person she cared most for was Zhao Yibai. Even her master, who had nurtured her for 10 years, was not comparable to Zhao Yibai. This time, her murderous intent had been ignited because she wanted to get revenge for Zhao Yibai. That was the reason she got into an intense battle with Lu Yi. If Guan Qianxing hadn't stopped her in time, Lu Yi would have been killed. Zhao Ye was destined to be a wild horse while Zhao Yibai was the rein that had been wrapped around her. When Yang Kai picked Zhao Ye up from that mountain and dropped her off in front of Lu's door, he hadn't expected her to have such heaven-defying aptitude. In the middle of the night, the growling of a stomach was particularly loud. Zhao Ye, who was kneeling beside Zhao Yibai, landed a slap on her forehead and got to her feet. Wait a bit, Big Brother Yibai. I'll get some food for you from the kitchen. I don't think it's appropriate. Zhao Yibai looked in the direction Yang Kai had left. I'm still being punished. Zhao Ye snorted. Master told you to stay here for 3 days and make sure that no water would spill. He didn't say you can't eat or drink. You have never cultivated before, so how could you not have any food or water for 3 days? Upon finishing her words, she dashed towards the kitchen. Fortunately, Zhao Yibai had already prepared a meal beforehand. After filling a pot with rice and gathering some other dishes, Zhao Ye stood beside Zhao Yibai and fed him with a spoon. If the fellow brothers from 7 Stars Sect saw this, they would probably pound their fists against their chests and roar in frustration and dejection. Meanwhile, the young man and young woman exchanged glances with a smile as no words were needed at this moment. When some rice stuck to the side of Zhao Yibai's mouth, Zhao Ye would pinch it and stuff it into his mouth. Just then, a series of footsteps were heard coming from behind. Zhao Ye turned her head and saw that with Shang Guanji leading the way, the elders of 7 Stars Sect had all arrived at Azure Jade Peak. When she saw a particular elderly man, she couldn't help but snort. Guan Qianxing scratched his nose and put on a helpless smile, thinking that he had supposedly never offended her in any way. He just saved Louis from getting killed by her, but here she was giving him a look of anger. Things would have become really complicated if she had killed Louis. However, from the looks of it, Zhao Ye and Zhao Yibai were being punished. The group of people quickly looked away as though they had never seen them before. They then moved past them in a hurry. They wouldn't dare to talk to her, for they would be the ones who would be embarrassed if Xiaoya became furious. Upon arriving at a spot in front of the main hall, Shang Guanji bent his back and said, "Greetings, ancestor. Shang Guanji has come with the other elders to visit you." Yang Kai's voice was heard coming from the main hall. "I know what has happened. Regardless of who is in the wrong, all of you should discipline your disciples appropriately. If anyone dares to offend the people from Azure Jade Peak again, I'll personally deal with him regardless of who he is." Shang Guanji wouldn't dare to object to it as he bent his back again. "Yes, ancestor." They left this place as quickly as when they came while feeling relieved. Although it was Louis who suffered a setback as Xiaoya harmed her fellow brother, they were worried that the ancestor would be infuriated. It was fortunate that the ancestor only gave them a slight warning. "Although Senior is a little eccentric, he'll still protect you no matter what happens," Zhao Yibai said in a muffled voice while having his food. Xiaoya fell silent. "You should apologize to him at a later time, and don't always talk back to him because of me. You're his only disciple, so he'll feel sad if you talk back." "All right, I got it." Xiaoya nodded repeatedly as she wiped the corners of Zhao Yibai's mouth with her sleeve. "I'll get you some more rice." While Zhao Yibai had great strength, he also had a huge appetite. Fortunately, there wasn't a lack of food on Azure Jade Peak. If they were still in Seven Stars Town, their family would have become broke by now. Upon making sure that Zhao Yibai was full, Xiaoya also had a little food and knelt beside him again to keep him company. As Zhao Yibai gazed at the young woman beside him, he couldn't help but recall what Miao Fei Ping had said to him in the morning. Those words were like a hammer that repeatedly struck his mind. 100 years later, he, who had never cultivated before, would become old and frail while Xiaoya would remain young and beautiful. What should he do by then? It was said that the more powerful a cultivator was, the longer they could live. He could already envision the sight, after 100 years, of Xiaoya crying her heart out in front of his grave. He couldn't help but let his thoughts and fears run wild. A long time later, Xiaoya, who had been leaning against Zhao Yibai's leg, realized that something was off. When she looked up, she saw that his figure was slightly shaking and his physique seemed to have expanded a little. There was also a suppressed roar coming from his throat. Xiaoya could faintly feel that there was something in this world that was streaming into Zhao Yibai's body, but regardless of how hard she tried, she was unable to figure out what it was. Layers of ripples started spreading from the place they stood, and as Xiaoya widened her eyes, Zhao Yibai, who was supposed to be just beside her, seemed to be getting further and further away from her. Before she could say or do anything, Zhao Yibai suddenly vanished into thin air. The water tank that had been propped up on his head abruptly fell. Xiaoya screamed and clenched the water tank with both hands before gently putting it down on the ground. Following that, she anxiously called out, "Big Brother Yibai! Big Brother Yibai! Where are you?" Right then, she felt a breeze whisking through her. She turned her head, then said in a frightened tone, "Big Brother Yibai disappeared, Master!" She was on the brink of breaking into tears. Over the years, she and Zhao Yibai had always relied on one another, and they had never separated before. However, on this night, Zhao Yibai abruptly vanished right in front of her. Meanwhile, Yang Kai sported a solemn expression. Although he was already aware that Zhao Yibai had the potential to inherit his legacy when the latter was still in his mother's womb, he hadn't expected Zhao Yibai to be so compatible with the Tao of space. Over the years, he had deliberately suppressed Zhao Yibai's development by not teaching him how to cultivate. He had even turned a blind eye when the disciples at the bottom of the mountain oppressed him. The main reason was that he wanted to find out his true temperament. If Zhao Yibai turned out to be wicked and vengeful, Yang Kai wouldn't teach him the Tao of space regardless of how talented he was in it. Fortunately, Zhao Yibai had a good mother who always taught him to count his blessings and be kind to others. Regardless of what adversities he faced, he could always remain calm, collected, and positive. Over the past 10 years, Yang Kai had spent a lot of energy secretly improving his physique, which was the reason Zhao Yibai was so physically strong. While Zhao Yibai's foundation was solid now, Yang Kai's tests were about to end as well. However, Yang Kai had never expected such an incident to happen on this night. It wasn't certain what that brat was thinking about, but he had accidentally triggered the space Tao essence in Yang Kai's small universe, which was why he was abruptly drawn into the void crack. This void crack was sandwiched between Yang Kai's small universe and the outside world, so even he didn't have full control over it. Master, please save Big Brother Yi Bai. I'll always be obedient to you from now on. Please save Big Brother Yi Bai. Zhao Ye stared at Yang Kai with teary eyes. She always believed that there was nothing in the world that her master couldn't do, so Zhao Yibai would definitely be safe if he took action. Stop yelling! Yang Kai chided her while he darted his gaze around the void. The light in his eyes flickered as he was able to see things that others couldn't. His gaze seemed to have penetrated space and peered into the void crack that was nothing but chaos. A moment later, he suddenly took a step forward and extended his hand into the void. When he retracted his hand, he pulled Zhao Yibai back from the void crack. Big Brother Yibai! Zhao Ye's face was already covered in tears and she directly pounced on him and pressed him against the ground before tightly wrapping her arms around his neck. It was as though she was worried that she would lose him forever if she released him. On the other hand, Zhao Yibai appeared dumbfounded. Up until this moment, he still had no idea what had happened. Just now, his mind seemed to have gone blank. Following a moment of discomfort, he fell into a desolate, an empty place before appearing back on Azure Jade Peak. In truth, it all just felt like a dream. What just happened? Zhao Yibai asked in shock. The alluring woman in his arms made him feel anxious. It wasn't until this moment that he realized just how much Zhao Ye had grown as a woman. Meanwhile, Yang Kai was staring coldly at them. With his face blushing, Zhao Yibai patted the woman's back. I'm fine, Xiao Ye. Get up now. They were indeed in an indecent posture, and Yang Kai was watching them. After they got to their feet, Zhao Ye was still sobbing as she looked fixedly at Zhao Yibai. She was still reeling from the shock because just now, she truly had a feeling that Zhao Yibai would leave her forever. So, what happened just now? Zhao Yibai asked in a small voice. In a choking voice, Zhao Ye intermittently told him about the incident just now. As she spoke, she grabbed the man's arm as she seemed determined to never let him go. Zhao Yibai scratched his head. I felt like I was having a dream. With reddened eyes, Zhao Ye gazed at Yang Kai. Will the same thing happen to Big Brother Yibai again, Master? Yang Kai replied. He'll be fine as long as he doesn't trigger that kind of force again. Many thanks, Senior. I'll be careful in the future. Zhao Yibai nodded seriously. He had no idea what kind of force that was, but he didn't want Zhao Ye to feel anxious for him again. Do you feel there's anything wrong with your physique, Big Brother Yibai? You must tell Master about it. Is there really none? Check on yourself again carefully. Yang Kai flicked his sleeve and left. He seemed to have aged by several hundred years by watching the young couple fawn over each other. You're tuning into the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.